I am Louis XIV. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351, Lively Rebellion, 3. This month, there is an extra 1,000 words after each chapter, which is free words. Is there anyone who hasn't seen it? Remember to refresh the previous chapter every day when you see the update. It's a benefit. Thank you for your support. In fact, there are many strange legends about the Sun King in later generations. The most talked about one is that he is surrounded by countless wizards, werewolves, and vampires, just like King Solomon. King Solomon once drove 72 demon kings, or King Arthur. He rules both day and night as a human being. Whether human or non-human, they must bow down before his throne. Of course, the descendants of Louis XIV firmly deny this. Even though they have continued for many generations and their bloodlines are scattered everywhere, as long as they hear or see someone dare to blaspheme their ancestors in this way or in other ways, they will definitely investigate to the end. Yes, not every descendant of the Sun King can continue to retain wealth and power, but the surname Bourbon is still very powerful even in 2020 and should not be underestimated. The most angry about this are those scholars who value facts and research more than anything else. The problem is that they never seem to be as fast as the descendants of the Bourbon. Some people even joke that the Sun King left his pigeon and owl spies to his descendants. Maybe this is true. Anyway, in the last month of midsummer 2020, someone found some 17th century coins and trinkets while hiking in the Harlibou forest in Brussels. He gave them to an antique dealer. After carefully asking about the whole thing, the antique dealer ran to the forest with him with a metal detector. They reaped a lot of rewards in the forest. When the dealer marked on the map, he found that the traces of these antiquities were obviously along an obvious road to the depths of the forest. They followed this clue and walked all the way to a large swamp. This swamp has a very simple name, called Clarin Swamp. It is said that there used to be a remote village here, and most of the people in it were named Clarin. However, due to the large-scale development of Brussels, it affected the Harlibou forest, mainly because a highway passed directly through the edge of the forest. More and more travelers came to explore and be curious. Although the forest still belonged to the descendants of the Duke, they were not so arrogant as to use force to drive away the tourists. So more than 100 years ago, these villagers moved to other places. Most people would be very depressed when seeing such a large swamp, but as an antique dealer who was half an archaeologist, he became more and more excited. He secretly recruited a team and tried every means to use a pump to drain a small part of the swamp. A very small part. The considerable antiquities and coins in the mud confirmed some of his ideas. These people continued to work hard, and after going a step further, something horrifying happened. What was turned up from the mud was no longer the treasure they had dreamed of, but layers of bones and partially waxed corpses. More archaeologists and historians came after hearing the news, because they were fed up with the interference of the Bourbon family. When they thought that the forest once belonged to the royal wife of the Sun King Louis XIV, the Duchess of Brussels and her son, they immediately divided up all the things dug out of the swamp as quickly as possible. They were right to do so, because the descendants of the Duke of Harlibou and Brussels immediately declared that the swamp and the Harlibou forest where the swamp was located were private territory. They had the right to refuse anyone to conduct archaeological excavations here. No matter how the scholars protested, they were immediately expelled and had to bear the corresponding legal responsibilities. The antique dealer was undoubtedly the one with the heaviest guilt, but soon, no one cared about him. Because those scholars who were lucky enough to take away the corpses in the swamp, after inviting more professional personnel and applying the most advanced and sophisticated instruments for testing, found that from those waxed corpses, in soil with sufficient water or in a place isolated from the air, the fat of the corpse will candle and stop rotting. As time goes by, it will eventually become plaster-like. Such corpses will be preserved in the state of death to the maximum extent. After comparing the residual fibers with small things such as buttons and leather belts, the scholars finally determined that these remains almost all belonged to mercenaries wandering around the border between Austria and the Netherlands in the 17th century. This is nothing in archaeological discoveries. The most important thing is that these corpses were not killed by bullets or daggers. They were more like they encountered a large wolf pack. Some people still had clear expressions of fear on their faces. Most of their deaths were caused by suffocation or bleeding. The wounds were obviously left by being bitten by large canine animals. Things might have been able to get through this peacefully, but a nosy tester actually extracted flesh and blood from the wounds for testing, and then he found the DNA of 2 people. There are probably 3 explanations for this problem. First, the deceased happened to overlap with another deceased, and their blood contaminated each other, which resulted in the simultaneous appearance of 2 DNAs. Second, the person who killed them used a weapon similar to the teeth of a wild animal and inflicted a wound on someone else before killing him. Third, they encountered a giant wolf with human DNA, in short, a werewolf. Everyone who saw the third one couldn't help but laugh. How could it be possible? Everyone knows that King Arthur and Merlin are just legends, and the witches and werewolves of the Sun King were just because he had too many enemies, so he spread such rumors. At that time, although the Roman Church was not as powerful as before, it also had a power that people today cannot imagine. Maybe those people thought that they could use such charges to shake the rule of Louis XIV. So this may be the second one. This matter was corroborated by another scholar from Asia, who used a letter from the Duchess of Brussels to Louis XIV in the Palace of Versailles. Some letters from the Prince of Conti and the Duchess of Montpensier from the same period could provide some partial evidence. They occasionally mentioned in their letters that the king's royal wife, Madame Lavalier, was weak and could not even give birth to more children for the king, but had a group of barbaric tribesmen who were not really competent, and so on and so forth. Scholars also said that there were at least hundreds of corpses left in that swamp, which was consistent with the content of the letter from the Duchess of Brussels. Seeing that the situation was about to go out of control, the French government stepped in. They organized an archaeological and surveying team to excavate the Clarence swamp. In the end, they proved that the swamp was indeed a relic of a battlefield. The enemies of these mercenaries were likely a group of Tatars who retained barbaric customs. They were accustomed to using sheep jaws as weapons, which could cause wounds like canine bites. Because the Sun King did recruit a group of Tatars, this answer seems reasonable, and most people will not pursue it. Almost all the corpses and antiquities have been recovered. After all, those scholars and workers who entered other people's territory without permission were not justified. After receiving certain compensation and being promised to give up the responsibility, they happily returned their information. Of course, there are also those who are not happy, but as mentioned before, the Bourbon forces have spread throughout Europe. They can make you do what you want, or they can make you unable to move. Several years later, a scholar who was the first to run to the Clarence swamp and got a whole carriage of corpses was finally going to see God. When the priest anointed him with oil and asked him if he had anything to confess, he looked at the ceiling and muttered some not-so-serious sins. Just as the priest was about to forgive him on behalf of God, he suddenly straightened up and said loudly, "The wounds on those corpses were definitely not caused by any weapons." His loud voice echoed in the room. Although people knew that this was the last moment of reflection, they couldn't help being surprised and scared, because he looked so terrible. He clenched his fists tightly, his veins exposed, and shouted, "No weapon can eat people. Those people were not only killed, but also eaten. God, they are not Tatars, they are." His voice stopped abruptly. The priest placed a hand on his chest. "You have been forgiven." He fell down, and the children paused for a while. No one understood what he meant. They cried bitterly. The priest looked for a while and made sure that the person on the bed would not sit up and shout anything. He left the room with the deacon. As soon as he walked out of the room, he sighed deeply. Louis XIV did not know how much trouble Madame Lavalier's few lines of understatement had caused his descendants, but he was still very familiar with the situation in Harlipper, because Harlipper was the residence of the Duchess of Brussels and the Duke of Harlipper, just like Paris and Versailles, which must be strictly guarded and guarded. Not everyone can approach the Duke or the Duchess at will. So even if the Duchess of Brussels moved all the residents around the forest and only allowed her people to live around the castle, people could understand it. After all, once there was a war, the residents around the castle had the right to enter the castle for refuge. As the royal wife of the King of France and raising their illegitimate children, it was normal for the Duchess not to want the Flemish people to live around. Outside the werewolf village was a military camp with special merchants serving them. Over time, in addition to the arrogance and autism of these outsiders knew very little about them. In order to assist Leopold Louis XIV transferred a group of soldiers from here. Perhaps the mobilization of the army made some people think that they had found a great opportunity. Louis knew what they wanted to do with his toes. It was a pity that they couldn't see their faces. When those people rushed into the house, they thought they would see a group of shivering lambs, but they were greeted by a group of hungry wolves. Their expressions must have been very touching. The messenger of Lady Lavalier even came to explain to the king that the reason why they threw the bodies into the swamp was that the foreign refugee werewolves were not used to the peaceful and orderly life in Harlebel. When they were in exile, the slightest bit of malice would make them transform immediately and kill wantonly. After killing the enemy, they also ate part of it out of the tradition of not wasting. So such bodies could not be seen by people, and they had to be dealt with by the swamp. The king only told them to be more careful. But when the army returned to Harlebel, these guys with ulterior motives would be quieter, and then, the Duchess of Brussels should be justified. He said. In fact, there are many people who are ready to move. According to the intelligence submitted by the king's spies, Lorraine, Amsterdam, Groningen, and Marseilles are all undercurrents, but it is not known how many scum will be turned up. Of course, Paris is also indispensable. Paris seems to never lack mobs, no matter how much their king loves and respects them. Louis stretched his body, stood up from his desk, and walked to the window. He did not return to Versailles first, but went directly to the Louvre. From the window of this room, you can see the flowing Seine River. This scenery must be very beautiful, otherwise this room would not be set as the king's office. The problem is that, I don't know if it was intentional, his royal wife, Madame de Montespan, hung the bodies of the conspirators on the gas lamps of Saint-Germain Boulevard on the south bank. Bonton, Louis called his butler, go and tell Madame de Montespan that these things only need to be hung for 2 or 3 days. If they cause plague, it will be a big problem. Bonton hesitated for a while. What's the matter? Louis asked. It's like this, Your Majesty, Bonton said, on the night you came back, Madame Montespan came to see me and said. She said, please rest assured, she changes the conspirators on the gaslight every day. Anyway, there are many Bastilles, enough for her to change until the whole of Paris is quiet. Louis retracted his gaze to the window and smiled. She is complaining to me and taking revenge on me. To be fair, Bonton said seriously, you are too harsh on Madame Montespan. I'm surprised, Louis said, are you speaking for her? I only know that people now call her Bloody Athénée, and the innocent people under her are no worse than the 2 bloody women before. Bonton walked to the window and lowered a layer of grey tulle curtains to prevent the king from always seeing those disturbing scenes. Louis knew of 2 women who were crowned with a bloody name, Marie I, who launched a war of faith that caused thousands of lives to lose, Elizabeth Bathory, who bathed in the blood of young girls and caused hundreds of deaths when she was found. They all had no good results, and thousands of people celebrated when they died. Are you pitying her? Louis asked. I'm worried about you, Your Majesty. Bonton bowed slightly. People say that you shouldn't offend a woman easily, don't offend a villain easily, and don't offend a devil easily, but you have all 3. I don't think you can't control her, but just like a person happily and skillfully playing with a sharp blade, the bystanders can't help but feel frightened even if they know he is unlikely to get hurt. It seems that many people are frightened by Madame Montespan. Louis held his chin. Well, my dear Bonton, I once promised her to treat her like a king treats a royal lady. I was at war before, and now that I'm back in Paris, I should see her. Madame de Montespan entered the palace with her child. This child, who had never been celebrated or recognized by the king, was still a toddler, and it was impossible for Madame de Montespan to hold her in her arms, so she was accompanied by Madame Scarrat. Madame Scarrat was an illegitimate daughter, but she had an elder who could not be told to outsiders, and that was the current innocent Zai. In addition, because the king entrusted her with the task of establishing and running a girls' school, nominally the Duchess of Orleans, she did not need to follow Madame de Montespan into the palace. I think you may not think too much, said Mrs. Montespan proudly and hatefully. I didn't kill the king when I came to Paris, and now I have given birth to a child for him. Can I harm him? I don't think you can do anything to Your Majesty. Compared to Mrs. Montespan, Mrs. Scarrat was very strong, and it was easy for her to hold the child. Even if she had to walk such a long distance, she didn't breathe or pause, but you should know that you have been unable to control your emotions recently. You are unwilling to follow my advice and go to a place outside of Paris to recuperate for a while. Mrs. Montespan glared at her. No one can take away the power given to me by the king. Mrs. Scarrat frowned slightly. If you must think so. Mrs. Scarraw did not think that Louis XIV gave Mrs. Montespan power. He gave her firewood for the stake, ropes for the gallows, or chronic poison, but Mrs. Montespan still had illusions. After all, the previous two royal ladies were doing almost the same thing as her, but the endings were good. She now also has a son of the king. But it's different, Mrs. Scarraw said in her heart. She followed Mrs. Montespan all the way. In the long corridor, people made way for them. The ladies knelt and the men bowed. Their eyes were full of surprise, but they would reveal a trace of contempt and fear after Mrs. Montespan left with her head held high. She also remembered some secrets that the Pope's envoy, not the unlucky guy who rode the wooden horse, told her. Mrs. Montespan's mother was a descendant of the devil. Although the blood she inherited from the devil was weak, once it awakened, it could seduce and confuse most men, even women, except for those with strong wills. It's no wonder that the Manich family must take back such blood. But the owners of this blood may not be happy. Their fate is no longer controlled by themselves when the blood awakens. Maybe there are, but Mrs. Montespan's mother is definitely not one of them. If there is no strong protector, they will continue to attract countless covetous people. In addition to this problem, there is another problem. The owner of this bloodline can also uncontrollably perceive the emotions of others and be inevitably affected. This is one of the reasons why they can easily make others surrender, but the devil at the time probably didn't expect that someone would waste a beauty to deal with the mob. The pain, sadness and malice have deeply affected Madame Montespan. Most of the time she can remain calm, but when no one is around, she has gone crazy and started to mutilate herself. Although it is nominally a means of treating headaches, bloodletting therapy has been proven ineffective by the king's scholars and doctors 10 years ago. In Paris and Versailles, there is almost no doctor willing to perform bloodletting on patients, even barbers are unwilling to do so, so she can only bleed herself. Chapter 352, Lively Rebellion, 4. Many noble ladies in the court now follow Madame de Montespan's example and wrap lace or ribbons around their ankles. The dark ribbons against the white and thin skin are indeed a beautiful sight, but they probably don't know that underneath the ribbons are deep wounds that can be seen to the bone. With a strong constitution of a wizard, Madame de Montespan has never been soft on herself. Of course, she is even tougher on others. The warden of the Bastille simply worships her as a goddess. Those torture instruments that were almost just used as decorations now welcome several new guests every day. Enough. This sentence would not be said by Madame d'Arbine, nor by Bontemps, nor even by the Duke of Orleans. The only one who can calm down Madame de Montespan, this beautiful mad dog, is the Sun King, Louis XIV, her master. But Madame Montespan wanted to fight for it, but the king only looked at her and stretched out his hand to Madame d'Arbine. Is that my child? Madame d'Arbine put the child down silently. Madame d'Arbine and Madame Montespan had different ideas about the child's education. Madame Montespan valued the child very much and spoiled him. Although he was old enough to learn to walk, if it were not for Madame d'Arbine's insistence, his little feet might not have been able to touch the ground until today. Madame Montespan stopped talking immediately when the king mentioned Augusta. She was not a fool. When Madame d'Arbine passed by on the corridor with Augusta in her arms, the dignitaries in the court were very attentive to her, but they ignored the child behind her. After all, in this era, even the crown princess and the queen's pregnancy had to be recognized by the king. Sometimes it was just a word, a small banquet, but without this, no one would admit that the child existed, even if he was right in front of them, so big. Compared with her dissatisfaction, Augusta's identity was of course the most important. Augusta fell to the ground, turned his head and looked suspiciously at his mother and Ms. Scarraw. Although his mother was not very responsible, she would remember to check on him and hug him every morning and evening. He was more familiar with Ms. Aubigny. Now both ladies were gently pushing him, asking him to move forward. In front of him was a stranger sitting on a chair, looking at him with cautious eyes. As a father, it was impossible for Louis XIV to fall in love with Augusta immediately, but after he came back, the Duchess of Montpensier had described to him how cute and lively the child was. Now he finally saw his youngest son. Compared to his three older brothers, Augusta was perhaps the one who least resembled the king. Most of his looks were inherited from his mother. His hair was chestnut brown and very curly. His eyes were golden amber, and although very attractive, this color obviously did not belong to the Bourbon. His lips and brow bones were also like Madame Montespan's, with distinct edges and corners. Although it did not look obvious on a child, one could imagine what he would look like when he grew up. Madame Montespan had that kind of gorgeous and sharp appearance. But he must be the most handsome of all the king's children. It was not quite accurate for the Duchess of Montpensier to say that he was cute. He reminded Louis of those children depicted on canvas. Perhaps because the painters were always adults, their charm in the painting seemed to come more from two time periods, the contradiction between children and adults. That was the case with Augusta. When he hesitated and almost fell, the king held his little arm and put him on his knees. He stroked the child's hair and carefully examined his eyes, his nose, and his chin. The child's bright eyes, moist little nose, and perfectly shaped chin made him feel a trace of pity in his heart. He had wronged the child because of the child's mother. "I heard you call him Augusta," said the king. Madame Montespan immediately lowered her head. Augusta was a meaningful name. It means August in English, but Montespan certainly did not name her child because she liked this month, and his date of birth was not August. Augusta was actually a deformation of Augustus, Latin Augustus. As for Augustus, everyone knew what this word meant. It had become the name of every Roman emperor, and now it was also inherited by emperors and kings. Although the child was an illegitimate child with no inheritance rights, Madame Montespan's ambition was still evident. "But since you have already used this name," Louis said, "then I will not change it. He is Augusta, my fourth son." Madame Montespan was ecstatic. She immediately left the chair, knelt on the ground, and thanked the king for his gift. In this way, Augusta was officially recognized. In the future, he would at least have the title of Duke. According to Louis XIV's previous actions, he might even have a fiefdom. 3 days later, Louis played with Augusta's little finger. "I will hold a dinner in Versailles to celebrate Augusta's birthday. You can think about who you need to invite." He looked at Madame d'Arbine, who had hardly spoken since entering the room. "Madame, please come too. Although I think you can get an invitation from the Grand Princess or the Duchess of Orleans even without me, but now that you are here." "I'm not keen on this," said Madame d'Arbine, "but it's my honor." Madame Montespan almost couldn't control herself. She stood up, took a few steps, came to the king, then knelt on Louis' knees and put her head in Augusta's arms. The king smiled. "Take Augusta down first, madam." He turned his head. "Bonton, prepare a room for Madame and Auguste." Bonton bowed his head and obeyed, and retreated with Madame d'Arbine and Auguste. Replacing Augusta, Madame Montespan snuggled in the king's arms, feeling contented. During the time when the king was away from Paris, she often recalled the past. When she was still Athénaise, she met the king for the first time. At that time, the king was still a teenager, and she was just a child with some naive ideas. She almost begged the king to allow her to stay with him. Although she was young at that time, she had already deeply understood how vicious and sharp power was. Don't think that there are no people who are good at playing with power outside the court. An ordinary innkeeper can ask them to get out of his house together on a cold and rainy night. A reader who is not even a clergyman can refuse them from entering villages and towns. A butcher, a fisherman, and a farmer are all nobler than them who have no identity. The magic potion stored by their father could exchange them for clothes, food, and shelter at the beginning, but it could not be exchanged for a usable identity certificate. They have tried, but they have been deceived several times. It was only after this that they realized how difficult it is for a refugee without an identity to meet a man who can sign an identity certificate. The king was once an opportunity for them, but her father rejected him. At that time, Mrs. Montespan did not understand it very well, but later she guessed it. Once they accepted the king's protection, in a sense, they were the king's slaves. It was not that the king would treat them differently, but that they would never be free again, just like when they were in the Mancini family. But how many people in the world can have true freedom? She resented her father and laughed at his naivety. Even now, she did not think that the choice he made was correct. If she was not the daughter of the Duke of Mortimer, the Marquise of Montespan, but the daughter of a royal doctor, she would not be able to become a royal lady. She had had enough of the pain of love, and she would only pursue power and money. Then what else are you unwilling to accept? Madame Montespan was startled. She thought she had spoken the truth unconsciously, but judging from the king's expression, he should have just guessed. "I thought of some things in the past, Your Majesty." "The past? What kind of past?" "The unpleasant past," said Madame Montespan. "Let's not mention it, Your Majesty. You have worked hard all the way. Don't you want to have a good rest? You are not doing it now." Louis held Madame Montespan's hand. "Sometimes exercise is the best way to rest," you said. Madame Montespan stood up from his arms. "Although it's still a while before the evening, let me serve you." At this time, the benefits of being a witch were reflected. She could get rid of the tight corset and layers of skirts without the help of servants. Oh my God, is this the Palace of Versailles?" Alexander shouted excitedly. Baruch Spinoza, Alexander Torricelli and Christian Huygens were chosen by Louis XIV. They were transformed from exiles and prisoners in cages in the square into guests of honor of the king. They were released from cages by soldiers, bathed in changed clothes, and stuffed into French carriages. They were a little dazed when they followed the army all the way to Paris. Except for Spinoza, generally speaking, a philosopher always has a profound study of human psychology and behavior. The other two had no idea what was going on. When they arrived in Paris, it was not really Paris, because the king stuffed them directly into the Château de Vaux-le-Vicomte, which was the golden nest that Mr. Fouquet had built for himself. After being taken by the king, under legal premises, it was transformed into the Royal Academy of Sciences. Like Versailles, because there were many scholars that the king valued, they always had family members and friends, and the latter also had their own families, so a town was soon formed here. The king even built some apartments here in the style of the new district of Paris, so they, mainly Torricelli, were assigned a large apartment with more than a dozen rooms immediately. Unlike Spinoza and Huygens, who were still alone, Torricelli had a wife and several children. He immediately entertained his friends in a very arrogant manner, but what made them even happier was that this was simply a paradise for all scholars and researchers. As long as the projects here were allowed by the king, you could let go, whether it was against doctrine or ignoring ethics, but most of these problems usually occurred in medical subjects, and the only person they had to worry about was Spinoza. Unlike what people had guessed, after Spinoza arrived here, he did not eagerly want to join this group of people, nor did he immediately start to promote and explain his own ideas. Unlike when he was in Amsterdam, The Hague and Florence, he calmed down instead. Although he also appeared in classrooms, salons and gatherings, he mostly listened to others talking, and he seemed to be sealed. This made his good friend Huygens a little worried, but before he could have a good talk with Spinoza, the king's envoy brought Louis XIV's will, which could also be said to be an invitation, the king's dinner for his youngest son Augustus. Many scholars were invited, and they were just one of them. Torricelli may be the one with the least psychological burden. After he found out all the things he had in Florence also came to Paris with him, he no longer missed his former hometown, and wholeheartedly decided to be a Frenchman. As a Frenchman, what is the most important thing for a Parisian? Of course, it was Versailles. You had to see it, and it would be best if you could walk inside, but not everyone had the qualifications. Those nobles from other provinces were not even willing to return to their own territories, and only spent time in Paris, not just for an invitation. Of course, if you could have a room in Versailles, it would be even more regretless. But to complete such a large project, Huygens said, it would cost a lot of money and manpower. Perhaps it did cost a lot, Spinoza said, but this project is not like the pyramids of the Egyptians or the Colosseum of the Romans. It is like Paris. It not only did not harm the people, but helped them for a long time. You mean the king hired them and gave them wages so that they could support their families, Huygens said. Mostly refugees, Spinoza said. There were tens of thousands of refugees here. A number that would terrify any king. I don't know when you got to know this king so well, Huygens said. Since we are here, Spinoza said, and it is possible that the king has spent a lot of money, I don't think he will send us away casually. We may have to stay here for a long time. In this case, we should get to know him well. He may indeed be different from what we imagined. Huygens said, he respects knowledge and science. Spinoza just smiled. There are some things he shouldn't tell his old friend. He was on the road, in Paris, and in Versailles, constantly absorbing news about the king. The Dutch called him a tyrant and a dictator, which may be true. Although they were sent directly to the castle of Vaux-le-Vicomte, in the salon, they could always hear about someone's relatives or even themselves being thrown into prison and hung with gas lamps. This king was no different from other monarchs when it came to treating traitors. They did not discuss the matter any further, because there were still more than 300 steps to go up. This was the first hurdle that all those who were fortunate enough to enter the Palace of Versailles, except those who had the privilege to ride in sedan chairs, had to face. Fortunately, the king's architect had taken this into consideration, And so many steps were not straight from top to bottom. There was a platform every 20 steps, which ensured safety and provided people with a place to rest. Later, the queen added marble sculptures in the middle and on both sides. The base of the sculpture was about 1.5 feet from the ground and 1.5 feet wide, so that people who were tired could sit down. It was okay for men at that time, but the ladies' wide skirts were not only large but also very heavy. It is said that female nobles from other provinces, after obtaining permission to meet the emperor, had to practice riding and walking at home so that they would not appear so embarrassed in the main square of Versailles. Such a seat is called the Queen's Seat. At first, Huygens complained a lot and didn't understand why the king built the Palace of Versailles at such a high place. But when he climbed halfway and sat on the Queen's seat to look into the distance, he suddenly calmed down. He saw the blue sky, the dark green forest, the brown and golden land, the silvery lake, the purple and pink flower fields, the red roof tiles, the row of roofs, and the gray road extending from the white marble steps to the invisible distance. This is the scenery that Louis XIV can see every day. He suddenly understood a little bit. If he was also a king, he could also make the Netherlands present such a scene. He would not think that annexing and occupying other countries is a sin, but would only feel that he spread blessings to all directions like God. He took a deep breath. At high altitudes, even the quality of the air was better than on the ground. When he was about to talk to his friend Spinoza, there was a sudden commotion. Spinoza was the first to stand up from the Queen's throne, and pulled Torricelli and Huygens, who were still confused. When they stood up, they found that everyone around them had stood up or retreated to the sides of the steps. It turned out that a sedan chair was coming up from the bottom. As mentioned before, not many people can use sedan chairs on the steps. Apart from the royal family, there are only a few ministers and dukes who are beloved by the king, and some elderly and respectable people, such as the chief royal doctor, L'Homme, and René Descartes. However, Descartes rarely came to Versailles, and L'Homme preferred to spend his last days in the medical school. Colbert sometimes used it. After all, he often needed to travel between Paris and Versailles, and his work was heavy, but he usually only used a very small sedan chair, as simple as a chair, and he often sat on it, with his head down and dozing off. Although this would inevitably attract some ridicule, it could satisfy his little vanity and cautious nature at the same time. But if it was Colbert, he would not cause such a big commotion, so the three scholars quickly saw the source of the storm. Chapter 353, Lively Rebellion, 5. It was a sedan chair decorated with roses and ribbons, enough for half the palace's ladies to adorn themselves. Unlike Colbert's sedan chair, this one was Roman, meaning that one did not sit in it but half lying. It was not only large, but also had a gilded base with exquisite wave patterns, and the end of the armrests was made of ivory and carved into a swan's head. The seat and backrest were filled with silk and plush, and there were also tasseled pillows. The two servants who carried the sedan chair were not only dressed much better than ordinary provincial nobles, but also had looks and figures that would not be inferior to those in the king's army. Later scholars learned that they were actually officers who were willing to do such a humble thing out of love. The person who is qualified to sit in such a sedan chair was, as people imagined, a beautiful and energetic woman. In one hand she gently waved a feather fan made of ostrich feathers, and in the other hand she held a boy's waist to prevent him from falling off the sedan chair due to his naughtiness. She was not affected by people's exclamations and praises. She would only smile slightly when she saw someone worthy of her response, or gently touch the other person's shoulder with her feather fan, or extend her hand for a quick kiss. Oh my God, Torricelli was an Italian after all. Is this Aphrodite and Eros, the ancient Greek goddess of love and beauty, and her son? For some people, it is true, Spinoza said, and then swallowed the second sentence. For others, she was the three-headed dog under Hades, but he would slowly tell his two companions about this matter. She is the Marquise of Montespan. After saying this, the other two suddenly realized, but doesn't it mean that this lady also has her own room in the Palace of Versailles, and it is second only to the Queen? Did she go out for something and come back today? How is that possible? Today is a big day for her and her child. Spinoza said, she may have brought the little prince to Versailles before, but you must know that before the king acknowledges it, the queen, the crown princess, the royal lady, no matter who is pregnant or has a child, is fake and does not exist. Even if he is in front of you, you cannot talk to him or even look at him, otherwise it will be considered an usurpation of power. Wait, why does the king have to acknowledge this? Torricelli asked in surprise. Compared to Torricelli, who had been in Florence all the time, Huygens had also lived in France for a period of time. I don't know why, but there has been such a rule in the French court for more than 1 or 2 years, he said. A friend of mine said that not only must pregnant women or children be ignored, but even pregnant women themselves, if the king has not announced her pregnancy, must still appear at the banquets in the palace, dance, drink, and spend late nights gambling and playing games. They must also wear corsets and makeup, and must not be unkempt and bring shame to the royal family. That is to say, this lady must also. No, Louis XIV was quite tolerant of his royal wives, Huygens said. He let her go to Fontainebleau. This is not considered to be in the court, but the problem is that the king went to war soon after the little prince was born in Fontainebleau. This period of time was torture for Madame Montespan. She was proud of giving birth to the king's child, but no one would look at the child before the king recognized him. He had no name and could not enter the Louvre or Versailles. Even the Duchess of Montpensier did not dare to bring him to the Queen Mother. She could only comfort her by saying that the child would be recognized immediately after the king returned. But when the Duke of Colonna and the Duke of Harlebur were born, it was said that the king was waiting in the room outside. The Duke of Harlebur was given the title of Duke and a large territory as soon as he was born. There was a reason why Madame Montespan became more and more crazy in the later stages of suppressing the riots in Paris. It was also because she had been suppressed for too long before, so once she got the king's recognition, she couldn't wait to show her son with the king to the whole Versailles. She had a room in Versailles, but she insisted on taking Augusta back to Fontainebleau first, and then returning to Versailles from Fontainebleau. The sedan chair always moved very slowly on the steps. Fortunately, it was close to September and the sun was not so strong. Madame de Montespan adjusted her wide-brimmed hat and pulled her son over to put the hat on him. Today, she and her child will be the brightest stars in Versailles. What she had lost, she would always try harder to get back. Spinoza looked at the sedan chair and shook his head. In fact, even he, who had only been in Paris for a few days, could see that this lady was completely different from the two previous royal ladies, the Duchess of Colonna and the Duchess of Brussels. The king's attitude towards them was also different. Perhaps Madame de Montespan was happy to enjoy the power, gorgeous clothes and jewelry, and the flattery and attention of the people that the previous two ladies did not have, but the more she did so, the more unscrupulous the king was in using her. Spinoza said in his heart, people say that the son King Louis XIV is a tolerant and kind person, but let him say that this majesty is more like a penny-pinching businessman, and what he gives, he always asks people to repay 1,000 times. So, Louis XIV redeemed them from Cosimo III. Huygens is an outstanding mathematician and physicist, and Torricelli can be said to be the heir of Galileo's heir. What can he do for this majesty? Just as the former Elector of Brandenburg requested, he can give lectures at his university, but he cannot touch on religion. The ideas he holds about religion are absolutely not accepted by any current religion. Regarding Barrack, Louis XIV admitted to Bontemps, it can be regarded as a moment of willfulness on my part. How strange, Bontemps served his master a cup of black tea and some honey-dried plums. You were not very willful when you were 4, but you became willful when you were 40. I didn't have the power to be willful when I was 4, Louis said bluntly. I even had to continue wearing a skirt until I became king. Now that I have power, can't I be willful occasionally? But if you do this, the Roman Church will definitely feel a headache. Their reactions are sometimes really fast. Louis said, but I will solve this matter properly, tell them not to worry. This is the first time I have received a bribe from Rome, Bontemps said. This makes me even more curious, Your Majesty. This Mr. Spinoza was originally unknown. He should not be an unknown person since he could communicate with Descartes. Louis pinched a piece of honey prune. The reason why his reputation did not spread was that he was expelled from the original Jewish church. In other words, he was a Jew, but the Jewish society would no longer accept him. He could not become a professor or a scholar. The young people of Judah would not listen to his courses, and there would be no Jewish merchants to support him, so he could only rely on the most basic manual work to support himself. You also know that the people at the bottom are not without intelligence and courage, but they have exhausted all their strength to survive, and of course it is impossible for them to climb up. In the Hague, except for Huygens, a friend who did not care about class and faith, Spinoza could not enter any salon. Of course, his ideas and thoughts could only be like jewels locked in a box, unknown to people. You make me curious, Bontemps said. What kind of ideas does he have? He is the enemy of all religions. Louis casually dropped such a terrible remark, and only Bontemps could continue to hold the silver kettle steadily and refill him with a cup of hot tea. His main point is very simple, Bontemps. He admits that there is God on this world. That's good, Your Majesty, Bontemps said. But he doesn't admit that this God has humanity. Louis stared at the ripples in the silver cup that had not yet dissipated. He doesn't admit that this God would think like humans, have human desires, human emotions, and would abide by human moral concepts and codes of conduct. He even believes that God is formless. He is omnipresent, but cannot be felt, heard or seen by anyone. He also has no subordinates or creations, no angels, no demons, no hell or heaven. He is just an idea in the dark, a beginning and an end. He will not change his deeds because of human actions, whether he is doing evil or doing good. Even Bontemps, after hearing these words, couldn't help but stand there in a daze for a long time. Then, he slowly said, Martin Luther only took a small step, but this gentleman wanted to fly. Well, so he is the enemy of all churches and believers. Louis said, so the Jewish church dared to expel him, but the Roman church did not dare to publicly judge him, because his ideas were like a strong poison. Even if diluted in the sea, it could poison everyone. Martin Luther just wanted to cut off the redundant branches and dead leaves of the church, and he almost became a sacrifice of the church. If the struggle between the church and the royal power had not reached a white-hot stage at that time, Martin Luther's reforms were exactly what the Grand Dukes and Kings needed, and he was protected by many princes. He would not have been able to die peacefully. As for Spinoza, if his interpretation of God was believed by people, then the foundations of the three existing churches would collapse overnight to the point where they could not be rebuilt. Don't look at the three churches, temporarily including Protestantism and Christianity, calling each other pagans, and there were several religious wars that broke out, lasting for nearly 1,000 years, but their source is in one place, all in Jerusalem. God has different names in their scriptures, but in the final analysis, his torso and limbs are not much different. Now Spinoza's behavior is to dig up their roots, let the branches and leaves wither, let the fruits fall, and let countless people who make a living from this, and even seize power and wealth, be empty-handed overnight, and fall from the most glorious throne into the dirtiest quagmire. How do you want to convince Spinoza? Bontemps asked. If I say I can't, what will you do? I will only obey the orders of one person, that is you. Bontemps is not a pious person, otherwise he would have left Louis long ago, no matter what kind of way. As Louis said, he is his friend and relative, but I think he will bring you a lot of trouble. Even if the church cannot publicly try Spinoza, it will definitely find ways to silence him forever. Louis raised his hand, and Bontemps leaned down knowingly. His Majesty the King whispered a few words in his ear, which made this loyal court steward laugh. You are so bad. Bontemps said. I don't know if I can convince Spinoza with this, but I can give it a try. Louis said, picking up another prune. The skin of the prune was sweet, but the inside was still very sour. He frowned his mouth and eyebrows in enjoyment. Give me some more prunes. The strong-flavored prunes tasted really good with black tea. Almost. Bontemps glanced at the plate. Dinner will start in 3 hours. Okay. Then, Your Majesty, can I ask another question? Please go ahead. You said again and again that you were willful because Mr. Spinoza could not bring any benefits, but would cause some trouble, right? Yes. But you don't want to see him die because you have the same idea as him, right? Yes, Bontemps. Then you are not a pure atheist. I used to be, Louis said, but since I became Louis XIV, I no longer think so. Bontemps bowed and stopped talking. Louis did not lie to him. He was indeed an atheist until he became Louis XIV, but his ideas were invisibly consistent with Spinoza. If there is such an omnipotent God, no matter what name he appears in human history, then he is to humans like humans to ants? Would a person care whether ants worship him or love him? Would he wear the grass collected by ants and eat the fruits offered by ants? Would he command ants to form a church to promote his greatness? Even if the God is kind enough, he will only sprinkle a little more sugar. He won't, and neither will God. Before the dinner, Baruch Spinoza got the opportunity to meet the king, which made Mrs. Montespan unhappy. She thought she could occupy all the king's time before the dinner, but she was not yet able to make the king change his mind. Everything went on as usual, but when he walked into the small reception room, Spinoza, who was calm even in front of the king, felt a little dizzy. This is the highest point of the French power pyramid. Spinoza only recognized a few people who had accompanied the king to Florence, and one person who was superior to everyone in every way. Although Spinoza had never seen him, he guessed that the person everyone had to bow to was the king's younger brother Philip, the Duke of Orleans, the king's most trusted brother, and a general. He was wearing a crimson shoulder strap, a forest green coat with silver embroidery, and cream-colored tight trousers. Such contrasting and bright colors were not something that noble ladies would dare to use easily, but in this duke, people could only say that the man and the clothes complemented each other. He had some similarities with Louis XIV, but also some differences, mainly the soft contoured eyes and lips, which might have been inherited from their mother, the only part of the Habsburg that would not be criticized too much. He did not have a beard like most French men, and looked very young and energetic. Speaking of beards, Spinoza was probably the only one who had one here. Whether Jews or scholars who admired ancient Greece, they all liked to grow big beards. In addition to the torture of life and the church, his temples were gray at an early age, and his beard was as mottled as quail feathers. In fact, he was not much older than the Duke of Orleans, but he looked like 2 generations apart. The Duke of Orleans should not be said to be staying in the waiting room. He walked straight in, talked to a few people he liked, and then went to the audience room. Spinoza keenly noticed that the other party glanced at him, but here almost everyone had to look at him, because he was different from the people they usually saw, from his dress to his appearance. The number of people in the waiting room decreased one by one. Spinoza should undoubtedly be the last one to come. But the best thing about Louis XIV was that he did not give people unnecessary hope. Bontemps was the one who roughly estimated the time and the number of people. He knew the king and how long he would spend on each person. He looked at the clock and thought it was almost time, so he walked out and asked the people in the waiting room if they needed tea. This sentence was a euphemism for the king's personal attendant to tell them that the king had no time to accept their audience today and they had to come another day. When people left one by one, Spinoza finally got the king's summons. In the time of Louis XIV, the dinner started at 10 p.m. and ended at 2 or 3 a.m. The king usually went to bed before 12 p.m., but we all know that eating too much for dinner too late is not good for the body, but this is the tradition of this era. So after the completion of the Palace of Versailles, Louis XIV changed the dinner time to 8 p.m. and ended before 12 p.m. Those who had previously had the privilege of seeing Spinoza in the audience room would have bled with envy, for the king had given the scholar an hour of his time, a far cry from the few minutes they had been given. This was not the first time Spinoza had seen Louis XIV, and he bowed to his majesty, and was surprised to find that there were only him, the king, and a page in the room, Monsieur Bontemps, who was said to be the first person one should meet when admitted to Versailles. Chapter 354, The Lively Rebellion, 6. No one else made Spinoza relax a little. He got a seat and talked with the king about philosophy and history. Bontemps also served hot tea and sweet snacks. As we all know, sweetness can relax people. When their conversation went deep into politics, Spinoza didn't know it at all. When he suddenly woke up, he didn't know how many dangerous words he had said. Bontemps listened to the side and finally understood why Louis XIV took such a big risk to bring this man back to France. Some of his ideas reminded Bontemps of Plato's Utopia and Machiavelli's theory of the prince. He seemed to combine these two ideas and surpass them. He supported people's openness and freedom in thought, and supported the government or the king's restriction and control of the body. He was not like most scholars who admired ancient Greek philosophy, who blindly demanded that humans get rid of the shackles given by social and personal responsibilities, nor was he like some legal professionals who believed that strict laws and severe punishments were the foundation of the stability of the whole world. He believed that the best political system was to limit the scope of the power that the state could interfere into people's actions, not their thoughts. The state, or the king, should not be a dictator. They should be like a coordinator, constantly coordinating various aspects, various forms of things and events, making them harmonious and unified, so as to enhance the overall strength. Of course, in this process, a dynamic government is necessary, absolutely necessary, and not everyone knows how to make good use of their own power and thoughts. But at the same time, he pointed out seriously that he did not mean that the government should restrict and control everyone like a child. It should believe that human nature is ultimately inclined towards goodness and light. They should recognize the inevitable weaknesses and dark sides of human beings, guide them to learn, let them think, talk to their hearts, and improve their moral character instead of savagely denying or rejecting. Like the church in the past, Monopolizing education and not allowing the people to have wisdom is an act of slave owners against slaves, which will only lead to extreme tragedy. Bontemps was unwilling to even think about the more outrageous words that followed. He now understood how crazy, evil, and precious Baruch Spinoza was. He could even vaguely find the part in his words that matched the king's behavior. Spinoza's thoughts, like some of Louis XIV's hidden ideas, far surpassed the current human beings by hundreds of years, or even more. His philosophy is like a dagger, pointing directly to the depths of people's hearts, and can easily provoke their instincts, the dual pursuit of freedom and order. It is no wonder that he can recruit students under a pseudonym in The Hague and Florence in such an embarrassing environment. As long as you have heard his lectures, it is difficult for anyone not to be convinced. At the same time, Bontemps also felt a chill. Louis XIV said before that Spinoza was an enemy of religion. Now it seems that, from a deep perspective, he is also an enemy of the king. If that is a foolish or conservative king, he will definitely hate the dangerous ideas he spreads. A smart person is not scary. What is scary is the person who can teach a group of smart people. Bontemps can even say that Spinoza's legacy will harm the Bourbons several generations later. After all, Louis XIV is still a human being. He can guarantee that his son is a good king and his grandson is a good king, but can he still control things 100 years later? What made Spinoza suddenly wake up was a strong cough. He covered his mouth to avoid being rude in front of the king. He felt a wave of fear. Perhaps some of Louis XIV's ideas coincided with his. This was the first person he had met who understood him better than his friends and relatives. No, it should be said that he was in perfect harmony with his thoughts. He spoke freely without realizing it, pouring out almost everything in his heart. Now, Louis waited patiently for him to endure this period of time. The three scholars had a physical examination as soon as they arrived in Paris. Although current medical technology cannot fully analyze the human body, with the help of wizards, some obvious symptoms can be discovered and treated. Torricelli did not have any major problems. Some sequelae left in the cage could be cured with proper rest. The main problem was that his wife and the child who had not yet been weaned became weak and sick because of the shock and the long journey. But with the king around, these problems were not a problem. Huygens had some common problems among nobles because he loved the liver is enlarged because of drinking, and gout is caused by his love of seafood. These two diseases are precisely the diseases that wizards cannot solve in one fell swoop. They can only start with restricting their diet. The most dangerous one is Spinoza. As we mentioned before, he was expelled from Amsterdam in his 20s. For the next 20 years, he made a living by grinding lenses. Whether it is crystal or glass, a lot of fine dust will be raised when it is ground on the grinding wheel. This dust will be inhaled into the lungs by the lens grinders. They usually die in middle age because of lung pain and inability to breathe. Spinoza is no exception. He also has some diseases in his cervical spine and lumbar spine. The wizards are treating him at the request of the king. They use an extremely rare lung washing technique. The process is painful and difficult, and it takes a long time, but the effect is still quite good. At least now Spinoza will only cough violently when he is excited or doing intense exercise, but he doesn't have the feeling of being unable to breathe no matter what. "I have an idea, Mr. Spinoza," said Louis XIV, "but first I want to ask you, you are looking into the infinite distance, but have you ever looked at your feet?" "If you mean my current situation," Spinoza said, "I see it." "Then you have two choices now," said Louis XIV, "under my protection, you continue your research and teaching. You will teach some satisfactory students and write some articles that embody your hard work. You will definitely hope to see your ideas spread by them." He raised his hand, motioning Spinoza not to interrupt him, "but as long as they, people or books, leave France, they will be immediately banned and arrested. After my death, you and your doctrine will surely meet with destruction." He smiled. "I know, my child. Little Louis will not accept what you want to convey to people. But it is also possible that your doctrine will flourish in some remote place, but can you take a look? In this case, what will be the outcome? War and chaos," said Spinoza. Louis nodded approvingly. Martin Luther only wanted the church to be reformed. The religious war between Protestants and Catholics lasted for hundreds of years. The people guided by Spinoza's freedom would definitely not only be directed at the church. Once the kings noticed this problem, Spinoza and his ideas would be strangled in the cradle in an instant. Moreover, Spinoza suspected that if it really came to that, Louis XIV would not allow him and his ideas to leave France, or even leave a small place like the Château de Vaux-le-Vicomte. I like your articles and your thoughts, even if it has many disadvantages for me and my descendants. It makes me see the future of mankind, a future as brilliant and bright as the sun. I don't want it to become a heresy, nor do I want you to become an evil and mean villain, just like they treated Savonarola. You know how he was portrayed after his death? Louis bent his finger. Absurd, stupid, and evil. They said that he became a priest not because he was inspired by God, but because he was too ugly and a born incompetent. He couldn't get the love of women, so he poured all his anger on those pious people. As for his reforms, his wishes, and his hopes, Louis continued, at the moment he was executed, no, even earlier, they were all wiped out. Humanity will one day face up to his achievements. But can you still find his articles? Louis said, his disciples are also dead. You said that you are willing to face up to the cowardice in human nature, so will you ask your students, those eager and persistent young people, to sacrifice for your ideals? Spinoza moved his lips, and the long-lost feeling of suffocation came over him. He could indeed imagine it, and he didn't need to imagine it. Before, his students were only criticized and punished by some families and churches, just because his ideas had not been put into practice in reality. But if those people would not be merciful. Now, Louis XIV continued, please look outside. Spinoza looked outside. From this window, he could see the Grand Canal. Although it was dug by humans, the water was sparkling, and it was no less beautiful than the Arno River in Florence. You see it. Louis XIV stood up and came to the window. Spinoza stood up immediately. No one could sit when the king stood up. If I throw a torch into the river, will it burn? How is it possible? Spinoza said. Then if I drain the river, put in firewood, and pour grease on it, will it burn? Of course, your majesty. But it will take a long time. Spinoza did not answer immediately. He looked out the window. It will be a very long time. So long that you and I may not even see it. Louis XIV said bluntly, your doctrine cannot be developed now, when most people are still ignorant. Although you can convince scholars and their students, for those people who can't even understand the scriptures and can only say amen, they will only listen to the words of the priests or lords, just like the Roman soldier who killed Archimedes. Did he know what sin he had committed? No, he didn't understand. It can't even be said to be his responsibility. What we have to do now is to try to drain the water from people's brains, and then see if we can fill them with some basic things, at least to let them learn to think for themselves. Louis sighed. Your ideas are not bad, sir, I would say. They are too good. Anyone, as long as he can understand what you mean, will be willing to dedicate everything for such a future, but precisely because of this torch. Spinoza said with difficulty. Yes, they are the torches thrown into the river. Louis said, so, you have to make a choice now. I like you, sir. In the future, I may be written in history books because of you. You are such a great man. I hope I can lay the foundation for your monument, but not now, sir. Not now. Are you willing to wait? Maybe you can't see it, but I can assure you that your name will become the most dazzling pearl in the history of human development. Spinoza shook his hand. What do you want me to do? Become a scholar sworn to silence. Louis said, you are free in Paris and Versailles. You are my guest of honor. You can go to any salon at will, choose any student at will, or talk with other scholars. I will not restrict you. But you have to write some things that cannot be understood by people for the time being in a book, organize them into a collection, and then give them to your students, or people you can trust, or even a bank safe. You will leave a large legacy to print your book. Spinoza thought for a while. You mean, you want me to postpone what I want to do now until decades or 100 years later? Wherever your eyes can see, that's where the good is, Louis said. No scholar would not want to see his works published or his ideas promoted and recognized by the public during his lifetime. But Spinoza could certainly see the problem mentioned by Louis XIV. He had tried his best to recruit students and risk being executed with a passionate heart and an empty stomach, just because he knew that he was being suppressed and monitored by the Jewish Church and the Roman Church. Perhaps all his manuscripts would be burned after his death, so he tried his best to leave some roots for his thoughts. It is also a good idea to store the manuscripts in a bank safe, or to go a step further and leave them with friends and students, and wait until they think the situation is appropriate to take them out for printing. Before, he was poor and even needed others to help with ink and paper. Of course, It was impossible to do this, but Louis XIV's appreciation for him could not be faked, and why did the Sun King need to pretend? He had everything. Although it was a pity that he could not see his thoughts recognized and praised before his death. But if it weren't for Louis XIV, Spinoza would have died in a cage in Florence long ago. What reason did he have to refuse? One last question. Spinoza said. Louis nodded. You understand me and my thoughts so deeply. A voice in Spinoza's heart told him not to say any more. So be it. This merciful majesty has already made very thorough plans for a humble scholar. He only needs to accept it with gratitude, and then he can live the life he has always dreamed of, teaching students, talking, debating and thinking with colleagues in confidence, without worrying about a bed or a piece of bread, nor wasting precious time on worthless work. However, as an upright and noble man, he felt that he must get an answer to this question. Then you can see that even 100 years later, once my doctrine can be published publicly and accepted by people, it will affect many people. They may not be willing to continue on the original path. Your rule, your dynasty, may be overthrown overnight. He took a deep breath, overturned overnight. After saying this, he almost fainted. Fortunately, he was leaning against the window at this time and could pull the curtain to steady his body. But this is the course of history. Unexpectedly, the king answered him immediately. He must have thought about these things in his heart for a long time before he could finally say them out loud. As you said, sir, human nature is selfish. This is the reason why humans have been able to fight and survive from thousands of creatures to this day. I have read a lot of books, from the earliest Sumerian civilization to the present. Mr. Spinoza, you should have discovered that the gradual evolution of social systems, you can also call it civilization, is produced as the wisdom of human beings gradually increases from less to more. The smarter the people are, the more advanced, reasonable and fair the system is. On the contrary, as the church and kings have done before, restricting the people's mastery of knowledge can put themselves in a very advantageous position. But I want to say, if you and I go back to the Sumerian era, with the knowledge and experience you and I have, you can become the high priest, and I can become the king or even the incarnation of gods. The question is, if you have a choice, would you be willing to rule a group of monkeys? Sometimes it is difficult for people to understand why a society changes from top to bottom, and why some of the beneficiaries will oppose those who give them privileges. In fact, it is not surprising at all. It seems that the elements that drive the entire society forward have been engraved in human genes. This makes them unite and change from apes to humans, and it will not stop at a certain moment. Spinoza stared at him. I must be dreaming, he murmured, otherwise, how could I hear a king say such a thing? I am also selfish, Louis smiled slightly, although I have already put a glorious crown on France, I don't want it to fall into the mud and be ridiculed. When I have descendants, I will hope that the Bourbon surname will always stand at the pinnacle of power, but sometimes, some processes cannot be stopped, just like floods, dams will always be washed away, so you are the safe haven I have reserved for my descendants. As long as they have listened to your courses, read your books, and understood your thoughts, even if they are unwilling to accept them, they will make the right choice at that time. Spinoza closed his eyes and sighed deeply. I suggest that you read some of Spinoza's books when you have time. Some of his contents are really hundreds of years ahead of the society at that time and directly fit our current situation. I will not elaborate on them here, but I recommend them. I highly recommend them. If someone who knows Spinoza finds that my explanation of his ideas in this chapter has some problems, it is because I have to do so. Please understand, sigh. Chapter 355, The Lively Rebellion, 7. This birthday party was of great significance not only to Louis XIV's youngest son, but also his third illegitimate son, little Prince Augusta, born to Madame de Montespan. It also further demonstrated Louis XIV's strong control over France both inside and outside. When the king was fighting abroad, it was usually the time when his political enemies or foreign enemies resorted to despicable tactics. Many kings suffered losses from this. Moreover, because this time the king personally led the army to support another Catholic country against the 250,000 Ottoman Turks, Louis XIV also transferred part of the garrison in the occupied areas. This made some people think that they had found an opportunity. They could not wait to jump up and down and behave in an ugly manner. If they were willing to sacrifice themselves, it might be a bit of an exaggeration to say so. But the problem was that their grandiose and high-sounding words would only push others to the gallows or the beheading platform. As for themselves, even if they were in the worst situation, they could still escape unscathed. When these people saw the king hurriedly change his itinerary and return to Versailles from Florence ahead of schedule, they were still laughing in their hearts, thinking that they had finally grasped the weakness of His Majesty. They did not know that their conspiracy would not bother Louis XIV now. He just took this opportunity to return to France as soon as possible, bringing with him the scholars and other valuable people he had collected. How to say, do you think he really only collected Spinoza and 3 others? Although Italy has declined, it is the birthplace of the Renaissance after all. With a little excavation, countless treasures will fall into the bag. Even if they are now dull and rusty, they can shine with a dazzling luster with a little polishing. Now they are all France, all Louis XIV's. Louis was completely satisfied from the bottom of his heart. His victory in Florence was far greater than his victory over the Ottoman Turks. Unfortunately, he could not announce it to the public. He finally poured out all his excitement and joy at August's birthday party. The scale of the party was the same as that of the 2 young dukes. All the royal family members were present. The king even conferred August the title of Duke of Montreal on the spot. Upon hearing this name, the eyes of the guests flew around. Madame Montespan's face also lost its color. The joy in her eyes was replaced by loss and shame. Now everyone knows that the titles of the king's illegitimate children are often closely related to the fiefs granted by the king. For example, the Duke of Colonna, from the beginning, the king intended for him to seek the throne of Naples or even go further. The Duke of Harlequin, together with his mother's title of Duchess of Brussels, was to prepare him to become the Grand Duke of Flanders in the future. So, where's Montreal? In the north of America, the largest, most remote and coldest colony of France, there is a St. Lawrence River in the cold Quebec region. An island in the river and the surrounding land are called Montreal. This undoubtedly means that not only can Mrs. Montespan's son not stay in France, but even Europe has no place for him. When he comes of age, he will be sent to a distant colony. Quebec at this time is not the Quebec of hundreds of years later. Its output is almost only fur and fish. For the French today, it is a desolate and boring place. The local residents are only natives, criminals and exiles, and no taxes can be collected at all. It seems that this child is really not liked by the king. Queen Theresa looked at Madame de Montespan and touched the king's hand. Louis gave her a comforting look and said, "I'll talk to her." For Louis XIV, America was far more valuable than Africa, or in other words, it would have greater development and change in the future. Its current poverty and desolation were entirely due to objective reasons, such as being too far away from mainland France and France's own insufficient population. But the Duke of Montreal was still a baby who could barely walk, and his mother, Madame de Montespan, could not leave Versailles and Paris to manage the territory for him. So this colony would be given to him, and when he grew up, France's population would be expanding, which could provide him with enough immigrants and ease domestic pressure. The new recruits in the army would also be sharpened in subsequent battles, just in time for him to take them to Quebec. Madame de Montespan pulled the necklace on her neck in anger. She was a little hesitant before the banquet started. She was a little hesitant about whether to wear the one the king gave her. According to tradition, all wives who gave birth to children for their husbands should receive a gift after giving birth. Madame de Montespan's gift was a feather and flower necklace in the Ottoman Turkish style. Istanbul craftsmen have a special skill. They first inlay the gems on the silver base and then wrap the silver with gold. So from the outside, the gem base is seamless and very beautiful. Or the ruby and pearl necklace that the king gave her after he returned to Versailles and spent the first night with her. This is also a tradition. After the king spends a night with a royal wife, he must give something as a gift. The former is very meaningful, and the latter can show the king's favor for her. Madame de Montespan hesitated, but finally chose the feather and flower necklace. It was not for anything else, but because today was the day when the king canonized Augusta, she hoped that everything on this day would be perfect. In the end, it was His Majesty the King who broke this point. She was so angry that she almost refused the king's invitation to dance, but when she took the king's arm, the king leaned over and whispered a few words to her, and she became energetic again. The king really plays Madame Montespan in the palm of his hand. Prince Conti said half sarcastically and half admiringly. "What's so strange about that?" said Colbert, who was standing beside him. "Everything she has comes from the king." "No, I mean," said Prince Conti, "she was not so stupid when she was fooling and threatening the whole of Paris." "She is a smart person and a vicious person," said Colbert, "but she has a problem. That is, she values power too much. In front of power, she can put aside everything, including dignity and wisdom. She is like a vicious dog. When facing her master, even if the master wants to beat her to death, peel her skin, and eat her meat, she will still wag her tail, not to mention that the king at least gave her a son, and her ending will not be too bad at best. I don't think so. I used to think that the Duchess of Colonna and the Duchess of Brussels were bad enough, but I didn't expect the king to find something worse. She is the daughter of the Duke of Mortemart, a French, and a beauty. Colbert glanced at Prince Conti. I thought this was the person you expected. Prince Conti was about to speak when he suddenly coughed twice. Colbert also closed his mouth alertly. It turned out that the king's royal physician, Varro Vesalius, was walking behind them. As everyone knows, Madame de Montespan and her sisters are not the blood of Duke Mortimer. They are just the crows in the love of the house and the dog. Duke Mortimer's wife had died 3 years ago, that is, Vesalius's ex-wife. There is no way to find out the origin of Varro Vesalius. It may be similar to those astrologers and alchemists around the king. In a sense, his marriage contract with his wife is not recognized, so Duke Mortimer has to pray for His Majesty to show mercy and recognize the possibility of his marriage contract with someone else's wife. Anyway, this matter is really messed up. Madame de Montespan didn't care at all. According to the maids around her, she even wrote to Duke Mortimer and royal physician Vesalius at the same time, calling them dad and asking them to help her speak well of him in front of the king. Speak of the devil, and the devil will appear. Just when they mentioned Mrs. Montespan's two fathers, the imperial physician Vesalius came over from behind Colbert, and then the Duke Mortimer actually came over from behind Prince Conti. Wherever they passed, everything became suddenly quiet. Everyone looked at them from the corner of their eyes, and the ladies were a little excited. This was the first time they met in public. The Duke Mortimer looked at Vesalius, and Vesalius also looked at the Duke Mortimer. Vesalius had watched his enemy die painfully with festering all over his body in nightmares countless times. The Duke had also imagined countless times holding a sword and piercing his throat, but the one in the nightmare always had a clear face, while the one in the fantasy was blurry. They approached calmly. The Duke Mortimer leaned over slightly, raised his hand to press the brim of his hat, and Vesalius bowed. Today's banquet is really lively. The Duke Mortimer said. Yes, said Vesalius, but there are too many people, and the air here has become turbid. The doctor said that I can't stay in a place with turbid air for too long. Sir, can you accompany me for a walk? Duke Mortimer said. I'd love to. Vesalius said, and the two walked out side by side. The banquet was held in the Venus Hall, and outside the hall was the famous Holly Maze. This maze was not only large, but also had many forks and dead ends. At the end of the dead end, there was always a pair of symmetrical chairs so that exhausted people could sit down and rest. Vesalius and Duke Mortimer walked for a long time to ensure that they would not accidentally meet anyone, and then sat down in a dead corner. You came here today, Duke Mortimer was the first to speak. Is it because of Madame Montespan's invitation? Yes, Vesalius showed a look of pity and sarcasm. She said that I did not attend her mother's funeral, and should at least attend her grandson's birthday party. Duke Mortimer also laughed. When she was dying, Malena told me that she was going to see you. Did she know all this time? I didn't want her to know, Duke Mortimer said frankly. I am a despicable villain. In order to take her away, I even framed you. I hope you die so that she can belong to me completely. So do you still love her now? Love left me the moment she died. It's really strange, Duke Mortimer said. She was like a pile of charcoal that would never burn out. Beside her, my blood would always boil and roll, but when she died, my heart turned into a handful of ashes, not only cold, but also never warm up again. When did you know she was a witch? Very early. Have you ever doubted her? You want to ask me if I noticed something strange about myself, said Duke Mortimer. Yes, I once thought I would not be that crazy. I have had several wives and lovers, but no one has ever made me so crazy than her. He looked at the dark black holly bushes. But it's not entirely true, sir. She is a lovely and good woman. There is nothing to blame except that she is too fragile and naive. I don't know how much of my love for her is true and how much is false, but I think her life is peaceful and happy. Peaceful and happy. Viceroy chewed on the adjective bitterly. Your words remind me of the last letter Athanase wrote to me. I'm talking about Athanase, sir. I've always wanted to know, is this letter from her idea, or did you try to polish it? This letter makes you feel dejected, Duke Mortimer said. I asked someone to write it because Marlena loves her daughters very much and it is impossible for her to cut off contact with them. If they still miss you, then Marlena will not forget you. Of course, she still hasn't forgotten you, but she just thought you were dead, but at that time I planned to cut off all the ties between you. You said that your love for Marlena has been buried with her 6 feet under the tree, Vesalius said. It doesn't seem to be the case now. If it weren't for the letter that Madame de Montespan wrote to me later, I would almost believe you, Athanase. He paused slightly. At least she knew it, but she was not originally such a child. It was my previous stupidity and arrogance that caused her sister and Marlena to suffer too much. Things have come to this irreversible point. I must admit that you are right. Duke Mortimer looked at Vesalius, but part of it is entirely due to her nature. He looked at Vesalius. Although I was born high and mighty, I have seen many people like Madame de Montespan. They are like a poisonous snake that is never satisfied. When he can get food from you, he will appear to be extremely docile. Once you can't satisfy them, they will jump high and bite your throat. Vesalius let out a long and sad sigh. Do you know what kind of result His Majesty will give her? I don't know, said Duke Mortimer, but this is the last time I respond to her prayer. He looked at Vesalius. What about you? Vesalius pursed his lips. I'm just a royal physician. As if to explain, he continued slowly. The king has given her enough and great power. If these are not enough, then I can't help her. Having said that, he was like putting down a big burden. I used to be full of hatred for you, Duke. You took away everything from me. I'm sorry, if this is what you want to hear, I'm willing to compensate you, but you probably don't need any compensation. Duke Mortimer is not a smart person, nor does he have any outstanding talents, but he has followed the king, even if he is not so willing, very early, and he does things in an orderly manner, and he is not very keen on power. Let's put it this way, he is a person who is very good at and suitable to be an assistant. Don't think that assistants are easy to find. There are not many people who can face their own shortcomings and admit their mediocrity. But compared to Varro Vesalius, yes, on the surface, Vesalius was just an imperial physician, and the status of an imperial physician in the Palace of Versailles was not too high, but an imperial physician like Varro who could serve the king at any time was different. Otherwise, why would those dignitaries scramble to live in Versailles, and even be willing to serve the king? Although Louis XIV did not say it explicitly, everyone knows that when a person makes a choice under similar conditions, he will inevitably choose someone or something he is familiar with, such as those who have accompanied Louis XIV since his youth, who has not risen to prominence. Moreover, as a person accepted at the top of the pyramid, Duke Mortimer also vaguely heard that Vesalius led a group of wizard scholars, and some key parts and formulas for important machinery and medicines can only be produced by wizards, such as the new dyes that were popular in Istanbul 20 years ago. So far, other countries have not been able to crack the formulas of those dyes, which bring a lot of real money to France every year. I accept your apology, sir. Vesalius sat upright in the chair and looked at the sky. It seemed that only the moon and the sun were eternal in the world. You almost destroyed me. He still spoke in that unhurried tone, but so much time has passed. No, he lowered his head. I should say that my life is no longer just Marlena, Athanase and my other 2 daughters. Your other 2 daughters. I know, I want to thank you. You found good marriages for them, which is something a down-and-out potion master can't do, Vesalius said calmly, but I don't think I will appear in front of them. They live a peaceful life. Having you as a father is enough. You and I think the same, said Duke Mortimer. You are in an important position now, and people's attention to you will not bring them any benefits. They are not Athanase and will not feel happy. You are right. Vesalius stood up. Then let's shake hands and say goodbye. It is a great honor, sir. Duke Mortimer stood up. He did not want to deceive himself, but he was full of admiration for this man who crawled out of prison with empty hands, without any capital or status, and could only rely on his own talent and wisdom to climb up step by step, and finally stood face to face with him. He had seen people like Athanase, but he had never seen people like Vesalius. The latter was rarer than the former. He took off his gloves and shook hands with Vesalius. Then they said goodbye to each other and returned to the banquet hall and their own rooms respectively. Duke Mortimer was the one who had to return to the banquet hall. After all, his identity was different from that of the royal physician. He looked at Athanase sitting at the feet of the king. She hugged the Duke of Montreal, her eyebrows flying, and her cheeks flushed. This may be the most unforgettable day for her. Chapter 356, The lively rebellion. 8. This birthday party played a role beyond what Madame de Montespan had expected. The situation in Paris and Versailles, which had been somewhat unstable, calmed down a lot on the day the king returned. When the party was over, everything seemed to be back to normal. The bodies on the gas lamps were put down, and the people in the Bastille were imprisoned, exiled, and executed in an orderly manner. Officials and nobles continued to come from all directions, scrambling to find ways to get the qualification to meet the king, or appearing in various salons or banquets of dignitaries. Tourists and students who were not seeking power but beauty and knowledge also strolled in the streets of Paris or Versailles like schools of fish in the sea. Some shops and theaters, although they lost their owners, were soon taken over by others and redecorated to become more beautiful. The artists and scholars who were unfortunately involved in the controversy, very few. Because Madame de Montespan knew very well what the king valued, had their classrooms, galleries and workshops filled in time. To put it bluntly, if Louis XIV had returned from Florence with a worried look, it would have attracted more ambitious and opportunistic people to make moves. However, as soon as he set foot in France, he acted as if he had never heard of the rebellion. After returning to Versailles, he devoted himself to holding a banquet for Madame de Montespan and their son, giving alms to the people, and even invited Viscount Tyrone to Versailles. This understatement, as if he did not take the rebels seriously at all, made some people even more angry and made some people hesitate. As mentioned before, there were not many people who truly fought for freedom and independence. Although the French King Louis XIV was not as tolerant of the people in the occupied territories as he was to the French, he also set clear deadlines and requirements. These were preached by priests and low-level officials who went to the streets and villages one by one to ensure that everyone understood clearly. This practice had two very bad effects on those who had ulterior motives. First, they could not collect more taxes in the name of the King of France, especially after Louis XIV set up a reporting system and built a ladder to the emperor, which meant that anyone with a little knowledge or even courage could break their mask. Second, they could not incite and intimidate civilians to participate in riots. These peasants and craftsmen, who may not even be able to count their fingers, at least knew one thing, that is, there was only one case in which they would be sentenced to death, that is, rebellion. Other crimes would at most be whipped, imprisoned or exiled, and more often they would pay a fine, clean toilets and streets, or work for the king, building warehouses, roads and fortresses, etc. But the latter also had 3 meals a day and a little income. But just when those villains who had no chance to visit the Palace of Versailles or the Louvre were feeling sympathetic, some guys with a keen sense of smell had already smelled a different smell. The most obvious traces were the few people who were left behind after the Duke of Montreal's birthday party, including Colbert, Marquis de Louvois, Duke of Luxembourg, Viscount Tyrone, Marshal Schomberg, General Vauban, etc. Some people might say that these people were originally close ministers of the king and had their own rooms in the Palace of Versailles, so it was not surprising for them to stay overnight. However, some young people were also given the opportunity to see the sunrise from the windows of the Palace of Versailles. Some of them would become as famous as their predecessors in the future, but now, for various reasons, they were just a group of immature children. At least that's what the generals and marshals in the king's council chamber thought. But this is indeed an opportunity, said Schomberg. 1 or more tests, said Viscount Tyrone. If anything happens, we can save it in time. I can't express my opinion, Your Majesty, said the Duke of Luxembourg, who was left in Paris when Louis led the army in person. Madame Montespan stood in front of the curtain, and he was hidden behind the curtain. He was a brave general, but also had a delicate heart. In front of the army and police force under his control and command, no thug or sinner could escape. You have to believe in your students, the king said. Haven't you praised them many times in front of me? The above generals and marshals have all been professors at the French Royal Military Academy, compiled textbooks, which caused a lot of trouble for generals like Schomberg who were originally mercenaries, and instructed students, but the one who spent the most effort was unexpectedly the Duke of Luxembourg. Perhaps it was because of the relationship with the Prince of Condé. The Prince of Condé was a traitor before, and now he is the King of Poland. As his milk brother and closest friend, the Duke of Luxembourg once thought that he would never be reused. After being framed, he was even more disheartened, so he devoted all his energy to writing books and teaching. His military works even predated the king's announcement of the establishment of a military academy. Even when he was helping Madame Montespan clean up Paris, he did not forget to go to class, and he suppressed those restless students in the military academy one by one. His achievements were noticed by the king, and his attitude towards him became softer. Even though the Duke of Luxembourg was the only one in the room who expressed his opposition implicitly, he did not mind. "My dear Duke," Louis said, "what are you worried about? If it's just a riot," said the Duke of Luxembourg, "I believe they can handle it, but..." As he said this, he couldn't help but raise his hand and press his chest. "Your Majesty, I want to thank you for your trust in me and thank you for your support and tolerance for Louis I. So I am here to remind you solemnly that if things develop as we guessed, we may usher in another national war." "I understand what you mean." Louis knocked on the armrest of the chair. "You hope to beat them back in one fell swoop when there are signs of things, so that perhaps the next war can be delayed. You are a wise, brave and benevolent king." The Duke of Luxembourg bowed and said, "Under your rule, France is like a strong lion, invincible and unconquerable. Your enemies tremble at your feet and are full of fear of you, but too much fear is hatred. Your Majesty, you should know that fear will bring submission, but hatred will bring treason. Perhaps you should loosen the noose a little, let them remain in awe of you, instead of risking everything." And he did not continue, but the king looked at Colbert, who stepped forward. He could certainly take over the words of the Duke of Luxembourg, but he could not do so and make the king feel that his subjects were singing the same tune. Colbert was able to climb from a merchant's son to his current position. With 3 dukes as sons-in-law, he would not make such a stupid mistake. He bowed to the king and then said, "Although France's current financial situation can support another war like the one against the Netherlands, or even a bigger one, the problem is that we still need time to digest the Netherlands, Flanders, consolidate Lorraine and Alsace, and the fruits of your victory in the previous Battle of Kamenik. Your Majesty, if possible, I hope to have 3 to 5 years to solve these problems." 3 years or 5 years? The king pondered for a while, and smiled at his brother Philip, Duke of Orleans, who had been leaning against him. "What do you think?" Here, the Duke of Orleans has always been the closest person to the king, no matter in what sense, but our enemies will not give us time. "Colbert," he unceremoniously pointed out the name of the person in charge of French finances, "you also said that my brother achieved gratifying results in the Battle of Kamenik, not only against the pagans, but also against Leopold I. He is facing a bill of 1.5 million livres, although it can be paid in installments." He smiled contemptuously. "But do you think that Austria can afford any of them in its current situation?" Although Louis allowed Leopold I to pay in installments, in fact, he would not give him a few decades. In fact, Leopold I needed to repay this huge debt within a year. Leopold I couldn't even refuse, because Louis XIV was summoned by the Roman Church as an alliance of Catholic countries to send troops to assist Leopold I. From the perspective of tradition and covenant, Leopold I must be responsible for the military expenses of the reinforcements, otherwise if such a thing happens again, don't expect anyone to come to the rescue. Moreover, since the Pope of the Roman Church was replaced by Innocent I, who constantly showed goodwill to Louis XIV, the Church has also urged Leopold I to repay the debt as soon as possible, because in this covenant, the Church is similar to the intermediary and half-guarantor in business transactions. If Leopold I does not pay, the Church will give France the return it deserves on his behalf. The problem is that Leopold I's reinforcements are not limited to France. Vauban said bluntly, in exchange for a subtle silence. "If it were you, Philip," Louis asked, "what would you do?" "I would ask the creditors' enemies if they are willing to buy something from me." Philip touched his chin and said meaningfully, "This may be the problem that the Duke of Luxembourg is worried about. Leopold I will definitely use tricks to try to offset this debt. The rebellion in Lorraine and Alsace is inseparable from your Majesty." Schomberg said. "So this is what you are worried about," the Duke of Orleans said to the Duke of Luxembourg. "Once those young people make mistakes, fail to quell the riots, or even fall into the enemy's trap, making the situation worse, those despicable bastards will find an opportunity." Louis coughed twice. "Don't say that about an emperor." "Hey, do you know who I'm talking about?" The Duke of Orleans widened his eyes. "Very good, it seems that we all have a unified understanding of his qualities. This is also a quality that every monarch must have." The Duke of Luxembourg said coldly. "This sentence is not wrong. If he were in another position, Louis XIV would do the same, otherwise the pressure would be transferred to him and his people. However, Leopold I's original plan was to use pagans to consume France's military power, and Louis XIV was just giving back a little, which should be said to be quite fair." Then again, Schomberg said, I think we should trust our students. I believe in them, but they still need more training. We can't give them command directly at such an important time. The Duke of Luxembourg said. I also think we should be more cautious. Colbert also said boldly. He did not interrupt just now, but now it seems that he also thinks it is a bit dangerous to let the students of the military academy try their hand at rioting at such a critical moment. Then Viscount Turenne was a little hesitant. Although he wanted to see the younger generation show their own style as soon as possible, he was the oldest one here, but the Duke of Luxembourg's concerns were reasonable. Then let's make a bet. Louis took out a gold coin from his pocket. I allow you to mobilize the army just in case. His eyes swept across everyone in the room. But if they can do it well, then you owe me a gold Louis. By the way, 1 gold Louis for each place. I bet on my brother. The Duke of Orleans followed with a smile. Schomberg also agreed with the king's idea. He followed the king, and then the Duke of Luxembourg and Colbert bet on the opposite side, not because they firmly opposed the king's opinion, but because they all followed the king, who had bet against him. The king was obviously trying to appease the somewhat nervous Duke of Luxembourg, to make his attitude clear so that the Duke of Luxembourg and others would not worry that the king would have any grudges because of this matter. Viscount Turenne looked around and bet on the Duke of Luxembourg with a smile. After that, everyone present bet on a gold Louis one after another. The king cleverly got 3 more gold Louis. It was simply. Everyone was just playing with his majesty, but they also took into account the dignity that the king should have. Leave them here. Louis stared at the 2 piles of gold on the table, but I think I will win. You always win, said the Duke of Orleans. Jean Bart is from Dunkirk. He is 27 years old this year and is one of the first graduates of the French Royal Military Academy. The military academy has never been able to recruit children from the beginning, and even college students are not on the list of recruits for the time being. All students and teachers come from the army, so the students are almost all between 20 and 30 years old and have combat experience. Jean Bart's background is not very outstanding among many nobles. He was originally a captain of a privateer, which is what people usually call a pirate, and he also worked under the command of a Dutch general. But he always remembered that he was a Frenchman, so when he heard that Dunkirk had returned to the hands of the French, he immediately ran back to Dunkirk. Because he came back with a ship, he was immediately promoted to a naval captain. After the king established a military academy, he was recommended to the king by the Marquis de Sinlet, son of Colbert, who had a pair of discerning eyes. He was not only a student in the academy, but also a half-teacher. Don't be surprised, this situation is not uncommon in the academy. When transportation and information are not well developed, it is difficult to learn from others and teach others. For example, Viscount Turenne entered the army immediately after he became an adult, and then became a general under the guidance of his uncle. Bar's father and uncle should be hung up, but they are very lucky. Not only can they spend the rest of their lives in peace, but they can also teach their sons and nephews to continue their careers, that is, to be pirates. However, the so-called navy at this time, whether it is the Netherlands, Britain, Spain or Portugal, is almost all from private pirates to public, so as long as Jean Bar has real materials, those students with extraordinary backgrounds are willing to listen to his lectures. Although Bar was more boasting and bragging than lecturing, most of the classes ended with laughter and cursing. This did not affect the friendship between Bar and his classmates, not to mention that they had to train hard together, eat and drink together, and visit the famous ladies in the Bois de Boulogne together. The relationship between them was as rich as the tuition fees Bar received after the end of the semester. This made Bar very reluctant to leave when he graduated. After getting drunk for the last time, he even missed the carriage and had to ride back to Dunkirk on horseback. He said that this was more free. He bought some delicious and non-perishable oatmeal cakes, butter cakes, sausages and wine for him and his horse to eat and drink on the road. He got on the horse and rode along the clean and tidy avenue. This was also built after the king took power. It would not accumulate water on rainy days, nor would it raise dust on dry days. It was flat and would not hurt the horse's hoofs. He galloped all the way without any obstacles and was extremely happy. Dunkirk was about 80 leagues away from Paris. Barry's horse was a gift from the Marquis de Signolet. As Colbert's son, he was never short of money. This horse was also the best Sarah horse in France. Although it was not as famous as the Arabian horse or the Algerian horse, it was stronger than them, more suitable for the climate and food of France, and good at long-distance travel. Moreover, this horse was carefully selected. It was taller than the ordinary Sarah horse, about 5 feet 2 inches tall. It could run 40 leagues a day. Barry cherished the horse and only let it run 30 leagues and rest at the post station. In this way, he ran to a small village less than a league away from Dunkirk on the third day. One of his relatives lived there. Barry and his horse ate all the food and drank all the wine, and decided to stay there at night. It was late at night when he and his horse entered the village. The village was very small, so small that there was only a chapel and a street. He found the chapel with familiarity, knocked on the door, and was warmly welcomed. This relative was also related to pirates. He was a cunning businessman who was responsible for selling stolen goods for pirates. However, since he failed once and was almost hanged, he firmly believed that it was God's punishment for him, so he decided to become a priest. That is, to continue his business in the skin of a priest. Bar went to Paris. He knew that this nephew had a promising future and should be better received. When he was groping around in the priest's room, looking for his good hidden goods, someone suddenly knocked on the door outside. Chapter 357, Jean Bart's Night. The priest immediately pricked up his ears and listened. His hands did not stop moving, but he changed from taking out to putting it back. Bal also stood up and opened the holster silently. The priest shook his head at him and pointed to the stairs leading to the second floor. After seeing Bal hide, the priest went to open the door. There was no moonlight outside the door, and the starlight was dim, and it was almost pitch dark. But the lamp he lit in the small hall immediately cast a golden red light on the person knocking on the door. Even though it was partially blocked by the priest's huge body, he immediately recognized that the person was the sister-in-law of his cousin's daughter. This town was so small that almost everyone was related. The child had received his blessing. But for a few seconds, the priest almost screamed, because although the person's original face could still be recognized, he looked like a ghoul who had just crawled out of the grave. His face was yellow, the kind of yellow with gray inside, his hair was messy, and his body was covered with mud, etc. As a half-pirate, the priest smelled the smell of blood coming from her body. So, those dripping things were not water, but blood? Eva. The priest grabbed the dagger with his hands behind his back. "It's me, sir, save me," the woman called Eva said, and then fell headfirst in front of the priest. The priest jumped up at a speed that was completely disproportionate to his fat body, past Eva's body, and stretched his neck, if he had one, to look at the quiet street he lived in the chapel. Although the town was small, this chapel was built according to the requirements of the doctrine. It was not only tall and large, but also solid and beautiful. It was located at the edge of the square and a distance away from any house in the town. Eva and he did not make any big noise and did not alarm anyone. He stood at the door and waited for a while before he began to drag Eva back to the chapel. At this time, Bal had also come out. Under the priest's disapproving gaze, he lifted the woman's head. The priest had to lift the woman's feet and put her on the carpet in the inner room instead of continuing to lie on the cold stone floor. To be honest, it was fortunate to have Bal's help. A person who had completely fainted was as heavy as a corpse. The priest had not done such hard work for a long time. Then, as if they had a tacit understanding, the priest took a dry sponge, the kind that was fished out of the sea and dried, carried a bucket of water, and swept along the path that Eva had walked. When he came back, the wooden bucket was still rippling with bright water, but Bal, who was used to seeing his father and brother do this kind of thing, could tell at a glance that he had just drawn water from the well in the square. When they were pirates, some people made this mistake. In the days when there was no running water, most people would reserve some water at home for people who got up in the morning. When the soldiers searched the village, there would be smart guys to check the buckets. If the bucket was empty, it was likely used to clean wounds or remove traces left by injured people. The priest put the bucket back to its original position. The chapel had been cleaned by Bal, and the fire in the fireplace was burning again. The things inside were still crackling and burning, dry sponges used to wipe wounds, blood-stained clothes, etc. Eva was lying face up on the ground, and now you can see a wound extending from her left shoulder to her right chest. Bal and the priest looked at each other. This kind of wound was very familiar to them. It was as if they saw a man who was probably slightly taller than Eva, raising a short sword or a long knife to her, trying to cut her neck. But they didn't know whether he was too soft-handed or Eva was vigilant and dodged. No, it should be that she dodged and retreated at that moment, so the wound was not fatal. This smart girl was covered in mud, not just because she was in a panic when she was escaping. She also smeared some wet mud on the wound to stop the bleeding. Otherwise, if she ran from the place, the priest knew, this journey would have been enough for her to bleed dry. The priest lit a candle and leaned over to look at the wound. The wound didn't look so hideous anymore. After a simple wipe, it was covered with powder. The priest sighed. Nothing else. This was the king's medicine. When it was first made, it spread very quickly among pirates who had to rely on irregular trade to survive. He also resold this medicine in a small brown bottle. For a period of time, its price was equal to the same volume of gems. Although the price is not so scary now, it is also equivalent to the same volume of gold. But as long as there are sellers, there will always be buyers. This is not medicine, but a life. Once his nephew takes action, the gold used can be used to gild his statue of the Virgin Mary. The priest smacked his lips with regret while watching Bal take out another small bottle of potion. This potion may be more precious than the previous powder. It is also equipped with a rubber dropper. He opened his lips, dripped only one drop into it, and then put it away. The potion was really effective. Eva woke up immediately. There was still some fear in her eyes, especially when she saw Bal. But the priest squeezed over and she felt relieved. Who is it? The priest asked simply. What happened? My husband, uncle. Eva said in a low and anxious voice. She even wanted to sit up and hold the priest's hand, but she was seriously injured and weak. The more she wanted to say something, the more she couldn't say it. Her face was even distorted. Then at this time, someone knocked on the door again. The priest stopped all his movements and looked at Eva. Eva's eyes burst into extreme hatred and panic. He understood. He pointed to Bal and the old place and shouted vaguely to show that he heard it. Then he deliberately made heavy footsteps and kept yawning, as if he had just climbed out of bed. It took him a long time to get to the door, and it took him several more minutes to open the bolt. As soon as the door was opened, the people outside rushed in impatiently. One of them even wanted to push the priest, but who was the priest? In addition to his weight of about 300 pounds, he was also a good hand on the ship when he was young. To walk, sit, lie down and stand freely on the shaking deck, he needed a pair of legs and feet that were like nails. So the man not only failed to push the priest down, but also almost fell to the ground due to the reaction force, if his companion had not caught him in time. He failed to intimidate the priest in the chapel, but made himself embarrassed. The face of the leader was not very good. The priest raised the candle high. Oh, he said, it's you, Jack. The priest recognized this man. He was Eva's husband. But he was not a Frenchman, but an Englishman, which was not surprising. Before Dunkirk was sold to Louis XIV, it was a British city. There were British people here and in nearby towns, and they occasionally married French people. But this Englishman was different because he was a British soldier stranded in Dunkirk. Speaking of this group of people, they were both pitiful and ridiculous. They once belonged to Cromwell, the protector of the kingdom, who was only one step away from the British throne. After Cromwell's death, Charles II was unwilling to redeem them, and they were unwilling to return to Britain, mainly because they were worried that Charles II would exile or execute them for treason, and they were unwilling to serve a king. In this way, about 7,000 to 8,000 people were stranded in Dunkirk. However, soldiers and officers are different. After receiving the promise from Louis XIV, the officers were willing to join the French army or military school. After losing their commander, these soldiers were completely at a loss for a while, but soon, they received the king's will and new managers. They were dispersed, reorganized, and their weapons were confiscated. The beautiful red military uniforms on their bodies were changed to dark brown engineer uniforms. Although they were not too ugly, the meaning was profound. Some sensitive soldiers even refused to change into new uniforms. They were immediately arrested and executed. Louis XIV could not easily stuff soldiers who were willing to surrender into his army. As engineers, they were required to repair the fortifications and roads around Dunkirk. The wide and flat avenue that Bar passed before was their credit. After they had income and a fixed residence, the most basic needs of human beings were also put on the agenda. Some of them made up their minds to be alone until they met God, while others decided to continue their lives here. They married French girls and began to learn French. Perhaps after a few generations, they would only consider themselves French. Of course, there were not many such people, because why didn't the French marry their daughters to a French soldier? Everyone knew how good Louis XIV was to his soldiers. These British soldiers might live better and safer than their companions at home, but compared with the French soldiers, they were nothing. But Jack was an exception. First of all, he was an officer, even a nobleman. He did not accept the invitation of the King of France, nor did he return to London. Even though his relatives came to look for him, he seemed to have decided to spend the rest of his life in Dunkirk. It was not surprising that a young girl fell in love with him. Although he was over 40, he was strong, handsome, and had a calmness and credibility that young men did not have. He was also the leader of those British people. The priest was not very optimistic about this marriage. Now it seems that it may be worse than bad. I came to see Eva, Jack said calmly. Priest, we have encountered a very unfortunate thing. What is it? Oh, God, the Virgin Mary, the priest said. Did you encounter robbers? No, Jack said. To be more precise, I encountered misfortune, sir. Eva fell in love with another young man and betrayed him. I found them tonight, but during the fight, I may have accidentally injured Eva. I was about to apologize to her and look at her wounds, and she ran away. He sighed. I think she misunderstood that I was going to kill her. Please tell her that I will not hurt her. Please ask her to come out. I brought a doctor. I am very worried about her. She has my child. The priest stared at him. This guy. He thought to himself, if he was not doing this job, and was not used to seeing people and spies who were full of lies, he might really believe it. After all, a woman who was caught by her husband after adultery would tell everything. Even if Eva said something before, it could be explained reasonably. He was quite affectionate and mentioned the child. Most people would think that even for the sake of the child, an angry husband would forgive his wife's sins. But this could not be hidden from the priest. This is really terrible, he said, but Eva didn't come to me. He turned away. Wait, I'll go get the horse out, and then we'll go and look for her together. God, saints, what's going on? When we find her, I will scold her severely. By the way, who is that bastard? Jack mentioned a name, and the priest showed an expression of annoyance and anger. This is not right, he said, but he doubted where Jack saw the name, but it was probably heard, because the person with this name had just been given the last sacrament by the priest not long ago. Are you saying that Eva has never been here? Jack said, and he and two other people blocked the priest's way calmly, but I don't think she would go anywhere else except here. The priest turned around, smiling. He had a simple and honest round face, and he didn't look like a pirate at all. Are you accusing me of lying? I'm just worried that you'll stand in my wife's shoes and turn her occasional mistakes into real sins. Jack said softly. His two subordinates had already begun searching the small chapel. Although the chapel was a cross structure like the church, the two side chambers were almost as the name suggests. One was used as a storage room and confessional by the priest, and the other was used as his own room. Eva had been lying on the carpet in his room before, but now there was only one less carpet. Oh, the priest stood behind the British and smiled, because although the original carpet was gone, there was still a carpet on the ground that was originally hung on the wall. The place covered by the carpet for a long time must have a different color and texture from other places. Although it was late, it could only be illuminated by candles, but fortunately, because Jack really bent down to look and touch with his fingers, Jack couldn't find anything. He sniffed the air and only smelled the familiar smell of seafood, mixed with the smell of inferior spice candles. This strange smell enveloped him, and even if someone bleeds here, he can't find it. I'm even more worried, Jack said. If Eva is not here, then where would she be? He looked at the priest. You mean you want to go look for her with us? Then let's go to the stable. The priest blinked his eyes. At this point, he had no room for resistance. They went to the stable together, and the priest immediately shouted in his heart, oh no. Next to his mule was Bal's good horse. The priest lowered his head without thinking, and this instinctive reaction saved his life, because when Jack saw the horse, he drew his dagger without hesitation, which cut off the few remaining hairs on the priest's head. However, the priest didn't notice this at all at this time. He rushed forward, grabbed the fence of the stable, jumped in at once, quickly ran to the mule's trough, and stretched out his hand to take out a three-toothed pitchfork from it. The pitchfork is a common farm tool, but the light from the worn parts of the pitchfork shows that the craftsman who made it used good steel that is not qualified for farm tools, so it is hard to say what the pitchfork is used for. The priest is bloated, but his martial arts are not inferior to any soldier. He shouted, waved the pitchfork, and used the fence and the trough as a barrier, and actually fought the British outside. Don't waste time, Jack said. He snatched the torch held by someone next to him. The priest swallowed his saliva. "Don't you want to hear what I have to say?" "No need." Jack said. "Of course, maybe this horse is just stolen goods or smuggled goods. Maybe Eva encountered a wild beast or went somewhere else on the way, or maybe this priest played some other role, but he and his career do not allow any mistakes. That is indeed a good horse," he said regretfully, and threw the torch into the stable. The torch burned fiercely as soon as it landed. The priest shouted, but it would only take 1 or 2 minutes for this place to completely turn into a small purgatory. This time was not enough for people to come and save his life. He could also jump out, but the British were waiting. He had to choose between being burned to death and being stabbed to death. But at this time, the bell rang. The chapel had no bell tower, only a wooden frame with a big bell hanging on it. This bell was not only used to call people to worship their god, but also to alert them to the invading devil. To be honest, the villages and towns around Dunkirk were not very clean. Smugglers, pirates and merchants who sold stolen goods always had a few footholds. The bell rang when it shouldn't have rang. Those who had been alarmed no longer hesitated and ran out with swords, muskets and other weapons that looked more like harpoons, flails, iron nets, etc. than farm tools and fishing gear. "They're coming." An Englishman who might have been left outside to keep watch shouted as he rushed in. Jack hesitated for a moment. "Let's go," he said, and with him at the head, the British swept out like a whirlwind, just as quickly as they came. The flames were pressing in, and the priest stabbed his mule cruelly, forcing it to stand between the flames and himself. The mule wailed loudly, and the Sarama kicked and neighed restlessly, shaking its head constantly, trying to rush out of the stable. When the priest was about to flip over the mule's trough, he heard a terrible creaking sound. He didn't know where the flames burned. Something collapsed, and then he didn't know what fell on his head. The priest screamed. It was the burning straw roof. People on the coast like to use dried seaweed as roofs, and the stables are no exception. He felt a pain on his face, and his hands unconsciously loosened and fell from the trough, and then his thighs were heavily pressed down by something. He pushed the thing and realized that it was the mule he stabbed. It inhaled a lot of smoke and dust and finally fainted. Hundreds of pounds of fur and flesh pressed down the priest's legs. The priest was about to howl when he felt his vision suddenly go dark, and wet water vapor and blood rushed towards him, followed by a pair of strong arms. "It's okay, Uncle." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358. Dunkirk is a big stage. The apse of the priest had an attic, and the place where Bal hid was the attic staircase. This was a clever design. Probably from the 3rd to the 6th step, this part was a hole and hinged, which could be flipped up, and a cellar was dug out below or simply connected with a cellar, becoming an exquisite hiding place. This design was brought from Britain, and Catholics used it to avoid persecution by Protestants, or vice versa. When Dunkirk still belonged to Britain, some people who fled here also brought this design. The door of the priest's steps also had a gap, so the people inside could see the situation outside. After Bal hid in with Eva, he saw that there were always 4 or 5 people coming, or maybe more, so he didn't rush out immediately, but when he heard that they were going to the stable, he thought of his horse and knew that it was not good. As soon as they left the chapel, he immediately got out. Jack made a decision in a short time, but he finally found a chance to ring the bell. When these British were scared away, he put on the cold and wet carpet under Eva and rushed into the stable. He dragged the priest out, checked him roughly, and after making sure he was fine, he ran to the fence, released his horse, and handed the priest to the first person who rushed in. "I have to go now," he said, jumping on the horse. "The British here are going to riot." This is why he delayed for a minute or two. Eva was slightly sober when she was hiding in the hiding place under the influence of the little wine left by Bar, maybe less than half a minute, but enough for her to tell Bar what she had to let Bar know. Eva was an unfortunate and lucky girl. She didn't know that her husband was willing to marry her because he needed to relax the vigilance of the French. He didn't love her, so she was surprised, or not so surprised, because out of love, she was always concerned about her husband's every move. As an officer and leader, Jack probably didn't understand that there were almost no secrets between husband and wife. It happened like this. Eva was discovered, And when others were still hesitating, Jack wanted to kill her without hesitation. She was lucky. Out of her little girl's self-esteem, she did not tell her husband that her parents, relatives and even the people in the town were half criminals. She was not like an ordinary country girl who knew nothing about swords, atrocities and conspiracies. Like the priest, her instincts engraved in her blood saved her from death. She also knew how to stop the bleeding. Using mud to stop bleeding was one of the most effective medical methods here. Not to mention fever. If she let the blood continue to flow, she would either be too weak to run or die from excessive blood loss. She found the priest correctly again, and even more fortunately, she met Bar. Bar was both a new man trusted by the king and a student of the military academy. Therefore, although he returned to Dunkirk this time for half official and half private, he still had the latest potions and powders with him just in case. When he said this, the town man immediately said he knew. He watched Bar's horse run to the main road outside the town, while explaining the reason to the people who came to the chapel behind him. Some people found Eva in the hiding place, and some men took weapons to look for the British, but they didn't find them. This town is located between the seaside and Dunkirk Avenue, connected by a 200 to 300 foot path. It only takes Bar a quarter of an hour to run from here to Dunkirk, or even faster. But as soon as the horse's hoof stepped on the solid road, Bar hesitated. He paused for about 2 or 3 seconds, then resolutely turned the horse's head and turned from the flat concrete road to the muddy seaside wasteland. The wasteland around Dunkirk is like all seaside wastelands. The soil is a terrible grayish-white, and no crops can survive, but there are always several tenacious plants that can grow on it. They either have thorns or branches as tough as cattle tendons. Even more deadly are the unpredictable pits and swamps. These are caused by rainfall melting the salt in the soil. Although they are not like the swamps in the forest that will eat people, if you ride on a horse, you may lose your balance and fall off the horse. Not to mention that it is still night. Bal carried a kerosene lantern with him, which he could hang on the neck of his horse so that he could see the road ahead. However, in such a wasteland, a little light would undoubtedly guide his enemies. He guessed that the British might set an ambush on the main road, but who knew if they would also prepare people in the wasteland? Walking in the wasteland without a road, and not daring to light a lamp, his speed would be greatly slowed down. Fortunately, the meals in the college always take care of all needs. Bal would not have night blindness like his ancestors. He rode for a while, and when he came to a place where thorns, vines and small swamps gradually increased, he dismounted and led the horse forward. One of Jack's captains came back. We didn't see anyone passing by. He opened his pocket watch and looked at it. This was also a scarce commodity in Paris and Versailles, but Jack had a way to get a few. They were distributed to the leaders of this major operation to ensure that they could start fighting in unison. He may not have taken the main road. Jack said, maybe he is a resident here, and he is more familiar with this place than we are. You can take people to look in the wasteland. If you still can't find him after half an hour, then you can come back. What if he went to warn the French? He won't be there in an hour, Jack said lightly. In an hour, we will start the war. Even if he brought news to Dunkirk, it doesn't matter. Jack's estimate was very accurate. Before Bar arrived in Dunkirk, he saw the ominous dark red color, and the sound of fighting came from this blood-like color. He returned to the road, mounted his horse again, and drew his long sword. The city gate connecting to the avenue was originally closed at night, but I don't know how the British did it. Now a big gate and the small gates on both sides are open, and the British and French are fighting each other. The British have taken off the dark gray potato clothes that made them feel deeply ashamed. They called it that and wore ordinary coats, but everyone wore a bright red shoulder sash, as if they had once again become the new model army of the protector of the kingdom. They shouted Cromwell's name, as if they wanted to take him off the top of Westminster Abbey and wear it on their heads like a crown. Bar sneered. As a descendant of pirates, Bar certainly didn't have any deep-rooted divine right of king's ideas. But pirates only spoke with swords and fists. They only admired strong people and winners. Son King Louis XIV was both. Protector Cromwell was just a loser, and his Puritan style made the pirates despise him. Bar said that if Cromwell and Louis XIV switched places, even for those beautiful women, wine and delicious food, the pirates would only be willing to follow their king. He rushed into the crowd like a whirlwind. Bar acted as both a teacher and a student in the military academy. When others were learning from him, he was also learning from others. How to use weapons on horseback was taught by a new touter student named Anwo. Barr must admit that he may have learned less than 1/10 of the skills, but it was enough for him to destroy the British defense line. The sudden gap caught the British off guard, mainly because their weapons were too poor. They were not the king's soldiers, and they certainly had no share of the weapons and equipment in the king's army. They were able to knock on the city gates because of the gunpowder brought by British merchants and the laxity of the French. But after the city gates were opened, the person who was originally scheduled to poison the French dinner failed, and only a small number of French soldiers could not continue to fight. So a stalemate formed at the city gate, but more soldiers were coming, and Barr caused another panic. Barr was returning to Dunkirk in uniform, and although the royal blue could not be seen clearly in the dark, the golden tassels on the shoulders and the golden buttons on the chest were shining in the light of the torches, and the British could not help but think of cavalry, shouted an Englishman. He might not be completely British because he was too young. It was very likely that his father was a British soldier and he might have a French mother, but he considered himself British. As soon as he thought of this possibility, the king's cavalry might be pushing towards them like a solid wall of iron. His courage disappeared. After all, he was still so young, maybe just an adult. But in war, death never looks at the age of the dead. He subconsciously wanted to escape, but was hit in the face by someone unknown. His whole face was immediately deformed. He began to cry and wave his weapons wildly. This behavior was basically suicide when the two armies were confronting each other. More people's swords hid him. Barr could not see him before he jumped off his horse. He shouted his identity and stood with the French soldiers. "The musketeers are coming!" someone shouted. So Barr and others began to retreat into the corridor, and the British, except for a few poor people who were already dizzy, slowly stopped. They failed to rush into the city wall, which was equivalent to failure. When the French musketeers came, they were still in the corridor, which could be said to be suicide. Jack stood under the torch, and the flickering flames made his face uncertain. "Let's go," he said. When the British left, a loud bell suddenly rang over Dunkirk, which meant that all the French in the Dunkirk area would be alert. When the musketeers arrived, they went out of the city to chase the British, but Barr was unable to leave. Although he was still a step late, the Duke of Vendôme stationed in Dunkirk wanted to see him, so he had to pack up and go to see the most senior person in Dunkirk. Speaking of which, Barr and the Duke of Vendôme were not completely unrelated. The Duke of Vendôme's grandson, Joseph Jr., was Barr's classmate and student, and they had a very good relationship, even though their status was very different. Jean Barr's father was just a captain of a privateer, and the Duke of Vendôme's surname was also Bourbon. The Duke of Vendôme was the illegitimate son of Henry IV, and he spent his youth against Richelieu and Louis XIV. But when it came to Bishop Mazarin, perhaps because he was no longer so energetic, he began to reconcile with the bishop. But before Louis took power, the old man had already lived a life close to seclusion. But in Louis XIV's plan, Dunkirk needed an important person who was trustworthy and important to guard it, so he came. The old man's hair was as white as silver, but he was still healthy, and more energetic than Barr, who had been running around for half a night and participated in a battle. He asked the servants to bring them meat, bread, butter and cheese, as well as tea, coffee and wine. Barr thanked him and sat down to eat a big meal without caring about anything. He had originally planned to have a hearty dinner at the priest's house, but he didn't expect to encounter the British incident. He didn't feel hungry until the incident was over, and his intestines seemed to be stuck together with his intestines. He took out the courage to charge the British battle line alone to deal with his new enemy, all the food, and the battle was resolved in a few minutes. "I like young people like you," the Duke of Vendôme said. He knew Jean Barr very well. His grandson's letter to him had a detailed description of this friend. He had great hope for the friendship of young people. His son was a little dissatisfied. Jean Bart's background was really not flattering. But the old Duke, who had been young, had cultivated a pair of sharp eyes in decades of changes. At the beginning, he was able to let his son marry one of the Mancini sisters and become half of the king's brother-in-law, thus saving the territory and title. Now it can be seen that their King Louis XIV is not the kind of person who cares about origin and bloodline. For example, the young people in the military cadets may become another Condé, Henry, referring to Viscount Turenne, Schomberg, Vauban. For people of humble status, if you don't make friends with them now, do you have to wait until they are at the top of the officialdom to flatter them? After the servant took away the empty plate, Barr smiled a little embarrassedly, and then he showed a little worried expression. The clock in the corner pointed to 4 in the morning. It was not sunrise yet, but the gray-blue sky was dotted with scarlet spots. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to hear gunshots and shouts. Those British? He asked cautiously. Well, the Duke of Vendôme sat up straight. A bunch of restless guys, he said, but there didn't seem to be much worry in his tone. Jean Bart soon got a position under the Duke of Vendôme, and he heard more and more news, most of which were unfavorable to France. One moment, someone said that the British burned down a full armament warehouse filled with blankets and tents. The next moment, someone said that the British intercepted a caravan carrying wheat for Louis XIV, took away some of the food, and burned the rest. The next moment, someone said that the British destroyed the Dunkirk road with gunpowder, the road from Dunkirk to Paris. A few days later, it was heard that the docks in Dunkirk were also destroyed, and the ships anchored in the port were poured with grease, almost turning into a pile of expensive fuel. Barr had no idea what the Duke of Vendôme was doing. He even began to worry whether the British had managed to bribe the Duke of Vendôme or whether the Duke was still resentful of Louis XIV and his descendants. When he saw the ships in the port leaving Dunkirk to avoid a second destruction and temporarily anchoring in Calais, his annoyance reached the highest level. He ran to confess to the priest. Paris and Versailles have unspeakable secrets. Many of the king's birds are dressed in cassocks. When people hundreds of years later were still arguing over whether priests had the right to disclose the contents of confessions, in this era, or even earlier, priests had long been the eyes and ears of the church and the king. The reason why they kept the contents of confessions secret was that they did not directly affect their interests. For example, the Shoe Society uprising that arose in Alsace more than 100 years ago failed many times in a row. Why? Because although they advocated the abolition of church courts and restrictions on priests' salaries, there were always members who went to the priests to confess. After confessing, Barr felt much better, but he was a little unable to face the Duke of Vendôme, because the old Duke was really good to him. However, a few days later, the Duke of Vendôme sent him to search for the leader of the mob, the Englishman named Jack, so Barr immediately accepted the order and went out. Jean Barr was from Dunkirk, and he knew how to deal with those British people, or how to block their way out. On the one hand, he used threats and bribery to control the British who did not participate in the riots. Although they claimed to be innocent, Barr knew that they would definitely provide supplies and even hiding places for the rioters. He gathered all the British together and promised that if they were proven innocent after the riots, they could go home safely with a bounty. On the other hand, he offered a large reward for the heads of the British thugs, especially their leader, the man named Jack, but the others were also valuable, so the pirates in the entire Dunkirk area and their descendants took action. After all, since Louis XIV purged the offshore waters, they were either incorporated into the French Navy or had to stop. There were not many opportunities to make a fortune like this. The Duke of Vendôme should have thought of these things and could do them. Barr didn't want to think about why the Duke of Vendôme didn't. He brought Jack to the Duke of Vendôme, and the Duke laughed when he saw this man. "I don't know what kind of surname and name you have," said the Duke of Vendôme, "but your name is definitely not Jack." The additional update is complete. Chapter 359 Falling into Trap. "Please allow me to introduce you, Mr. Barr," the Duke of Vendôme said with a smile. "This is Mr. William Penn. You may have heard of his name in school. After all, his father, old William Penn, is now the Admiral of Charles II, or the commander of the fleet." Barr couldn't help but show a surprised expression. The intelligence collected by the king's spies would also be distributed to the military academy after sorting out. Some of them were even treated, worked with, or were hostile to their teachers and classmates. Old William Penn was quite talented and was also a royalist. The problem was that the only time he commanded the fleet independently, he failed and was humiliated because of an internal conflict with the army commander, so he was not well known. But his name was also familiar to the students and teachers of the French Royal Military Academy, because after the Duke of York was imprisoned in the Tower of London, his followers were affected and suspected, which made old William stand out. He was originally the captain of the Duke of York's fleet and participated in the previous war against the Netherlands. It is entirely possible that he took over the power of the Duke of York. But this little Mr. William. But they all say he has lived here for more than 10 years. Barr said. "Well, I think he went to the army of the Protector Cromwell under an assumed name and became a soldier." The Duke of Vendôme said that in this era when military merit could also make people famous and rise to prominence, there were also cases where children from noble families refused their parents' arrangements and went to the army to become ordinary soldiers. At that time, you could become a soldier at the age of 14. So, this little Mr. William might have come to Dunkirk when he was 16, but he probably didn't expect that things would turn out like that in the end. The Protector Cromwell first lost his life, then Charles II was restored, and then Charles II sold Dunkirk to King Louis XIV of France. I heard that the British came to see him. Barnally, you should have been able to return to London with your family. Old William should not be unable to pay the ransom, but you refused. Just for today, sir, you are a spy. This crime is far worse than being a thug or an enemy. Whether it is the British or the French, they would hang spies on trees to dry when they caught them. Jack, no. It should be said that little Mr. William's expression could not help but change slightly, but soon, he straightened his back and showed a fearless look. I am an Englishman, he said, and my companions, if they were not spineless, your king should have killed us or exiled us instead of keeping us in Dunkirk. I am not surprised that some ungrateful people always fail to understand what kind of tolerance they have received, said the Duke of Vendôme. As someone who had been against Louis XIV and Cardinal Richelieu, he knew the creature of the king very well. He said that Louis XIV might not be a good person, but he was a really good king. As long as you are willing to be loyal to him, or even without loyalty, as long as you are willing to abide by his laws and rules, you can live a peaceful life under the glory of the Sun King. Those British who did not want to participate in the riots also had this idea. What they had received from the protector of the country, the Sun King could also give them. It's like you sprinkle holy water on an angel, he will definitely smile, but if you sprinkle it on the devil, he will jump in pain. It's better not to talk about the devil, William Penn the Younger said sarcastically. Don't you know that your king is called the Second Solomon? We regard this as an honor, said the Duke of Vendôme, but the name of the Sun King will eventually shine in the history books like that great king. It's a pity that your king does not seem to be as wise as King Solomon. William the Younger showed a hint of pleasure. We destroyed the warehouses, docks, piers and roads in Dunkirk, and you are now an isolated city. The Duke of Vendôme smiled. Okay. He said to Barr, I know you have doubts about many of my actions, young man. I am very happy that you can maintain your loyalty to the king and the vigilance of a soldier. You have also shown your talents. In addition, the time has come, at least almost. Now, he patted the armrest of the chair and slowly stood up. Let's go to the tower. The Duke of Vendôme was referring to the second huge building built by the king in Dunkirk after the Grand Duck, the Great Tower of Dunkirk, which served as a lighthouse, fortress and lookout. Originally people intended to name it after the king, or call it the King's Tower, but Louis XIV said that there were already many strange names such as King's Bread, King's Avenue, King's Hairstyle, King's Underwear, so this tower should be named after the place, so it was called the Dunkirk Tower, and because the main structure was made of cement bricks, people also called it the Grey Tower. It was 300 feet high, which was almost equivalent to a 30-story building today. It was almost impossible for someone of the Duke of Vendôme's age to climb up by legs. Little William was full of suspicion. Their people could not get close to the lighthouse. It was also the first time for him to see the interior of this magnificent building. The bottom floor of the lighthouse was like a medieval fortress. There was almost nothing else except the regular rotating escalator. Wait, he was taken to the door of a small room. He thought it was reserved for the tower guards. As a result, the Duke of Vendôme went in first, followed by little William and the two officers who were watching him, and finally Barr. At this time, it was almost impossible to turn around in the small room. Barr reached out and grabbed the knocker of the small door, pulled the door shut, and bolted it. The Duke of Vendôme sat on the only chair in the room, grabbed the rope hanging from a corner, pulled it, and a bell rang from outside. Then, something happened that shocked little William. The small room actually shook, and then, although he didn't know what was going on, he could still feel. Is it rising? He shouted. It's quite sharp. The Duke of Vendôme paused with his cane. It's just a small device, don't take it too seriously. It was completely different from the fact that he had strained his back to the point of almost spraining it when he took the elevator for the first time. This simplest elevator, like many of the equipment in the Nantes shipyard, is powered by steam. The steam room is on the side of the lighthouse, but few people pay attention to it. After all, there are usually such storage rooms next to lighthouses. It allows people to quickly go up and down the lighthouse, and provides services for old people like the Duke of Vendôme, or scholars with weak bodies. Little Mr. William, like many people who took the elevator for the first time, pressed his body tightly against the wall. He was like an animal in a cage, with messy hair and a gray face. His previous calmness was gone. Fortunately, the elevator was not very slow. After a few minutes, it stopped with a terrible shake, and Barr opened the door. Before they stepped into the elevator, they were in a sealed space, with only the windows high above casting light. But here, as soon as Barr opened the door, the bright light stung Mr. William's unguarded eyes. His tears flowed uncontrollably. He raised his hands to cover his face, and felt a violent wind rushing towards him like an invisible bull, almost pushing him back to the cabin. An arm grabbed him in time, and he said thank you and put down his arm. He saw light blue, and below it was a rich indigo. This was the English Channel, which the French called the English Channel. From here to the British mainland, it is about 40 nautical miles. From here, you can see a snow-white coastline, because from Dover to Plymouth, the coast is covered with chalk, which is the white coast that Mr. William and other British people dream of. Seeing this scene, in the past 10 years, William Penn, who deliberately did not let himself think of his relatives and friends in his homeland, could not help but take 2 steps forward. Bal also walked to the parapet. The sea breeze was fierce, but it brought cool and fresh air. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. The young man was also shaken by the scenery in front of him, but his focus was different from that of Mr. William. He instinctively looked at the port on the other side. Of course, it was not clear with human eyes, but his face suddenly changed. "What is that?" he shouted. As a descendant of pirates, Bal was very familiar with ships. No matter whether it was big or small, passing by or still in his field of vision, he saw it at a glance. When he looked at him anxiously, the Duke of Vendôme took out the telescope beside him and handed it to him. He immediately put the telescope on his face, while Mr. William standing beside him smiled with relief and expectation. "Do you want to see it too, Mr. William?" To his surprise, the Duke of Vendôme said, and the officer beside him took out a telescope and handed it to William. As soon as William got it, he knew that this telescope was not the kind that could be circulated among the people. It was about 1.5 to 2 feet long, with a lens diameter of about 2 inches. The barrel should be brass-plated with silver and protected by velvet. When he adjusted it in his hand, he estimated that it was inlaid with at least 5 lenses. When he pointed it at his eyes, he felt uncomfortable for a moment because it pulled the scenery directly in front of his eyes in an instant. He squinted his eyes and adjusted it carefully. Looking through William and Barr's telescope, they could see the fleet crossing the English Channel. Barr counted them quickly. Regardless of tonnage, their number exceeded the fingers of 2 hands, although their masts were hung with tricolor flags, orange, white and blue, which was the so-called Prince of Orange flag. But Barr immediately spat in his heart. Everyone knew that the Dutch fleet was fragmented and ineffective after losing their last commander. They were either seized by merchants, or turned into privateers, or confiscated by the Dutch government in exile, but the latter might only have 4 or 5 ships. After all, there were not many fools. There were a total of 12 ships, which the Dutch or the Orange family could not have produced anyway. It can only be said that, as Louis XIV had expected, their old enemy, temporary ally, those damn British, finally tore off their masks and went to war with France again. Little William did not hide his proud smile at all. He refused to leave Dunkirk in order to see this day, although he did not expect this moment to come so late. After watching those beautiful 3-deck warships for a while, he began to move the telescope. The attitude of the Duke of Vendôme made him uneasy. He wanted to see, would there be any unexpected changes? He saw a little brown dot on the right side. Oh, he saw it. That direction might be Calais. It seems that the French were not so stupid that they had no vigilance. They said they were sailing their ships to Calais, but in fact they were playing a trick. When the Wizard's Ravens were about to be popularized in the army, Mr. William was not surprised at how they knew it. But if he said, no, it was over. Their naval commander did not know how to fight at sea. The current wind direction was favorable to the British Navy, not the French Navy. They had no way to seize the T-head position. Their failure had already shown signs. Barr also noticed that if he was in charge, in order to escape the current unfavorable situation, he might order the fleet to detour and see if he could go around to the back and kick the British, but this would expose Dunkirk to the enemy's artillery fire. Another thing was that the British could send another fleet to attack from the front and back with a previous fleet. There was another problem, that among these ships from the Calais direction, there were actually bloated Calais ships. This made him frown immediately. He remembered, these Calais ships should also have come from Britain. The shameless Charles II, unable to afford the dowry for Princess Henrietta, Duchess of Orleans, shamelessly sent 30 almost obsolete Calais ships to France as most of the dowry. After that, these 30 huge ships were like stones falling into the sea, completely silent. He had also heard his uncles laugh at the young king. Of course, they did not deny that he was still a good king, but he knew too little about the sea and ships, or he had a wrong understanding. Anyway, these ships could be almost regarded as obsolete ships, unless the king sent them to the colonies to be merchant ships. At that time, Barr also guessed that Louis XIV did so, but now, he saw at least 5 Calais ships in the French fleet. Their body features were too obvious. He was frustrated, and kept looking back, hoping to see some miracles. But Barr soon found out that something was wrong, because those Calais ships were actually passing those battleships that should have far exceeded them in speed. He suppressed an excited shout in his throat, pressed the telescope desperately against his eye sockets, pressed until his brow and cheekbones hurt, and did not let go. He didn't even know when the Duke of Vendôme came to his side and looked through the telescope together. Getting closer and closer. Getting closer and closer. They are all galloping with all their strength, competing for the most important position. It may be difficult for ordinary people to understand what the T-shaped head position is. As the name suggests, if you draw a plane map of the two sides of a naval battle, you will see a pattern similar to a big T, because at that time and even for a long time afterwards, the muzzles of ships were arranged horizontally or horizontally to the enemy, which was conducive to stable firing. Therefore, the fleet that could block the fleet in front of the enemy before the enemy and arranged horizontally in a row would have the greatest chance of winning. The other side that failed to seize this position could only line up in a straight line, and only the head ship could fire shells. The ships behind needed time to slowly make way for each other before joining the battle. In fierce naval battles, this period of time was often quite fatal. This is also why the huge Calais ship was gradually eliminated, because it was too slow. But the Calais ships they saw now seemed to be equipped with wings by Mercury, the ancient Roman god of transportation and commerce, running very fast, just like flying on the sea. They reminded Barr of giant whales, which were huge but had amazing speed. When Barr thought of such a giant ship running on the waves at a speed of at least 6 knots, the hair on his body stood up. A 1,000-ton Calais ship was like a rock mountain rolling over people. It didn't even need weapons, and the gravity brought by speed alone could pose a fatal threat to the enemy. But what he could find, the British could also find. Perhaps as the Duke of Vendôme expected, the commander of the fleet was the old William Penn, a steady and experienced naval commander, but he was always teased by fate. When he estimated that their fleet might not be able to seize the French fleet, old William made a bold decision. Judging from the map, this British fleet is most likely to depart from the port of Dover, while Calais is just below Dunkirk. The two fleets formed an acute angle in the narrow English Channel. When they found that the other fleet might arrive first, the British fleet's leading ship began to turn northwest, and the ships behind them lined up in a counterclockwise direction. In other words, even if the French fleet inserted into their original route, parallel to the Calais-Dunkirk line, the British fleet also kept a horizontal position with its back to the coastline of England. Although they had no advantage, they definitely had no disadvantage. Barr didn't know who was commanding the French fleet now, but he saw that in the narrowest section of the sea, the two fleets were arranged in a straight horizontal position with almost no difference. As for who fired first, there was no need to ask. Everyone knew that there must be such a battle. The hatred and ambition of the British and French were like two lions trapped in a small cage, and they would never give up until a winner was determined. The additional update is complete. Chapter 360, Tooth for Tooth. Starting today, it is a month of big rewards to thank loyal readers. There will be 2 updates every day, but the second update will be added after the first update, which means that there will be 3,000 to 4,000 words of free words. The author has tried it. Whether you buy it before or after the additional update, the points are the same, and are calculated based on the 4,000 words of the first update. Refresh it, or log out and come back to read it. This month's double update rewards total 25 days. The first update will be updated at 2 p.m. every day, and the additional updates will be completed before 6 p.m. In the subsequent history, This battle was almost not mentioned, because before and after this, there were countless battles involving hundreds of ships, and this battle with only 1/10 of the number of ships in the past was not even considered a war, although some people claim that this was the first time that French steam ironclad ships appeared on the battlefield, but the strange thing is that at that time, neither the British nor the French left any relevant records. As the Duke of Vendôme estimated, the commander of the British fleet was none other than old William Penn. This was old William Penn's second independent command of operations and his last chance. He had been planning for this for a long time, and even let his son, Little William, work as a French engineer in Dunkirk for more than a decade. Although Charles I had always been very close to King Louis XIV of France, which made many conservatives dissatisfied with him, old William felt that as long as Charles I was king for one day, he would have the ambition that a monarch should have. And to be honest, Louis XIV was only mild on the surface, and he did not hesitate when he should have taken action. Otherwise, how could Britain have lost Dunkirk? Not to mention that Charles I was willing to sell Britain's last foothold in France at such a low price. Louis XIV was also taking advantage of the situation at that time. Given that the relationship between Charles I and Parliament was already shaky at the time, if things went wrong, the execution platform in front of the White House banquet hall would have to be built again. There was also the later incident of the British and French coalition forces intercepting the fleeing fleet of the Dutch Parliament. It is no exaggeration to say that the British were doing a thankless job. Louis XIV kept the news that Charles I had a son secret, but only let the commander of the British fleet, the Duke of York, know about it at the last minute. Although the Duke of York knew that this was a British conspiracy, he had to quickly return to London and seize the time to consolidate his position and appease his supporters. As a result, the rich assets accumulated by the Netherlands for nearly 100 years all belonged to the French. Louis XIV never despised Charles I. Anyone who could become a king would not be as useless as people imagined. The Happy King and Banquet King were just a disguise of Charles I, which was no different from his disguise as a kind and tolerant monarch. When necessary, they would be unexpectedly despicable and ruthless. Behind them are their families, tens of millions of people, and vast territories. I am the country, and on the other hand, the country is me. While Louis XIV was conquering everywhere, Charles I did not stop his steps. After getting rid of the constraints of Parliament, he imitated Cromwell and Louis XIV to establish his own land-standing army. At the same time, he inherited the ambition of his father Charles I and continued to strengthen Britain's power at sea. Unlike the French, the British can build ships and are good at sailing on the sea. In order to prepare military expenses, shipbuilding and maintenance costs, Charles I not only vigorously developed commerce and allowed the existence of privateers, but also began to buy and sell titles despite opposition from the court. As far as Louis XIV knew, the British should have more than 200 ships now, or even more. The ships that Jean Bart saw through the telescope were not the small fleets that ordinary people understood. Although there were only 12 ships in total, there were 7 first and second-class battleships, 4 third-class battleships, and an extremely large and amazing flagship, the Sea King, which made Charles I lose his head. This ship was almost comparable to the enhanced Calais, with a length of more than 120 feet, a width of more than 45 feet, and a tonnage of more than 1,500 tons. Because of Charles I's insistence, the original 90 guns were expanded to 104. Although the British complained about the increased taxes during the construction of this ship and even threw their king to the guillotine, once it was completed, no one was not amazed by its grandeur. Old William was one of them. His heart was beating like the waves hitting the side of the ship. After being appointed as the commander of this fleet, he almost never left his Sea King. He touched every part of it, including the cannonballs with a maximum net weight of 60 pounds. He loved this ship as deeply as a young man loves a charming lady. He had already made up his mind that he would fight on this ship until the last moment. Of course, first of all, he and this ship would become the glorious beginning of the British fleet. Unlike some generals with old ideas, old William did not care to hang the flag of the Prince of Orange on the mast, nor did he care to remove the coat of arms and decorations belonging to Charles I, and he did not care to destroy the alliance between England and France in a less than fair way. Unfortunately, things did not go as he had expected. The French were not unprepared. The fleet that was supposed to retreat to Calais suddenly turned back. However, he was not afraid. Look at those ships. It was ridiculous. They even took out the bulky Calais ships. No. Only a few minutes after seeing the French ships, old William suddenly shouted, "No! No, they are too fast." After several naval battles in succession, the Mediterranean Battle, the First Anglo-Dutch Battle, the Battle of Contestnock, the Battle of Portland, the Battle of Gabbard Shoal and the Battle of Scheveningen, the West Indies Expedition and the Battle of Lowestoft, this experienced veteran immediately estimated the speed of the Calais ships. The reason why the Calais ships were eliminated was because they were too slow to take the lead, but now, those Calais ships, with a long white wave following behind them, were at least 8 knots, or 8 nautical miles per hour. He immediately asked the fleet to change direction, because their ships, except for the Sea King, other ships, even the 3-deck first-class battleships, still could not compete with the Calais ships with such speed. He vaguely remembered that someone had mentioned before that the scholars recruited by Charles II were studying a steam-driven machine. Although it was black steel, the power it generated could be compared with dozens or even hundreds of strong mules and horses, and it was tireless. As long as there was fuel, it could run day and night. Those waves that split the dark blue sea like a knife, weren't they the traces left by the paddle wheel? He held up a telescope and carefully looked for the position of the paddle wheel on the French ship, but to his disappointment, from the hull, the paddle wheel of the ship was not a paddle wheel, but a dark wheel. They had been properly protected. He was also counting the gun ports on the hull. The more he looked, the more frightened he became. The first and second class battleships generally carried more than 80 guns, and the XXL model of the Sea King had more than 100 guns, which was almost the limit. But such a giant Calais ship can be said to be the last struggle of the Venetians. Because of the generosity of Charles I, they used the best keels and the best craftsmen. Simply put, each of them is as big as the Sea King, and of course the gun ports are no less than the Sea King. What old William didn't know was that their tonnage had long exceeded people's cognition at that time. The iron armor covered on their bodies had exceeded 30 tons, and this was the lowest bottom line calculated by craftsmen, scholars, and officers repeatedly. They were the heavily armored knights in the battleships. But the first appearance of these heavily armored knights was not as glorious as people thought, but rather quite low-key. After the 5 Calais ships were covered with iron armor, they were painted with yellow-brown paint. They looked no different from an ordinary ship, just a little bigger. It was also because the commander of the British fleet was old William that he could immediately judge that the speed of these Calais ships was far faster than that of ordinary ships. "It seems that we have encountered a cautious enemy," Marshal Esters said, and his deputy nodded in agreement. This was the first time that steam ironclad ships appeared on the battlefield. If they were not cautious enough, even if he saw the speed of the Calais ship and the number of artillery, he would still be lucky and think that he could give it a try. After all, more than 10 years ago, even the Venetians no longer used Calais warships. Marshal Esters, like old William, was also a veteran from the Louis XIV period. This might be his last battle. When he heard that the king had chosen him to be the commander of this fleet, he burst into tears, even if the command was to be given to another naval commander, Abraham Duquesne. At this time, their flagship, the first completed ironclad ship, the Royal Sovereign, which was launched by the king himself, had crossed the original route of the British fleet. In other words, if the British fleet continued to advance according to the original plan, the French fleet would have taken the lead and had a great advantage. But the problem was that the British fleet began to turn upwards when there was still 1/3 of the way, which distanced them from each other. The two fleets miraculously sailed side by side for about 10 minutes until both sides faced each other. Their location was not the narrowest part of the English Channel, but it was almost the same. If I had to describe it, it was like thugs forced to fight face to face in a 3-foot alley, with almost no room for maneuvering and turning around. When there are no skills, the only way to solve the problem is violence, just as Bal saw, with artillery fire and smoke. Perhaps it was fate that the French Royal Sovereign and the British Sea Sovereign were each other's opponents. After a round of probing artillery attacks, they both switched to heavy shells. In such a small battlefield, heavy shells could exert greater and more terrifying power than before. At this time, the tonnage of the ship determined their success or failure. The huge Calais ship was like a turret floating on the sea. Their muzzles were all open, constantly spewing golden red flames and black smoke. With a stable hull and muzzles that were at least 6 feet above the waterline, there was no need to worry about being hit, or the shaking and movement caused by recoil affecting the accuracy and wetting the gunpowder. The French ship's artillery also had a larger caliber and longer barrel than the British artillery, which could fire shells far and hard. Under such bombardment, a British third-class battleship was the first to have to withdraw from the battlefield because of a fire. Old William put down his telescope and said, "Switch to white phosphorus bombs." His first mate paused and said nothing. Old William's order was immediately passed down. It seemed that in an instant, the shells that fell on the French ship rose up with a white light brighter than the sun. Thick smoke filled the entire deck, emitting a disgusting smell. A crew member pulled his coat to cover his eyes and nose. When he wanted to rush out, another white phosphorus shell fell on the mast above him. When the ropes and sails were ignited, there were also dots of white phosphorus fire falling on him. They immediately burned and drilled into his flesh. He immediately screamed and rolled desperately on the ground. When he was pulled up, half of his body was black. In addition to white phosphorus, the British added a special material to their white phosphorus bombs, which allowed white phosphorus to attach to anything and burn. Old William breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the burning sails, decks, and hull of the Royal Sovereign. The flames almost covered the poop and forecastle, as well as the black muzzles that looked like the eyes of death. But before he could even smile, he saw white dust suddenly bursting out from every corner of the Royal Sovereign. They were white like white phosphorus, but they were like its most deadly enemy. Once they landed on the yellow-green flames, the flames immediately went out as if they had encountered water. He placed his hopes on the flames attached to the hull, but for some reason, they also gradually went out. Old William stared closely at the places that were burned by the flames, and suddenly handed the telescope to the first mate beside him. "Tell me, what did you see?" The first mate didn't say that he also had a telescope. He held up the telescope and looked through it, and was silent for a few seconds. If it wasn't during the war, he might have been silent for even longer. "I saw black iron," he said. Although they could hardly believe it, the texture of metal and wood could be seen anyway, and after burning off the surface paint, the connection between rivets and armor could also be seen. If there was enough white phosphorus, the temperature of white phosphorus burning could indeed melt black iron, but it was only a thin layer of white phosphorus. If it was wood, it could continue to burn, but it was powerless in the face of heavy iron plates. Marshal Esters watched the ship's doctors running around. Generally speaking, there would only be 1 or 2 doctors on board, but Louis XIV equipped ship doctors at a ratio of 1 to 50 in both the Army and the Navy. Although there were women and even wizards among these ship's doctors, as long as someone was saved by them, the crew would not talk too much or try to do anything to them in a hypocritical manner. First of all, they had to thank the king for the universal education system implemented in the army, and secondly, even the most ignorant people were not stupid enough to joke about their own lives. Of course, there is another reason, that is, these ship doctors, even women, have great strength and agility. They shouted and asked the crew to avoid phosphorus fire and the injured, and quickly treated the wounded. If only a small part of the people were burned by phosphorus fire, they would cut off the clothes and flesh of the injured, otherwise the phosphorus fire would burn to the bones. For those who were contaminated with too much phosphorus fire, they would either pull him to the place where the dust was sprayed, or open the special water storage tank and push him directly into the water. Once in the water, the phosphorus fire would no longer burn, and it would also reduce the pain and damage caused by the burns. These wounded still need further treatment, but now with the help of the wizard's medicine, they can at least guarantee their lives. Marshal Esters looked at the chaotic scene outside the window. "Okay," he said, "order all the artillery to be replaced with white phosphorus bombs." At first, he didn't quite understand why the king didn't allow him to use white phosphorus bombs first, but after seeing the injured, he understood that such a vicious reputation must not fall on the French. At least, they can't be the first to use white phosphorus bombs on the battlefield. The French revenge immediately fell on the British. Louis XIV used white phosphorus bombs much earlier than Charles II. Even wizards would shrink back before the flames that seemed to be drawn straight from hell, let alone a group of mortals. The British certainly took some precautions, but they were more to prevent the white phosphorus bombs from shattering and spontaneously combusting during transportation and storage, so there were only sand and buckets of water. Charles II could not be blamed for this, nor was it difficult to understand. 300 years later, soldiers were still treated harshly and regarded as tools and livestock, not to mention the 17th century when people believed that nobles and civilians were two different species. When the French white phosphorus bombs rained down on the British ships, the flames rushed straight into the sky, as if the sunlight was dimmed. The crew members who were stained with white phosphorus cried and screamed. If there were officers who knew something about white phosphorus, they would jump into the water directly. Some ignorant soldiers only knew how to roll on the ground. The flames of white phosphorus could not be extinguished by rolling. They were like countless pairs of tiny mouths with sharp teeth, gnawing at the internal organs and bones until the oxygen was cut off by the flesh and blood. The damage they caused was like the most violent flame. Wherever they passed, it turned black, brittle, and dried up like charcoal. There were only 1 or 2 ship doctors on the British ships. Charles II did not trust wizards enough to allow them to enter the army. The ship doctors here only knew how to bleed and amputate. They were good at slaughterhouses, but when facing white phosphorus, they were no more trustworthy than a 3-year-old child. The sea monarch was undoubtedly targeted by fire, not only the royal sovereign, but also the Calais on both sides of it. Unlike the Calais covered with iron armor, the sea monarch, which was worth more than £40,000, was just a wooden ship. Even if the deck and the upper side were thick enough, it could not withstand the burning of white phosphorus. In addition to white phosphorus bombs, the French also had powdered shells and cluster bombs. These were new weapons developed by Louis XIV scholars and craftsmen. Unlike Charles II, who made a big bet, Louis XIV obviously regarded this battle as a live fire exercise. Even though it was just a new weapon that was not yet fully developed, the British suffered a great loss. Some of the French ships had to abandon their ships because of the white phosphorus bombs, but these ships were not the main force of the French fleet. Moreover, after discovering that the British had used white phosphorus bombs, more ships began to avoid the Calais ship, just like ordinary soldiers hiding behind heavy infantry. They certainly suffered certain losses, but compared to the British, just one Sea King was enough to make the French feel balanced. The Sea King was still burning, and a second-class battleship beside it also sank. The soldiers who survived by chance floated on the sea crying, trying their best to avoid the vortex formed by the sinking of the ship and the burning wooden boards and sails, all of which were stained with white phosphorus. Officers and captains sat on several small boats. They seemed to look at the Sea King on the boat, and did not go to other ships, but rowed towards the white coast of Britain. Along the way, they tried to pull up some soldiers, and the French did not continue to attack them. The suffocating smoke had penetrated the forecastle. "We're changing the flagship, Admiral." An officer rushed in and shouted. Old William recognized him as his communications officer. "Where's the first mate?" "He's dead," the communications officer said, and then he started coughing desperately. Old William looked out the window, and it seemed as if a layer of grey gauze was shrouding him. "Which one should we change to?" Old William asked. Although Charles II had decided to abandon the alliance with the French, it was hard to say whether he was timid, cautious, or mean and unwilling to take the responsibility of provocation. He used all means to provoke the people in the Dunkirk area to dissatisfaction and anger against the French, and at the same time instigated the stranded soldiers of the new model army to start riots and sabotage. However, while not declaring war, he did not dare to hang his own flag, but only dared to use the flag of the Prince of Orange to cover up his tracks, just like that bell would not ring. Because of the last reason, he was even unwilling to send more ships. In his words, when Dunkirk was in chaos and the occupied territories and the mainland of France were in turmoil, King Louis XIV of France would definitely not be able to control Dunkirk as tightly as before. Their fleet might not need to fight at all. As long as they crossed the English Channel and arrived at the port of Dunkirk, the soldiers of the new model army would come to welcome them. By then, let alone Dunkirk, maybe Calais could be easily captured. In fact, no, the French were not that stupid. The reason why Louis XIV dared to put the Duke of Vendôme in Dunkirk, a veteran who was considered too old and almost incapable, was because he did not need to leave such a brave and clever general in Dunkirk. As people say, no matter how sophisticated the conspiracy is, it cannot withstand a sledgehammer, and no matter how outstanding the general is, it cannot turn the tide in front of a weapon like a steam ironclad ship. The French only need to add fuel to the fire a little to achieve Louis XIV's plan, an undoubted great deterrent. Old William could imagine that this battle might not be remembered by too many people, but before Britain developed white phosphorus bombs and steam ironclad ships, or developed something to deal with them, Britain would not go to war with France again. How many years would that be? Anyway, he probably wouldn't be able to see his son. Now old William could only pray to God, hoping that his son would not be captured, or if he was caught, They would be willing to treat him like a nobleman for the sake of his surname and origin. "We don't have a flagship," Old William said. "The French will not leave any ship behind." Since it was to deter the enemy, the battle was small, but the results must be extremely brilliant. Besides, they had the same idea. Using white phosphorus bombs meant that they would not capture ships, but only destroy them. Mr. Admiral. Old William touched the communications officer's red and swollen eyes, which trembled and shed tears because of the constant stimulation. "You are very young," he said. "You still have infinite hope, just like my son. Now I give you 2 orders." "I'm listening, sir. Please speak. I will pass it on immediately." "First, you select all crew members who are not over 40 years old and evacuate the Sea King." Old William said. "When you return to London, you must tell the King and the Parliament everything you see, hear, and feel." Second, he made a gesture to signal the other party not to speak. "Second, you tell everyone over 40 years old, tell them that I will launch the last attack with the Sea King. I am with the Sea King, and I hope they are with me, and we will also be with God." The communications officer was stunned for a while, but he soon understood. He might want to say something, but Old William just pointed outside. The smoke was becoming thicker and the temperature around was constantly rising. The communications officer did not hesitate anymore. He bowed deeply to Old William and ran out of the command room on the forecastle. Old William continued to look outside. He could no longer see clearly. Only the deafening sound of artillery fire continued. However, the vibration from the hull below him told him that these loud noises came mostly from the French. A few minutes later, a crew member with rough reddish-brown skin and gray temples ran in. "The boys are evacuating," he said. "What do you want us to do?" "To drive the boat," said Old William. What do you think they are doing?" General Duquesne asked the people around him, but he didn't need an answer because he just talked to himself out of habit. Don't those British want their ships anymore? He was on another steam ironclad ship. The name of this ship was the Sun King. The crew would proudly say that they were serving on the King's ship, and he was also deeply honored to be the captain of this ship. He was a Huguenot, and originally he should have commanded the naval battle against the Netherlands, but at that time the King was relocating the Huguenots. He was worried that this would be another St. Bartholomew's massacre, so he did not dare to leave France. Later, he learned that the Dutch naval commander Ruyter had died in this battle, and he regretted it so much that he almost committed suicide. What an honor. So he ran to Paris and recommended himself to the King, but the King could not use him for a while, so he stayed in the military academy for a while, and then in the shipyard at Nantes, until the war broke out. Although the King repeatedly stated that this battle did not require 2 commanders, he still achieved his wish through Marshal Esters. He was 67 years old this year, not young, but his body was still very strong. This battle was Marshal Esters' last battle, but it was not his. "Oh, let me think about it," he said. "This is not uncommon. Pirates often do this." He took a last glance at his sinking opponent. "Come on," he shouted, "let's move too." "Huh? Fool," General Duquesne said contemptuously. "Can't you see?" He said, "The British are preparing for their last fight." The majesty of the sea began to turn in the raging flames and smoke. When it turned around, the royal sovereign certainly noticed that it was not uncommon in naval battles to ram the enemy with an irreparable ship. If it were on the vast sea, they might still have room to turn around, but now, in the narrow strait, there were ships on both sides, and the possibility of avoidance was too small. Marshal Esters issued an order, requiring the royal sovereign to stop shooting immediately and retreat. What was difficult to do on a sailboat or a paddle boat was not a difficult task on a steam paddle steamer. There was a paddle wheel as long as an ordinary person's body rotating in the opposite direction under the hidden armor, stirring the seawater, and the royal sovereign began to retreat slowly but firmly. In front of it was the burning Sea King. After giving up on putting out the fire, it had become an expensive and huge torch. "What is that?" After being pushed into the cabin by the officers and taking a last look outside, Marshal Esters seemed to see something. A young officer climbed up like a monkey, then jumped down, shouting with an incredible look, "That's the Sun King." He took a breath. "That's the Sun King. Your Excellency Marshal. It's hitting us." As if to prove him, as soon as this sentence fell, a huge crash and shock came from outside. Everyone, including the Marshal, fell to the ground together, and the bold officer actually climbed up again. This scene is absolutely unimaginable unless you see it with your own eyes. The 2 giants were entangled together, one was red and the other was black. The flames and smoke were torn apart. The ramming horn of the Sun King directly pierced the waist of the Sea King. Because its weight far exceeded that of the Sea King, the Sea King was being pressed into the sea by it. Then, another benefit of using steam as power emerged. The Sun King retreated at a faster speed and a lighter posture than the Sea Monarch, and then hit it again, making the previous wound even bigger. The seawater poured into the cabin like an accomplice, and the Sea Monarch slowly lowered its arrogant head. Perhaps it felt that such humiliation was not enough, and the Sun King hit it for the third time. The last collision completely destroyed the Sea Monarch. It was burning. A man suddenly walked out of the forecastle. His knees sank in the sea water. He raised his head, looked up at the Sun King, and then looked at the royal power, which was only a few hundred feet away from him. "Who is that?" asked the officer next to Duquesne. "It doesn't matter," Duquesne said. "Anyway, he's going to die. I'm going out for dinner today, so I'll update it in advance. I wish my readers a happy Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day. Thank you all for your rewards, monthly tickets, recommendations and support. Yu bows. Chapter 361 Aftermath. Although it can be put in the author's words, I know that many adults will not read it. Anyway, this chapter will be updated, so I will put it in the front without hesitation. There is a question about whether a steam-driven ship can stop and retreat freely as described in the previous chapter. Of course it can. First of all, the tonnage of the French Calais steam ironclad ships such as the Royal Sovereign is about the same as the Sea Monarch, about 1,500 tons, not a 10,000-ton giant ship. In addition, it is not fixed with anchors like sails and paddle steamers. They use propellers. The appearance of propellers is not as late as we think. In parallel history, scientists in 1752 believed that propellers were more advanced than paddle wheels and were installed on ships for use. If the propeller is further improved, it can be kept suspended in the air, that is, staying in place, or reversed through mechanical control to make the ship retreat. Moreover, whether it was the Royal Sovereign or the Sun King, their speed of retreating was not as slow as the boats or cars that we usually see, which can be completed in 1 or 2 seconds. The speed was indeed very slow. When they were moving forward at full speed, they might be 8 to 10 knots, and when they were retreating, they might only be 2-3 knots. This has been verified by the author. As for how scholars and craftsmen came up with this idea, it was not them who came up with it, but the king and generals who asked for it. Just like Party A would ask Party B for colorful black and colorful white, when the ship was still being remodeled, the king, especially the generals, would make various requests based on their experience. The best thing about steam-driven ships is that they do not have to rely entirely on sails and manpower. Of course, they would also put forward some ambitions accumulated in battle. Everyone knows how great an advantage it would be to be strong and flexible in a naval battle. In addition, when the Sun King hit the Sea King was already on fire, which meant that the sails could no longer be used and could only be driven by human-powered paddle wheels, so the speed was very slow. After being hit through the cabin, the paddlers on the bottom floor drowned or died from the impact. The Sea King was almost equivalent to losing power and could only stay where it was, which led to the second and third collisions afterwards. The whole process lasted for a long time, not just a few minutes. Another point to be stated is that because Louis XIV and wizards were widely used, the development of science and technology in France and even other countries in the book may be about 100 years ahead of the parallel era. After all, many inventions were invented but did not get a good opportunity to be promoted, or were hidden like forceps, or were destroyed by people in high positions out of selfish desires, or it may be because they did not think of it. Many inventions are a flash of inspiration, not necessarily based on a solid foundation to achieve the above. Thank you for your rewards, monthly tickets and recommendation tickets. The following is the main text. When Bal put down the telescope, he was already numb all over and couldn't move. He had to ask for help to recover from the half-bent knees to stand up. He grimaced and rubbed his elbows, knees and face. His face was numb. He was so excited. In a naval battle, unless the pirate fleet with an absolute advantage encountered an unprepared and unprotected merchant ship, it was difficult for them to be completely wiped out, especially on the vast ocean. Even countries like Britain and the Netherlands, which rely mainly on maritime power, could not completely annihilate the other side's fleet. Take the First Anglo-Dutch War as an example. The two countries fought a total of 9 naval battles. In the Battle of Plymouth, both sides dispatched about 100 ships, but only Britain lost a fire ship, In the Battle of Kantishnak, the Netherlands lost 2 warships. In the Battle of Dagenais, 3 British ships were sunk and 2 were captured, and a Dutch ship was destroyed by an accidental explosion. In the Battle of Portland, Britain lost 3 ships, and the Netherlands suffered more serious losses, about 8 or 9 ships. The Battle of Scheveningen was the most important battle. The Dutch lost 11 warships, and the British suffered as much as 35 ships, but compared with the total number of hundreds of ships they each dispatched, this number can only be said to have caused them both to suffer heavy losses. The British raid on Dunkirk this time can be said to have sent a small but elite force. The ideas of Charles II and the British Parliament were not excessive, although it is difficult to say whether they had intentionally colluded with Leopold I. It was normal for Louis XIV to neglect the seemingly peaceful Dunkirk when undercurrents were surging in France and the occupied areas. William Penn Jr. also made an agreement with his father that while revolting, he would shake people's hearts, create chaos, destroy Dunkirk's external channels, look for opportunities to sneak into the city of Dunkirk, destroy the docks or force the ships anchored here to move to other ports, or even turn the tables and seize the French government in Dunkirk first, using the Duke of Vendôme to threaten and subdue the garrison here. Little William probably didn't expect that even if his neglected wife hadn't reported him desperately, his every move had already fallen into the eyes of the spies and the Duke of Vendôme. Louis XIV had long expected that when he and France's help to Charles II became less and less, Charles II's balance would tilt towards the enemy. What did the British want most? Of course, it was Calais and Dunkirk, especially the latter. For the French, their king's willingness to redeem the city was really a great kindness, but for the British, it was a shame they would never forget. Personal feelings would never be put before national interests, so the next question was who would start the war first and in what name. Launching an attack on France in the name of the House of Orange was also within Louis and the general's calculations, because from the Duke of Luxembourg, Viscount Turenne to Colbert and Marquis de Louvois, they all believed that France still needed time to digest the previous results of the war, so Louis could not let the war be delayed or expanded. Next, he would either try to negotiate with Charles II, or punch the British in the face, making them dizzy and losing the courage to fight against France. This is why the king was willing to take out his latest secret weapon. Jean Bart's joy was beyond words, and so were others. Just referring to the French, William Penn Jr. had gone crazy when he saw the Sea Monarch being hit and sunk. He was immediately controlled and escorted back to the cell. The Duke of Vendôme drank rosemary wine to calm his nerves while eating the British defeat. As mentioned before, the battlefield was too small. The speed of the Calais ship, whether moving forward or turning, was faster than that of the British galleys. After sinking their opponents, they chose to encircle and annihilate other enemy ships without hesitation. When the number and firepower were completely inferior to the French and they could not escape, the British surrendered. Marshal Esters and General Duquesne were not vicious people. They allowed the British to surrender. The surrendered crew members and officers transferred to small boats one after another and were towed away from their ships by large ships. They thought that the French would capture the remaining first-class battleship and 2 second-class battleships, but after General Duquesne ran to the Royal Sovereign to discuss with the Marshal, a shocking scene occurred. The French sank all the British ships. Even if they could not be compared with the ironclad ships equipped with steam-driven paddle wheels, they were still first-class and second-class battleships. Although the British always like to boast that their ships are as dense and numerous as the stars, they still have only a handful of first- and second-class battleships, most of which are third-class battleships, cruisers, or fire ships. Charles II also has a bit of luck and boastfulness in this recapture war. Maybe he is still dreaming in Hampton Court Palace that all the ships have just made an armed parade and will return to his arms without even a piece of paint. The British, and even some French, stared at the golden red flames that illuminated half of the sea and sky. The sound of the ship's ammunition depot exploding even made the houses of the residents of Dunkirk tremble. They ran out and looked around but found nothing. The great tower where Bar and the Duke of Vendôme were was also shaking, and dust and debris fell all over their heads. Bar heard the Duke of Vendôme muttering absent-mindedly, £100,000, £170,000, £250,000. He didn't understand what the Duke was talking about at first. But he soon remembered that 30 years ago, the total cost of the Sea Monarch, which Charles I insisted on building perfectly, was as high as £70,000. Now the cost of a first-class battleship is around £100,000, and the cost of a second-class battleship is around £60,000 to £70,000. The Duke of Vendôme is calculating how much money Louis XIV's generals are throwing into the English Channel. After understanding this, Bar also felt heartbroken. As the son of a pirate, he certainly knew how important a ship was to the crew and the captain, but at the same time, another strange pleasure surged in his heart. Like a miser who finally got the opportunity to squander without any psychological burden, the scene of France being mocked by other European countries for having no navy was still vivid, but now they have also driven all the enemy's ships into the sea without any regrets. Perhaps Mr. Colbert is still carefully balancing France's expenditure and income. Perhaps the French navy is not yet so strong and fearless. Perhaps they will face greater and more tests and trials, but at this moment, no matter who he is, as long as he is French, his mood is like a flying flag, which has been rolled up to the sky and cannot fall for a long time. Bar's eyes were filled with tears. He raised his hands to the officers around him. They hugged tightly and kissed each other's cheeks. They all had a lot to say, but they were all stuck in their throats. The Duke of Vendôme swallowed the wine mouthful by mouthful until the last drop, and then he smashed the empty bottle heavily against the wall. Fragments flew everywhere. "Let's go back," said the Duke. "We're going to have a grand banquet tonight." The triumphant fleet was naturally warmly welcomed by the Dunkirk people, but the 5 Calais ships, just like when they came, did not appear in front of more people. They may continue to hide in the ports of Calais or Nantes, waiting for the king's next order. Their companions, of course, will undoubtedly continue to increase in the future. Those who have hesitated because of the high cost of these ironclad ships do not have to worry anymore. Nothing can better demonstrate their value than this real exercise. The Duke of Vendôme also questioned it, because these ironclad ships not only occupied a lot of manpower and financial resources, but also affected the construction of muskets and artillery. Most of the steel produced in France was sent to Nantes to meet the demand for casting ship armor and accessories. When writing to the king, the Duke of Vendôme described in detail everything he had seen. The more he wrote, the more excited he became. He almost asked the king to let him be the captain of one of the ships. Fortunately, when he was about to write this, his personal attendant knocked on the door. "What's the matter?" The Duke of Vendôme's mind finally calmed down a little. "I said don't disturb me before the banquet starts." "Sorry, sir," said his personal attendant, "but Mr. William Penn Jr. asks to meet his wife." "That brave girl." The Duke of Vendôme smiled. "Well, you go ask her. If she is willing, she can go. If she doesn't want to, there's nothing to say." The Duke's personal attendant had been with him for decades. After getting the answer, he stood there thinking, "Should I tell her about that, sir?" "What? Oh, you mean, I'm going to chop off Mr. William Jr.'s head after the banquet?" "Tell her, she should have expected it." The Duke's personal attendant nodded and retreated. Little William Penn sat in the room. The French didn't treat him harshly. This room originally belonged to an officer. It was clean, comfortable, and even a little luxurious, because Louis XIV was always very close to his soldiers and generals. So if you were in the army, in addition to the salary, there would always be various benefits and even free supplies. Therefore, soft sheets and blankets, ceramic tea sets and tableware, and large armchairs did not require the owner to spend money. There was also a pot of calla lilies on the windowsill. This flower is very common at the seaside. It has a beautiful shape and white flowers. It reminded little William of his wife. It was ridiculous. When he was with his wife, he only thought about his country and his father. Now that he had lost his country and his father, he only thought about his wife. He already knew that Eva agreed to come to see him, so he was not surprised when the door was pushed open. Eva was carried in. Fortunately, she did not have a fever, but the excessive blood loss made her extremely weak. Her father, brother, and friends did not approve of her coming to see little William, but she still came. They were a couple who had been together for many years, but when they met today, they were like a pair of strangers. Eva looked at little William, and little William also looked at her. From her gray face to her belly, "Child," he asked, "is it still there?" "Yes," Eva said, surprisingly not surprised or angry at all. Her love for him seemed to have flowed away with blood that night. "He is a tenacious child," little William said with relief. Did he hesitate when he found out that his wife might ruin their plan? Later he thought, he should not have hesitated. He was loyal to his country and king. and his future wife must be a pious and chaste British noblewoman. He didn't expect that the development of things was completely different from what he imagined. He and his father both failed, and until now, the French have not asked him to write to relatives and friends to ask them to redeem him. The Duke of Vendôme called him a spy. He raised his head. If it's a son, he will be named William, which is the name of me and my father. If it's a daughter, she will be named Amelia, which is the name of my mother. Eva raised one eyebrow slightly. I think I heard it right, she said slowly. Are you naming the child? The French have decided to execute me, little William said as a matter of course. I don't know if they will allow me to see you a second time. Of course I have to name my child first. Eva showed an incredible expression, but you should still remember that you wanted to cut off my neck without hesitation that night. I can only say that I'm sorry, little William said calmly. I can't let our plan go wrong. Eva sneered. Plan? Are you talking about your secrets that are not secrets at all? She was satisfied to see the sharp light of a sword in little William's eyes. Have you secretly laughed at our Majesty the King, thinking that he would put a group of restless beasts in his heart? I don't allow you to say that. Although he wanted to continue listening, little William did not think there was anything wrong with his plan. We are enemies. We can treat you however we want, but you are not my king. What true words, Eva murmured, and how despicable, Jack. No, William, even thieves only steal people's money, not love and hope. I have thought about why you can be so cruel to me before, but now I understand. You despise me, or you despise all French people. You think we should be manipulated by you. But you are wrong, she continued. I am stupid because I love you, and I made a wrong choice. In fact, I should have given up my fantasy before I came in. You didn't even give me a real name. When I prayed to God and asked the angels and saints to protect my husband Jack, William must have been laughing in secret. I will compensate you, said little William. Listen to me, Eva said. Your Majesty, you knew from the beginning that you British would not easily give up Dunkirk, even if Charles I decided to sell it out to you for personal gain. Little William clenched his fist when he heard this. But Dunkirk, and Calais, which is only 6 miles away from it, are the footholds you have always dreamed of. With these two cities, you can launch an attack on France. Your king still claims that he is also the king of France. In this case, how can you think that Her Majesty will be unprepared for this? Why did he do this? Little William said, we did destroy the roads and arsenals. Arms warehouses and roads can be renovated and filled. As for what you think, cutting off the passage between Dunkirk and the outside world will allow this isolated city to fall into your pocket. Unfortunately, your father can't do it, and you can't do it either. The reason why His Majesty indulges you is that he doesn't want to be the first person to break the covenant. Eva said, although there have been countless monarchs who have broken the covenant since the year AD, between Britain and France, She smiled. At this moment, His Majesty is not willing to be the one who bears the blame. She coughed softly a few times. He kept you, firstly because the Dunkirk area really needs manpower, and secondly, with you, His Majesty's spies know to keep an eye on you, and know when the British want to take action. Do you understand? She added, you are a weather vane hanging on the roof. Little William could hardly believe that Dunkirk had been sold to the French for more than 10 years. In other words, when Charles I returned to London, the young Louis XIV had already set a trap for them. Another point is, who is Eva? He found that not only his wife did not know him, but he also did not know his wife. He only knew that she was a Huguenot, that she had an uncle who was a priest, that she had an uncle who was not very close to her and was in the army, and that her father was a wealthy sea merchant. But apart from these things, he always thought that his wife was shallow and ignorant, and had no interest in exploring her. How did she know these things? Was she a spy for the king? I'm not a spy for the king, Eva said, and neither are you, so your knowledge of this place is only on paper. You know that I'm a Huguenot, that is, a Protestant, so you think it's better to marry me than a Catholic. You've also met my parents and my uncle. You know that my uncle is in the army, then do you know who he is? His name is Abraham Duquesne, Eva said. Little William looked up blankly. You may not know that he is in that fleet today. He is the captain of the Sun King, Eva said cheerfully. You should have seen that the Sun King directly crashed into your Sea King, she said quickly with a pleasure of revenge. That is the flagship of your father, old William Penn. Little William let out a creepy scream. He rushed towards Eva, but was held down by the soldiers around him. Maybe I should say condolences, but Mr. William, As you said, we are enemies. I will not pity or sympathize with an enemy. Eva leaned slightly from the chair, as if to see little William's face more clearly and remember his pained expression. There is one more thing I want to tell you, she said. I got the medicine from the witch. She gritted her teeth and said, I want to abort this child. This sentence made little William sober up at once. You can't. I can. Eva said contemptuously. William, Amelia, go to hell. I will never let it be born. You will go to hell. Let me go to hell. Eva spat in his face. Why should I raise a child of a liar and an enemy? Leave it. Little William shouted anxiously. He is the descendant of Sir William, and his grandfather is an admiral. He has territories and manors in England to inherit. Leave it. Don't you want to be a noble lady? Such an identity will allow you to appear in the court of Charles II. Eva almost laughed out loud. When I agreed to the proposal, you must have said in your heart that I was a simple-minded and short-sighted woman. I know you look down on me, because there seems to be only love in my life. Yes, William, only love. This is all I want, and when it disappears, nothing can interfere with my decision, not even God or hell. She looked at him with a girlish smile, and it was this smile that made little William completely desperate. I'm going to Paris, to Versailles. The king heard about me and wanted to reward me. I think I will soon forget you and I will have a brand new life. Eva. I feel much better, Eva said, seeing you in such pain. After that, she gestured, and the servants carried her away. She closed her eyes on the chair, as she said, leaving everything behind. The next day, the people guarding little William found that little William Penn had taken a large amount of calla lilies and poisoned himself with it. This man is crazy. The guard said that poisoning oneself with calla lilies would be a great punishment, and people who commit suicide will always go to hell. It was just a coincidence that Louis XIV received a letter from the Duke of Vendôme in Versailles. After all, William Penn the Younger was not a trained and tested spy. He despised Eva and did not delve into her identity too much. Her identity gave him convenience, but also dealt him a fatal blow. Duquesne's father was a naval officer. As we all know, naval officers at that time were pirates with another identity. His family moved from Nantes to Dunkirk. At that time, Dunkirk still belonged to the British. This practice was no different from the migration of Huguenots to Protestant countries such as the Netherlands or Britain. But they did not leave France after all. After Abraham Duquesne was re-employed by Louis XIV, he cleared pirates in the Mediterranean and did not go home for several years. This made William the Younger mistakenly believe that this uncle was not only not reused, but also not close enough to Eva. If William the Younger could care more about Eva, he would find that Eva's father, brother and uncle all had amazing skills. In this way, he would not think that Eva was just a weak ordinary woman, which gave Eva the opportunity to escape. However, for Eva, William Penn the Younger was just a thing of the past. For Louis XIV, William the Younger was even more insignificant. What made him happy was that in this battle, the death of William Penn the Older made Charles II lose a strong supporter and an experienced naval commander. The latter was even more important than the former. There were also a group of captives. Perhaps Charles II also wanted to let the newcomers accumulate experience, and there were actually many young men from naval families among them. Now the headache is for Charles II. He can either admit that the British were the first to break their promise and then redeem the captives from Louis XIV, or he can firmly deny it. There are still mercenaries, and it is possible for a country to rent ships and soldiers to other countries. But in this case, Louis will not return these people to Charles II, and there are still many empty rooms in his Bastille. However, no matter what decision Charles II makes, it is likely to have nothing to do with the name he is using. Louis has decided that he will deal with the Dutch government in exile. It seems that they are like Charles II at the beginning, and they are not welcome anywhere. Even Charles II only uses the flag of orange, and no one has contact with him. In this case, in the few years that France will spend in peace, let them be completely silent. Thinking of this, Louis prepared to write a letter to the governor of New France. Those Dutch people must not know that the hiding place they thought was foolproof had long been watched by countless eyes. Winter is coming and the hunting season is about to end. It is better to put away the net. At least those Dutch people will not be frozen to death. As long as they are comfortably hanged or beheaded, they are still happy. Along with a reply from the governor of New France came a group of American natives, that is, a group of Indians, the original owners of the frozen land. They came to plant cowpox vaccine. America has bison, but no cattle are raised, and cowpox is not found in bison. So after some consideration, Count Palau sent this group of Indians to Paris, but the Duchess of Montpensier said that it was more like sending a group of animals or clowns. Especially this group of Indians did not change into French clothes, and continued to wear cowhide clothes, feather crowns and bone necklaces, which made them look very ornamental. The Indians who came to Versailles for the first time also noticed something was wrong. They stood in the square, among the crowd. The novelty and joy they had felt before had disappeared, leaving only uneasiness and vague annoyance. Some wanted to say something or do something, but were stopped. "His Majesty the King hasn't arrived yet," said the person who tried to dissuade him. So he and some other frivolous guys settled down. Since these Indians had been allowed to meet the king, just like any other provincials, no one could treat them with contempt before the king gave his attitude. Did you see that the king's etiquette officer was also polite and followed the rules, without showing any signs of being wrong? The additional update is complete. Chapter 362 New France. Along with the Indians came many gifts from Lord Lauson, the governor of New France, and a letter written with sincere and even humble words, although the words were a bit stiff, perhaps because he was a soldier after all. But anyone who can think with his brain instead of his knees will know that the canonization of the Duke of Montreal means that Louis XIV has shifted his sights from the interior of Europe to the colonies. In this era, the glory of the monarch still comes from Europe, not from the colonies. Whether it is the previous 100 Years' War, the 30 Years' War, or the 7 Years' War and the 9 Years' War that have not yet occurred, it is no exaggeration to say that almost all of them are confined to this rich and mature continent. Europe is the throne of kings and emperors, and colonies are just dairy cows that provide food for their armies and people. But Louis XIV never thought so. When he gritted his teeth and conquered Flanders and the Netherlands, some people swore that the new king was too militaristic and France did not have enough population to fill these places. But in fact, within 10 years, if you walk in Flanders or the 3 provinces of the Netherlands, you will find that people are speaking French everywhere, wearing fashionable clothes that may be only 1 or 2 months later than Paris. Catholic churches are built one after another, and priests have to baptize one or several babies every day, and their arms are so sore that they can't lift them. The day when they feed back to France is even earlier than Mr. Colbert expected. 2/3 of the land in Flanders is hilly and plain. They grow wheat, potatoes, vegetables, and raise cattle and sheep. Merchants constantly take away a large amount of agricultural products and textiles from here, and then transport goods from France here. People here want everything: plowshares, pitchforks, flails, cooking pots and frying pans, ceramic or brass cups and bowls, beautiful skirts and ribbons, glass mirrors, and so on. This enviable virtuous cycle has only been formed for a few years, but now the Netherlands and Flanders will hardly be a burden to France. It is no wonder that Charles I of England and Leopold I of the Holy Roman Empire chose to take action at this time. If they do not do something, they will have even fewer supporters. Don't forget that Louis XIV promised that as long as they spend 20 years without committing any crimes, the people of the new territories can also bathe in the light of the Sun King, like the French. The victory of Dunkirk undoubtedly gave those people with ulterior motives a blow. Conversely, the proud French people, like their king, laughed at those poor fools while continuing their lives. Only the Duchess of Orleans, the sister of Charles II, was affected in the court, but these effects quickly disappeared under Louis's leniency. The people of Versailles were accustomed to seeing those people around the king. As long as the Duke of Orleans still had dinner with the king and the Duchess of Orleans still appeared at the ball and sat with the Duchess of Montpensier, the queen and the queen mother, no one would say anything about her. The same was true for the natives from the colonies. Even if they looked like a group of ferocious beasts, they were still the king's beasts. Louis XIV was also very interested in the Indians. To put it bluntly, these Indians might be more valuable than some ministers who were just sitting around doing nothing. While flipping through the diaries of Pierre Demont and Mr. Champlain, they were the pioneers of the French colonies in North America. He scheduled a time for the audience in the afternoon. On the high hill next to the Palace of Versailles, after more than 10 years of repair and maintenance, it has now become a good place for picnics and sightseeing. It must have made the Indians, who are used to living under the sky, less nervous. When the people in the court knew that the king not only carefully considered the meeting place, but also specially appointed the Indian menu, at this time, the court mainly used poultry and fish as the main dishes, But for the Indians, neither of these was their most common food, so they changed to beef and mutton as the main dishes, and the quantity was also larger than before, and so on. After that, those strange looks and whispers almost disappeared. Those people probably didn't know that these Indians could speak and understand French. In the bright white tent, Louis XIV accepted their salutes and listened to their introductions. He saw that several officials and attendants around him were a little embarrassed. He laughed without disguising that these Indians spoke French more standardly than the British or Dutch, but very slowly. Sometimes when they encountered complex and uncommon words, they would discuss with each other or ask the speaker to read it again before they could understand. If it were someone else, he probably wouldn't dare to ask Louis XIV to do this, and Louis wouldn't be tolerant enough to agree. But these Indians had very clear eyes and straightforward attitudes. There was no malice or other ulterior motives in their requests. They just wanted to understand each other. Their leader, a man with a French name Legrand, also took out some tobacco for the French chief to smoke. Although Louis did not advocate tobacco, he also tried it. There were also exquisite long-handled pipes in his court. The one he used was seized from the Ottoman Turks not long ago. Unlike the utensils and ornaments in the French court, which were mainly made of gold, silver and ivory, the main material of this pipe was meerschaum. The meerschaum that had not been soaked in tobacco oil was grayish-white, and the overall image was a lion with a big mouth. The mouthpiece was amber. Louis saw that the Indian leader looked at it curiously for a while, so he exchanged pipes with him. Legrand took the pipe, held it in his hand, and looked up at Louis XIV. Legrand means big man in French. According to his own words, his Indian name also has the meaning of tallness, so he is not opposed to this name. In fact, most of the French names also come from nicknames, Louis said, like your Legrand, and the panting Abel, and the brave bear Bernard, and the red-haired Rousseau. You are very similar to us, except that your skin is whiter. Legrand said, your warrior asked us to come here. He said that you intend to make your son the master of Quebec. I am willing to form an alliance with you to fight against our enemies together. I have read his letters. You are a Huron chief, Louis said, you have too many enemies. The Iroquois are your enemies, and the Montagnais are also your enemies. The Iroquois once killed your warriors, Legrand said, and the Montagnais have also surrendered to the British. You surprise me, Louis said bluntly. You are so far away from here, but you already know a lot of news that the French don't know. I don't know much about your problem with the other chief, Legrand said, but I saw that the white people killed your warriors, and you fought each other, just like we fought with the Iroquois. Louis nodded. Sometimes things might not be so complicated. When he and Charles II were still maintaining a false warm relationship, the British and French in North America were indeed still fighting. However, due to the long distance and lack of information, sometimes the fall of a fortress or a settlement might not be known until the arrival of the replacement army. This kind of thing happened as early as the time of Champlain. I have many warriors, Louis said, they can line up from here to Quebec. How many warriors do you have? The Huron warriors are very brave. One of them can be worth 100. No matter how brave they are no match for a bullet. I have prepared a lot of beaver skins, bison skins and wood, Legrand said. You can exchange them with wine, bullets and guns. I admit that you are all good hunters and good warriors, but the two sides of the alliance must be equal in strength, Louis said. The strong do not need to talk to the weak. Just as wolves will not talk to rabbits, Legrand said, but the winter in Quebec can freeze words, and your warriors will be frozen to death or sick. Speaking of illness, Louis said, you have more to worry about than us. There is only one season, winter, but there are 3 seasons from spring to autumn. The terrible epidemic will kill your warriors and mothers one after another. Your minister told me that you have a way to prevent us from getting sick. I have many witch doctors, said Louis. Legrand lowered his head and thought for a while. I admit that you are richer, more powerful, and more protected by the gods than my tribe. So how do you think we can qualify to form an alliance with you? If you want gifts. I like your gifts very much, but it is enough. Louis said, I don't want to change my mind, sir. I want a strong ally, because Quebec is so far away from here, and my son is so young. I don't want him to see only desolation when he grows up. Your tribe is not the strongest, nor the only one. Sometimes the covenant is broken, not because one party betrayed the other, but because the other party is too weak. In the cruel oppression, I don't know when it will be quietly annihilated. You mean war. It will never end, until there are only us. Louis said, I don't need a second reddish-brown ally, and you don't need a second white ally. Apart from each other, we should all face enemies. You are like a giant snake that wants to swallow the world. Legrand said, you just blamed me for having too many enemies, but now you want me to be the enemy of the whole world. I never blamed you for having too many enemies, I blamed you for having too many enemies. This sentence may sound confusing to some people, but Legrand is obviously not one of them. Then I need too many things. I don't want you to have a second white-skinned ally, but I don't mind if you have a second red-skinned ally. Louis said, I have many friends here too. For example, the Swedes, the Portuguese, some Italians, the Dutch and the Flemish. I need to think about it. Legrand said finally. You have a lot of time, my son is still in his infancy. Louis said. In the evening, Louis came to Queen Teresa's bedroom. Like all couples, they each had their own suite. The Queen was of course very happy to see the King. After Madame Montespan gave birth to a son for the King, some people in the court began to discuss whether the Queen should give birth to another son for the King. Although Prince Louis was already an adult, it was too dangerous for a country to have only one heir. Then do you think I need to give you another child? Teresa asked jokingly while helping the King change his pajamas. If God is willing to give us another child, Louis said, I have no reason to refuse. He touched the Queen's cheek. To be honest, he was not very willing to have a third child with Teresa. It was a blessing from God that the eldest princess and the crown prince had a healthy child. He and Teresa were too closely related by blood. But he had almost no choice at that time. Bishop Mazarin and the Queen Mother would not allow him to choose, and the French nobles were still very wary of the Duke of Colonna, precisely because they were worried that the king had too deep and sincere love for this Italian woman. I'm old. Queen Teresa sighed. She was the same age as Louis. 40 years old was a good time for men to be young and strong, but for women. I don't think so. Louis said, you are as beautiful as when we first met. I have never been a beauty. Queen Teresa said, my father and mother don't like me very much, and people in the court often sigh for me, worrying that I will not be liked by my husband in the future. There are many kinds of beauty. Louis kissed her forehead. Queen Teresa was indeed not a beauty. Your beauty is like an oyster shell, opening it reveals the brilliance behind it. That's because your love shines on me like the moonlight on the sea. Queen Teresa said, and they hugged each other tightly. As a couple for nearly 20 years, they were familiar with each other. Their love was calm and relaxed, not intense, but both the Queen and Louis were full of satisfaction in their hearts. When the enthusiasm faded, Louis looked at the drooping curtains and said softly, I think he is coming. Do you think it will be a son, too? It will be a fairly healthy son. Louis said, same as little Louis. Queen Teresa smiled, you seem to be in a particularly good mood today. Yes. Because of those Indians. Queen Teresa was very curious, she had also seen them. Are they another kind of taters? You can say that. Louis, who was also not sleepy, turned over, and the Queen immediately threw herself into his arms, but they are not the same as the taters. What kind of difference? Asked the Queen. I heard that they are very barbaric and as cruel and ruthless as animals. Animals can never be more cruel than humans, otherwise they would use our hair as pillows, our skin as boots, and eat our flesh. Louis said, and the Queen immediately shrank into his arms. Your words scare me. Then she felt a vibration in her chest under her cheek. No, Louis said, don't be afraid, the power of civilization is the greatest. Shouldn't it be said that it is the power of God? Said the Queen. Faith is part of civilization, and every civilization will derive corresponding beliefs. Louis said, the Indians also have their beliefs, but like their civilization, they are very backward. What do you want them to do? Quebec is too cold. Louis thought of the diaries and documentary books he had read. The first time they spent the winter there, 36 of the 80 died, and they were all strong young men. He hugged the Queen's shoulders, but the British have occupied a large area there, and that place is warmer than Quebec. If we don't occupy it, they will replace us. They say there are only furs in Quebec, although beaver skins are indeed the best there. The Queen murmured, I prepared a lot for Elizabeth, and Sweden is also very cold. Elizabeth's wedding to King Charles I of Sweden was about to take place, and the eldest princess of France was about to become the Queen of Sweden. Although Louis had said that he would keep her until she was 20, the reality did not allow him to do so. After all, the queens were under pressure to have children. There was no doubt that there was a throne to inherit in the family. For example, Teresa and Louis, and the Crown Prince Louis, had nothing to blame, but people still felt that the Queen should give the king another son, so that it would be safe. The population of France has grown to 39 million, which was worth celebrating compared to the 20 million after Louis' first census. The problem was that if you said that the population was large enough to migrate to a distant and difficult colony like New France, it was not yet at that point, and in a few years there would definitely be one or more difficult battles waiting for the French. Why did the Bible say that the 4 horsemen of war, famine, plague and death would always come one after another? Because war will kill strong men on the battlefield, leaving weak old people, women and children. After the fields are barren, famine will inevitably come. People who die of starvation will cause plague, and then there will be more deaths. By then, there will inevitably be a huge gap in the population of France. It is unlikely that a large number of immigrants will come to America within 10 years. Then the interests of the French in America can only be defended by the Indians. Alliance with the Indians is an inevitable result. Lord Lawson, the governor of New France, and even Champlain and de Monts earlier also have a deep understanding of this. They have a good relationship with the Indians, mainly Huron. Today, the chieftain of Huron, Legrand, also made a good impression on Louis XIV. They are better at learning than the Tatars. They are not so stubborn. They have faith, but they have never clashed with French missionaries because of their faith. They have their own way of interpretation. If you ask them to convert to Catholicism, they will comply. Moreover, the Indians were not as greedy as the Tatars. Although the people in the Palace of Versailles would say that they were barbaric, when they saw something they wanted, their first thought was to exchange it, rather than putting looting as the first option like the Tatars. Why not try to get some African slaves? Louis XIV was thinking about how to balance the relationship between the Indians and the French. The Duke of Montreal was not the Duke of Harlequin. He did not have a mother who was willing to go to the fiefdom with him. In other words, it would take at least 15 years for the Bourbon family to become the masters of North America. Before that, he must support Legrand and his tribe so that his tribe could form an alliance with the French to fight against the British, the Spanish, the Dutch government in exile, and other enemies who were eyeing them covetously. So he only heard half of the Queen's words, but this half was enough. He was surprised. "How did you think of this?" he asked. "Did someone say something to you?" "Prince of Condé," said Queen Teresa, "but it may also be because of the merchants behind him." Louis said, "Oh, because Prince of Condé had become the King of Poland, and the king also took back his fiefdom and title, so the identity of Prince of Condé as his younger brother was a bit embarrassing, not because of his title. His title was not obtained from his father, but from his grandfather's cousin François de Bourbon, mainly because with such a prominent brother, it was difficult for him to maintain a balance in the court of Versailles. His main job now is to serve as an envoy for Louis XIV or to receive diplomats. There are also some things that Mr. Colbert cannot solve, which can be solved by Prince Conti. Prince Conti, who has been drying himself like a salted fish at the peak of power, has no way to make money, so he can only use his brain to accumulate wealth. He has many useful merchants under his command, and they accept his protection because the king's trusted close ministers are rarely willing to accept those slave traders. The slave trade in France is also a difficult sort to cure or cut out. The trade of black people was first done by the Portuguese and Spanish, and then the French also began to participate in this trade with a profit of more than 300%. The British came later and are now the big sellers and buyers of slave trade. The Spanish and Portuguese opened plantations in Central and South America, and the British used slaves to open up Central America. However, there are very few black people in the north of America. First, it is underdeveloped, and second, black people cannot adapt to the climate there. But if necessary, those who regard black people as livestock and tools will not care about these small problems. Louis sighed again. This was also a problem. He didn't like slave traders. Although as a king, he could set a very low bottom line, he was still a man who sold his soul to the devil, but as far as he knew, even the most vicious devil could not compare with a slave trader. Slave traders could no longer be considered human beings. People always have sympathy and empathy. Not to mention that there were always spectators under the execution platform. The spectators at least knew that they were watching a person, a fellow being suffering and dying. But a slave trader, when he looked at a slave, was the same as looking at a sheep or a fish. He didn't like slave traders, so slave traders wouldn't come to him to make trouble, but they would still keep an eye on people who could appear next to the king and influence the king through them. If Louis XIV took their advice and sold blacks to Quebec, they could get a lot of money out of the king's pocket. But Louis had never intended to do so at the beginning. "I don't need slaves," he explained to the queen. "I need warriors, those who hold muskets and bows and arrows, and ride horses to fight the British. The fur trade should continue for a while," he thought. "Slaves can't do that. Their minds and natures have been distorted. Since they are sold as livestock, you can't expect them to fight for you. As for whether someone will think that black beavers are more important hundreds of years later, that's another story." "You are a kind person," said the queen. "For some people, I am." Louis comforted her, and then the two stopped talking. They slept in each other's arms until the next morning. When Queen Teresa woke up, the king had left, but Bontang was still waiting outside the suite. He held a string of black and blue pearls in his hand, which was said to be from Tahiti. This is also a tradition. After the king and the queen, the royal lady, or any noble lady sleep together, they must give her a gift, otherwise the king and the woman will be ridiculed by the people in the court. The queen gladly accepted the gift, but 3 months later, a more precious gift arrived. The third child of Louis XIV and Queen Teresa. The Indians of the Huron tribe in Quebec were ready to leave after attending the celebration banquet. Now was the time when spring was about to come. When they arrived in Quebec, the rivers in Quebec had thawed, and the deer and bison began to roam the wilderness and woods again. They could return to their tribe smoothly. They wanted to take a witch doctor and 3 cows so that they could inoculate cowpox for the people of their tribe. Before them, there were already 2 tribes in Quebec, and they didn't know whether it was because of the wind and snow or because of smallpox that they disappeared. This made the Huron chieftain Legrand feel a little relieved. Sometimes the epidemic was also a weapon. Their tribe could be free from smallpox, which meant that there were many more warriors and the mothers of the warriors. The French chieftain also promised that the French would sell them better weapons than the British. Although they would have to fight for the chieftain after returning, it would also be good for their tribe. They and the Iroquois were mortal enemies for hundreds of years. The Montagnais were originally the middlemen between them and the whites, but because the Huron Indians tried their best to get rid of them and traded directly with the French, the Montagnais also regarded them as enemies. Legrand was not afraid of them, but they also had white allies, and he could not let the warriors of his tribe be in an avoidable disadvantage. Louis XIV did not know whether the cattle and doctors brought back by the Indians could save the Hurons from smallpox, but without smallpox, there were still infectious diseases such as measles and malaria. The Indians had no resistance to these diseases, but these were not something he could control. He could only say that he hoped his new allies would be lucky enough. And the slave trade mentioned by Queen Teresa. Louis XIV would not pretend that there were no slaves and slave traders in his territory. It can even be said that before the labor problem was solved, this was something he would also feel difficult about. Benefits, he said. Added more. Chapter 363 Naughty Mr. Viller. Louis XIV quickly left the Hurons and black slaves behind. First of all, they were not French, not his people. Secondly, whether they were black or Indian, they were too far away from the king. Black slaves were now commonly used on Caribbean islands, and Indians had nothing to do with most French people. A few months after the Duke of Montreal's birthday party, the king had been holding banquets. There was always a reason if you looked for it. It was just that Louis XIV's banquets were always accompanied by the rumbling of guns and cannons. People were used to the rebellion in Lorraine. Amsterdam and Groningen were newly occupied areas, and occasional waves were also within the scope of people's recognition. Marseilles, this ancient port city, can be traced back to 600 years ago. It was founded by the Phocians in ancient Greece and accepted the protection of Rome during the Roman Republic, but please note that it was still an independent city for a long time afterwards. Although it lost its civil rights because it stood on the wrong side during the Roman Civil War, it was right for the people of Marseilles to keep their pursuit of freedom until now. The big-nosed French king Francois I once suffered a shipwreck near Marseilles, so he built a huge fortress in Marseilles, but it seemed useless, whether it was against storms, enemies or plague. During the reign of Louis XIV, the Black Death broke out in Marseilles, killing tens of thousands of people. So after Louis XIV took power, he specially sent officials to visit and inspect port cities such as Marseilles to ensure the safety and cleanliness of the ports and reduce the recurrence of plagues such as the Black Death. Later, the king's doctors developed cowpox. After Paris and Versailles, people in port cities were the first to accept planting. After all, The density of the population in ports and the frequency of mobility are far better than those in inland cities. So, a ridiculous thing happened. A priest believed that the King of France had been bewitched by the devil. He did not want to save the people of Marseilles, but to dedicate them to Satan. Once the cowpox fluid taken from the horned cows was injected into humans, those who were implanted would grow horns, become cow faces, or moo like cows. People with a little common sense and reason would certainly not believe the priest's nonsense. If you can become a cow by implanting cowpox, then wouldn't Paris and Versailles have become the king's cattle farm? But people who believe such lies are not smart people, not to mention that this priest brought 2 bribed people to his public sermon. They first showed the cowpox implantation marks on their bodies to the audience, and then rolled on the ground after being poured with holy water by the priest, shouting and imitating the mooing of bulls. The priest took this opportunity to incite the ignorant people. The people sent to Marseilles to handle this matter were Jean Bart, the first batch of military academy graduates, Charles Louis Hector Villars, who was born in 1953 and came from a humble background. He was one of the refugees the king collected during his exile, but fortunately they were not ordinary farmers or craftsmen. His father was a lawyer. After settling in Versailles, he relied on his almost negligible meager connections to find a minor job in Paris, and moved around in government departments many times, and finally landed under the Duke of Conti. With such a father, when Villars came of age, it was natural for him to join the army, although his father hoped that he could inherit his career. But which young boy at that time didn't want to serve the king with a knife and a gun? Villars also entered the military academy as an officer after serving in the army for many years. Of course, he, Jean Bart, and Louis Joseph de Bourbon, the grandson of the Duke of Vendôme, were 3 famous generals in the Rouge streets of Paris and Versailles. Unlike Jean Bart, he got more news from the court, almost as good as Joseph. When he accepted the appointment, he guessed that this was the last test of the king and the veterans. Because of the Great Plague 80 or 90 years ago, the population of Marseilles has not recovered until now. The riot was also strictly blocked by the governor of Provence within a controllable range, but the various losses caused by the chaos caused by the riot were definitely irreversible. The whole of Marseilles was in a serious state of stagnation. When Villars arrived in Marseilles, he was not even interested in cleaning and sweeping the city first. He was as stingy as Louis XIV. Facing the towering city walls, he did something jaw-dropping. He found a few ancient catapults and threw several bodies that seemed to be infected with smallpox into Marseilles, just like the Tatars did to the Europeans. The people of Marseilles, who were waiting behind the city walls, went crazy. However, decades had passed and human memory was not that short. The memories of the survivors of Marseilles, which was half empty at that time, immediately reappeared in front of them. Although smallpox was not as highly contagious and lethal as the Black Death, people of this era still could not understand how the disease was transmitted. Just look at the protective suit of Dr. Birdbeak. They felt that contact, even stepping on the road where the patient had walked, talking and breathing, or turbid air, even through looking. It is possible for a healthy person to be infected with a plague. No one dared to collect the bodies of smallpox patients. They hung on the eaves, on the branches, and in the gravel, rotting and emitting a foul smell. People ran to the church, crowded around the priests, and rushed to receive the Holy Communion, hoping to escape the plague and the death that followed. But suddenly, some people had a fever, some felt pain all over their bodies, and some people had pustules on their bodies. The whole city was filled with cries and prayers, and then curses. Some parts of the city caught fire. Some people wanted to escape from the port, but Villars blocked the port from the outside. In less than a week, the people of Marseilles opened the city gates themselves. The governor of Provence could not help showing pity. "You do this," he said, "maybe you will bring disaster to yourself." "What are you talking about?" Villars said. "Is it so easy to get a smallpox patient?" "But those corpses. They are just some criminals," Villars said. "I have a doctor under my command who can use ointment to make lifelike smallpox pustules." The governor of Provence looked at him. Fake. He looked at Marseilles, but as far as I know, there are really people who have smallpox. You can ask the doctor to see. It is definitely not smallpox, even if it was the Black Death. Villars told a not-so-funny joke. Suspicion breeds evil. Villars' family was once very wealthy, but after years of famine and the riots that followed, they were lucky to escape with their lives. Exile was also unbearable for a nobleman like Louis XIV, let alone an ordinary family. During the exile, Villers' father was impressed by a man who used to be a doctor. He could use all kinds of poisonous fruits, leaves, and roots to irritate the skin, causing ominous scars and pustules on the skin. This made him rarely come back empty-handed when he went begging. People were more afraid and disgusted than sympathizing with him. Even if everyone's situation was not very good, when they encountered such a dangerous patient, they would not mind giving a handful of wheat or a bowl of beans. When their lives were settled, Villers' father recalled what happened at that time and Villers told him about it. Villers suddenly remembered this incident and asked the military doctor. There were really people who could do it. For doctors, this was nothing. After all, the first thing doctors knew was various poisonous herbs and berries, some of which could kill people immediately, and some of which could save people after considering the dosage. The people of Marseilles were of course unwilling to believe it, but after entering the city, the king's army cleaned up the bodies without hesitation, walked calmly in the streets and alleys, and even went door to door. They did not wear protective clothing or masks. There are two explanations here, depending on which one they believe. One is that the king's soldiers had been vaccinated with cowpox, they did not turn into cows, and they were not harmed by smallpox. The other is that they were frightened by several corpses. Villers didn't care what the people of Marseilles thought. He was proud that he had taken Marseilles without losing a single soldier. The priest and his followers were brought to him. Recalling the intelligence sent by the king's spies, when the people of Marseilles were in extreme panic, this gentleman didn't care. Thinking of this, Villers shrugged his shoulders and stripped the clothes of these people in front of the governor and the members of the Marseilles city council, regardless of the priest's angry roar and protest. The priest's body was exposed to the eyes of the people, because according to the king's request, the cowpox must be implanted on the upper left arm for easy verification, so, they immediately saw the golden lily mark. The doctors used silver knives to cut the wound at first, but that method was not suitable for children, so later the king's chief physician, Lum, invented the tool for implanting cowpox after inventing the bird beak protective suit. Its principle is similar to that of a dip pen. The hollow tube is connected to a sharp tip, which pierces the skin and the cowpox fluid flows in. In order to make people remember the king's favor, the tip was soon changed into a simplified golden lily pattern. After the wound healed, the outline of the pattern became more blurred, but it was still clear. The trace was still fresh. Villers laughed at a glance. So you are also afraid of smallpox? He didn't even ask the doctor to change the tools. Knowing that they were deceived, the Maasai people glared at the priests and their followers. However, there was a good thing about this matter, that is, the officials and doctors sent by the king to Marseilles stayed in the dungeon. Although they were depressed, they were not tortured and did not die. However, if Villers was a little slower, it would be hard to say. The steak was already ready, but the priest thought that he should divine a suitable day to hold the grand bonfire party. In fact, he was just worried that the planting was not successful or that the doctor concealed some steps. "Don't worry, Mr. Villers, who looked like a dandy, said with a smile, the steak will not be wasted." Although he was almost made into a barbecue, the doctor's moral bottom line was obviously higher than that of ordinary people. When he heard that someone had smallpox, he immediately went to see the doctor. There were also some doctors in Marseilles who originally strongly supported the vaccination of cowpox, but the words of the priests were more powerful than theirs. Not only did people not believe them, but they also arrested them as spies and traitors. After some discussion, they all agreed that no one in the city had smallpox. This result was confusing. If there was no smallpox in the city, then what was going on with those people with high fever, rashes and pustules on their skin, and pain all over their bodies? "I don't know much about it," Villers said, "but Jean Bart told me that there is a kind of punishment among pirates. They hang people upside down in a dark room, cut a small hole in his throat, put a bucket next to him, and tell him that his blood will drip into the bucket, and when it is full, he will die." He gestured, "But the dripping water is just a leather bag. If the pirate can hold on until the next day without dying, he can live. If he can't, Barr said no one can, and the next day they can only receive a corpse that died of horror. The strange thing is that it really looks like it was drained of blood. Isn't it because of hanging?" The governor of Provence couldn't help but say. "It is possible," Villers said, "but he said that if you blindfold someone and tell him that he will be burned by a branding iron, then even if you only put a piece of cold iron on him, he will be burned and have red marks and blisters. It is true that this happens." The doctor also said, "Some people are too sensitive. Even if it is just a false threat, they will scare themselves crazy. The Count of Provence said nothing more. There must be the king's spies in the crowd who are fanning the flames, but he also knows that people often say that if you call the devil will come. A person who often complains about himself will not be healthy. How healthy is it? These Marseilles were originally frightened birds, and there will definitely be people who regret their actions after their impulses. It is hard to say whether those who claimed that they were infected with a plague really felt uncomfortable. There is no need to say more about what happened afterwards. The priest and his followers were sent to the stake. Let's just say it's for the wedding of the Grand Princess and King Charles I of Sweden. Villers muttered, showing an innocent smile. He was only 24 years old this year, with a handsome face, and he could really pretend to be like this, but everyone around him couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. Elizabeth probably won't like this kind of fireworks. After reading the spy's report, Louis XIV threw it away and rubbed his forehead in annoyance. Don't get me wrong. He was not because of Villers' actions, he was not a cruel person by nature, but the behavior of the priest and the Marseilles did anger the king. If the priest had not been vaccinated with cowpox and had selfish motives, the officials and doctors he had trained with great difficulty would have become a pile of useless ashes. The governor of Provence is also a useless person. The Duke of Orleans said. It's not all his fault. He probably didn't expect that the mayor of Marseilles would be so stupid as to believe the words of a priest. Louis said that if it weren't for the mayor's protection, concealment and participation in the conspiracy, the doctors and epidemic prevention officials escorted by soldiers would not have been caught defenselessly, but this is not a bad thing. After a while, I will send another person to be the mayor of Marseilles. The governor of Provence must also be replaced. The Duke of Orleans said. It is probably impossible in the next few years, Louis said, although our students are already middle and low-level officials, a governor cannot be appointed by loyalty or rigidly following the rules, and, he drew a circle, people in the court and the court will not agree. I have to wait. Philip, can you let Henrietta have more children? When they graduate from school, our burden will be much lighter. The Duke of Orleans glared at his brother. As the years went by, he found that his brother was becoming more and more lively and unscrupulous. However, thinking about the hardships they had suffered before adulthood, this behavior that seemed to turn their lives upside down was not surprising. Is it okay if I have children with other women? It should be okay. Louis said, just like he made his 3 illegitimate sons dukes and intended for them to emulate the first king of Naples in the future. The act of transforming from illegitimate children to the source of pure and noble royal blood was highly praised by dignitaries, because for thousands of years, the king, as the largest prince, had only been tirelessly expanding his territory, but until now, you haven't reconciled with Henrietta? It's quite funny to say that when people were planning to marry her daughter, the eldest princess, to Charles II, who was a fool and disabled at the time and was destined to have no offspring in a long life, Henrietta remained silent and said nothing. It was obvious that she intended to make the eldest princess a victim of her brother. Louis and Philip could both understand why she made such a decision. She was not young when she gave birth to her son, and compared to Queen Teresa from Spain, she had a harder time in France as a foreign princess. After all, Queen Teresa might bring a Spanish crown to the Bourbon family, but Henrietta's brother was Charles II of England. The king handed over the women's college to her and the Duchess of Montpensier, and he also intended to promote her and consolidate her position in the court, but as Philip's brother, he had no room to interfere in the affairs between husband and wife. Duke of Orleans. What made him angry was that she didn't love his daughter. When the eldest princess was growing up, he had been fighting for the king outside. He thought that his wife, who had gone through so many hardships as a child and a girl, would definitely dote on his daughter, just like him and Louis. What was the result? What made Orleans angry was not only Henrietta's indifference to his daughter. Although he knew that all royal marriages were a kind of political covenant, or even a financial transaction, he and Louis were doing their best to dance in the cage with shackles on for a little possibility. Louis could do his best to seek power and love for his daughter, and of course he could too. Did she really believe him? What did she say to the eldest princess? Even for France, he and Louis were not so despicable and shameless as to exchange the lifelong happiness of their daughter and niece for a piece of covenant. Okay, Louis couldn't do anything to his brother, as long as it's your child. In today's France, people with humble but innocent backgrounds are not without opportunities to rise. Colbert is the idol worshipped by merchants, Vauban is the goal of young officers, and Schomberg is the pinnacle of foreigners in France. Even the Totter Anvil was able to serve the crown prince because of his heroic performance in the Battle of Camnical. When men's bravery and wisdom were still respected, they gave the common people great confidence, and the nobles were willing to accept them as a member of the pyramid class. But positions like governors, inspectors, and grand justices are much more sensitive. Sword-wielding nobles cannot tolerate robed nobles taking away their status and glory. How can the nobles willingly bow down in front of a former commoner? But it is different for people with royal blood and surnames. No one knows how to respect these two better than the nobles. You can also have more children with Madame Montespan. The Duke of Orleans did not want to mention Henrietta too much, so he teased the king with a smile. She will only have one child, Louis said. The Duke of Orleans heard the king's implication. If it were someone else, probably only Bonhomme and Queen Teresa would understand. Bonhomme and he both knew Louis well enough, and Queen Teresa felt the same way. If Madame de Montespan had many children with the king, she would become even more unbridled, because everyone who knew the king knew that the king loved his children very much. With one more child, Louis would have one more chain on his body, and he would have to be cautious when dealing with Madame de Montespan. But if there was only one child, then Madame de Montespan would be the one who was worried about gains and losses, because the meager relationship between her and the king depended on this child. The king had no term of office, but the royal wife did. But she would definitely do something, said the Duke of Orleans. My spies will keep a close eye on her, Louis said. Besides, I still have you, brother. Since you give me this power, the Duke of Orleans said bluntly, I will accept it. Although the Duke of Orleans was the king's eyes and ears in the court, he had always been cautious about Madame Montespan. The main reason was that it was hard for people to believe that the king did not have much feelings for Madame Montespan. The Duke of Orleans was one of them before. He did not want to affect the relationship between him and his brother for such a woman. But now it seems that the king's attitude towards Madame Montespan is similar to his attitude towards Henrietta, the Duchess of Orleans. Both are similar to a feeling that cannot be said to be disgust, but is definitely not love. They examine them as if they were looking at a statue that could break at any time. Wait until I get back, said the Duke of Orleans. I will talk to Henrietta. Be nice to Henrietta, said Louis. We were close playmates when we were young. Who said that? Said the Duke of Orleans. Have you forgotten that I hated her since I was a child? I even pushed her from the chair next to you to the ground, and she cried so ugly. Ah. Louis turned his head away. Louis's eldest princess and Philip's eldest princess were both over 14 years old. It was no wonder that the Swedish royal family was eager to fulfill the marriage contract. In this era, 16 years old was the mature age of a girl. She had a bulging chest, a slender waist, and rosy cheeks. She was ready to become a wife and mother. In particular, the king always paid attention to the health of both the eldest princess and the eldest princess. In all aspects, they did not suffer as much as Henrietta or Teresa. They could even receive political education and martial arts lessons like a prince, and learn to ride a horse, cross saddle, and use a musket. Not to mention, Louis repeatedly told the princess that although the alliance between Sweden and France was important, her happiness and life were more important. In the princess's dowry, in addition to the 500,000 livres mentioned by France and Sweden in the marriage negotiations, Louis also planned to let her take a cavalry company. All expenses of this cavalry company would be paid by the French royal family, and they would only obey the princess's orders. Really? The princess' eyes sparkled when she heard it. Her special teacher had clearly and in detail told her about a series of terrible things that the British royal family encountered during the reign of Charles I. At that time, her grandmother and grandfather were both declared guilty of treason. If it weren't for Charles I's wife, Queen Mother Mary, who promptly abandoned her infant daughter and ran to Paris, there would be another head wearing a crown on the guillotine. Even Henrietta, though a princess, was born without salutes, bishops' blessings, or people kneeling down. She had to leave her biological mother when she was hungry and was fostered in an inconspicuous aristocratic family. Although Queen Mother Marie took her to Paris a few years later, her life was not much better. Even though she was the Duchess of Orleans now, her height and weight were not even as high as her 14-year-old daughter, nor was her voice as loud and her steps as agile. Her body was not very healthy. So, in the vortex of power, being a member of the royal family could not guarantee that you would always be safe. Moreover, the eldest princess married to Sweden, and like her mother and grandmother, she was a foreign queen, and the doubts and conspiracies she had to face would probably not be less. Really? The eldest princess nodded, but my father said that in order to prevent people from talking behind their backs, the personnel of this company cannot be French, but only Swiss. Swiss mercenaries are quite professional, said the eldest princess, but little Eugene will be sad. Don't say that, said the eldest princess, he is just another brother of mine, just like the young Duke of Enghien. If it was any other noble lady, the eldest princess would be unhappy if she said that in front of her, but if it was the eldest princess, it would be a kind reminder. I will meet him before I leave. Perhaps it was because it was the eldest princess who extended her hand to little Eugene when he first met the king. At that time, little Eugene, who was only 9 years old, was in the darkest period of his life. He knew his identity, a noble but embarrassing identity. He was the illegitimate son of Holy Roman Emperor Leopold I and the Countess of Soissons. In this era, the nobles had a very strange view of such a relationship. They would not condemn the emperor and his wife for their betrayal of marriage, but would mind the Countess of Soissons. Although she was Italian, her sister was the royal wife of Louis XIV and her husband was the Count of Soissons, the king's half-brother-in-law and cousin. Then, as a Frenchman, she should become the royal wife of Louis XIV, not Leopold I. This behavior was close to treason, and neither the French nor the Austrians would be satisfied. As for the Count of Soissons, he was a straightforward soldier who always kept an indifferent attitude towards his frivolous wife. It was also possible that his love and family affection were all placed on another woman, but that woman was a civilian. She gave birth to several children, but she could never walk into the church with him. He saw hope in the Duke of Mortimer. As he hoped, Louis XIV was a generous man. He solved the problem of little Eugene for the king. He acknowledged the child. Anyway, he would have more things to leave to his biological children, so the king canonized his lover as Viscountess of Layman and asked the bishop to modify the birth certificate from little Eugene onwards, bringing forward the death time of the first Countess of Soissons, and the time when he and his lover were engaged was immediately afterwards. Although people in later generations were stunned when they saw this series of dazzling operations, for the clergy of this era, it was all routine and artificial. The Count of Soissons was satisfied and returned to the army to continue fighting for the king. Little Eugene, as mentioned before, stayed in the palace of Versailles and was taken care of and raised by the Queen Mother along with the Crown Prince and the Duke of Enghien. His room was not far from the Crown Prince, and they often came into contact and got along during class, when the Grand Princess did not go to the women's college. Little Eugene unfortunately inherited some facial features from the Habsburgs. He was not good-looking, and because of his overly square jaw, he looked mature and serious. With the Crown Prince and the Duke of Colonna beside him, he looked even more tragic. The eldest Princess Elizabeth is like his control group. The children of the Bourbon family have light golden curly hair since childhood, and it turns golden brown or brown when they grow up. She also inherited Louis' beautiful eyes and her mother Queen Teresa's most beautiful nose and mouth. Fortunately, the big chin of the Habsburgs did not show on her face. Her facial features remind people of the Queen Mother from the Medici family. Under Louis's attention, she has a kind of pride and dignity that no other noblewoman has ever had. Because of Louis' education, she is kind, good, and smart. Such an eldest princess can make a teenager with low self-esteem sprout sweet and bitter emotions in less than a second. More updates are completed. Chapter 364 Little Eugen. When people recorded the most famous generals of France from the 17th to the 18th century, Eugene de Savoy was undoubtedly quite eye-catching. He was born into a prominent Savoy family, but had an unfortunate childhood. His mother died in a terrible accident when he was 3 years old. His father, Count Soissons, immediately married a new wife. His stepmother was of ordinary background, but had a deep relationship with his father and gave birth to several children in succession. Little Eugene was sent to his grandmother, and later at the age of 9 was sent to the Palace of Versailles to be raised by the Queen. He had a good relationship with the Crown Prince and the Duke of Colonna, King Ludwig II of Poland, who was then the Duke of Enghien. It is particularly noteworthy that until this young man was canonized as a field marshal for his outstanding military achievements, his King Louis XIV repeatedly requested that he not enter the church and have no children. There are unreliable rumors that Prince Eugene once loved Louis XIV's eldest Princess Elizabeth, and gave up the pursuit of love and marriage after being rejected, but not many people are willing to believe it. At that time, there were enough young men who loved the eldest princess to line up from Versailles to Vienna, but they also knew their obligations and powers. The disappearance of love did not affect their marriage and children. Prince Eugene remained unmarried for life and had no legal or illegal children. This happened a long time later. The eldest princess is still just a pure girl, and little Eugene is just an adult. The invitation of the eldest princess was sent through the crown prince. When little Eugen was 12 years old, he had completed all the courses of the primary school and became a freshman of the Royal Military Academy. Unlike the first batch of the academy, which was almost entirely composed of officers and excellent soldiers, they were as tender as spring trees, striving to welcome everything God gave them, whether it was sunshine or rainstorms. "Let's go to the Grand Canal," the eldest princess said, and little Eugen followed her. They walked silently to the canal. The canal was sparkling. The river water and the sky in spring seemed to be stained with a layer of emerald green and blue of new buds. It was indescribably bright and moving, and people felt comfortable at the sight of it. But compared to the calm eldest princess, little Eugen's heart was full of despair and bitterness. How strange it is, people are like this, knowing that a cold storm is about to come, but always holding a glimmer of hope, as if the next moment the sun will tear apart the dark clouds and cast warm rays on themselves. Little Eugen respectfully served the princess on the boat. This kind of Venetian boat was specially purchased by the Queen from Italy. It is a kind of scenery and a means of transportation. In addition, when people in the Palace of Versailles just want to talk alone and don't want to be eavesdropped by others, they will take this kind of boat. It takes half an hour to go from one end of the canal to the lake at the end. This time is enough for them to say what they want to say. Even if he mustered up his courage when he stepped on the boat, little Eugen found that he still couldn't be the first person to speak. So, a few minutes later, the eldest princess asked, "Talk to me, Eugen, this may be the last time we meet." "Your Highness." Little Eugen said. He looked at the eldest princess. The eldest princess was not wearing a wide-brimmed hat today, but used an exquisite parasol to block the too strong light. The soft light shone on her face, making her face look like pearls floating in the morning light. Her hair was simply tied up, just adorned with pearls and diamonds without being impolite. She didn't wear earrings or necklaces. This gesture was often only shown in front of family. Little Eugen once longed for a family, but now he hated this term again. "I want to know," asked little Eugen, "you said before, it was the last time. What if it's not the last time? Then where do you want to go with me?" The eldest princess asked back. "Sweden? But my father, your king, has said that he will not let Frenchmen go to Sweden with me. Everything I have, except my soul and body, will remain in France. I will accept anything the Swedish people offer me and become their queen. From that day on, I will no longer be a princess of France." "If you don't allow a Frenchman to go to Sweden with you," said little Eugen, while involuntarily tightening his grip on the oars, "then what about an Austrian?" The eldest princess raised her eyebrows dangerously. "Don't say it," she said sternly. "Don't say it. Don't tell me you have such plans. Leopold I has not had a healthy male descendant until today." Little Eugene held the oar tightly in his hand, and spoke anxiously in one breath. "I am an adult. I am healthy, although a little short. I will go up to him and tell him that my mother is Olympia. He has seen me. I remember him. He once held me on his knees and called me his son. I am willing to recognize him, and I ask him to recognize me. I can at least get a duke title." Pa. A slap in the face knocked back the rest of his words. The boat swayed slightly from side to side. The eldest princess had stood up. Little Eugene subconsciously stretched out his hand, fearing that she would fall into the water. This action softened the eldest princess' heart for a moment, but she remembered what little Eugene had said before, and her heart quickly hardened again. "Stupid." She stamped her feet and shouted, "How stupid! How could you have such an idea?" Louis XIV and Count Soissons did have their own thoughts about little Eugene, but the former let little Eugene lie and allowed him to live and study like a prince, and the latter was willing to give up his title and inheritance rights as the eldest son, which showed that they still had some compassion for this innocent child. Because Olympia was also Marie's sister, Marie was little Eugene's aunt, and Louis XIV even allowed him to live in Versailles. Rooms in Versailles are not so easy to get. Little Eugene showed a painful expression. He also knew that if he did this, it would undoubtedly put many people in an awkward situation, first the Count of Soissons, and then Louis XIV. But he often thought that if he died in an accident like his mother, or stayed in Austria, it might be good for everyone. He did not think that he would be a mediocre person, but if he was Eugene Savoy of France, he would not have any relationship with the eldest princess. Unless the eldest princess was willing to be like most noble ladies, After marriage, after giving birth to her husband's first child, she began to sink into a decadent extramarital relationship. But little Eugene also knew that although Louis XIV had 3 royal wives, his respect for marriage far exceeded that of any monarch, and even the Duchess of Colonna could not cross the line. This was not simply because of feelings, but more because he had to guarantee his marriage and the right to have children with orthodox marriages. Compared to the Queen or the Duchess of Orleans, the education received by the eldest princess and the eldest daughter came more from their father. In order to have a good conversation with her future husband, King Charles I of Sweden, she began to learn Swedish when the engagement was confirmed. She read and recited the information about the Swedish royal family and King Charles I like reading a book, which made King Charles I fall in love with her in just a few days in Paris and Versailles. Even the envoys and ministers who were also Swedes and could not help but find faults with the future queen were completely attracted by her. To achieve this level, she had to rely on more than just beauty. Her eyes were so beautiful, like the rolling waves of the sea. They not only inherited the luster and color of Louis XIV's pupils, but also inherited their ambition. Unlike the noble ladies that little Eugen had seen in other places, the eldest princess and the eldest princess were the kind of people who knew their future path very well. They would not allow anyone to become their obstacles. This slap was just a small punishment for his childhood companion. Little Eugen had no doubt that if he put this idea into practice, whether he could succeed or not, the Bastille would be his final destination. He raised his hand and covered his eyes. The sunlight was too strong, he said in his heart. I will not choose you, or anyone else, except Charles I. He heard the eldest princess say calmly, I will strive for not only his recognition, the recognition of the Queen Mother, but also the recognition of the Swedes. I will hold the scepter in my hand, hold the prince in my arms, and sit on the silver throne side by side with Charles I. I will maintain the alliance between Sweden and France and ensure that it will never become an enemy of France at any time. The Bourbon bloodline will be passed down on that frozen land for many years. I know you like me and love me. The eldest princess did not pull away Eugen's hand, blocking her eyes. But when do you think I will need this love? She said, yes, when I am in danger, abandoned by God and the people, and have nowhere to go. Not only me, but also France and Bourbon will inevitably crumble. Tell me, do you want to see that happen? Don't force me, Your Highness. You are still so young, you are not me. I have known since I was very young that people like us are tied to thousands of threads. Our words and actions may set off a huge wave and affect the lives and livelihoods of tens of thousands of people. We must be careful and prepare for the rainy day. We must not indulge ourselves and bring disaster to others and ourselves. My dear friend, your love must be beautiful and pure, but please forgive me, I can't accept it, because I don't belong to myself. You belong to France and Sweden. Little Eugen said hoarsely. You will forget me. I won't. Then don't forget. The eldest princess smiled. She sat back in her original position, took out a handkerchief and soaked it in the canal, then wrung it dry and applied it to little Eugen's face. Because Charles I loved hunting, Louis XIV also hoped that the eldest princess had a certain ability to protect herself, at least to be able to ride long distances without falling behind, so the strength of her hands was not small at all. Little Eugen was still a teenager, and his skin was not so thick and rough, so his cheek was left with a bright red mark. If you don't want to forget, then it's okay for you to remember me. The eldest princess continued, stay in Versailles, stay in France, stay with my father. You have entered the military academy and will fight for the king in the future. You may become a great general. By then, you will find that I am just a beautiful petal that you have sandwiched in your book. Compared with love, you will miss our friendship and the carefree youth with you more. It is more likely to be endless regret. There are always unsatisfactory things in life. My father can't be perfect, let alone us. The eldest princess said, grow up, little Eugene. You will find that there are too many things in this world that are more important and meaningful than love. Her words finally made little Eugene utter a whimper like a whine. A yellow bird that landed on the high bough and preened its feathers for a long time was startled and flapped its wings and flew away. This sentence is really true. Louis said. Vesalius slowly withdrew his hand and lifted the spell. There was sadness and relief in his expression. Yes, he also once believed that love and family affection were the most important and absolutely inseparable to him. When he was in prison, he only thought of one thing, that is, let Duke Mortimer die. What is not known is that he even wished his wife to die and cursed his daughter who abandoned him. He had thought about how he would take revenge on the Duke of Mortimer, who almost ruined his life once he climbed to a high position. But when that day really came, he suddenly realized that those things he once thought were important enough to give up everything in exchange for them, were like a damaged old thing in his heart. He still loved it, without a doubt, but the anger caused by its destruction had disappeared. He was no longer a potion master raised by the Mancini family, who had some abilities but could be abandoned at any time. He was by the side of the king and had a close relationship with him. All the wizards from Gaelic Island needed his guidance and help. Although he would not take the opportunity to plunder and control those young wizards like the wizards from the big families, but with the accumulation of quantity and time, his prestige was also pushed to peak. The king pushed his son with Marie Mancini to Italy. The key island of Gaela might be a sharp dagger in the future. Compared with Lady Milady, who had to accompany the Duke of Colonna, the most likely candidate for the governor of Gaela was Varro Vesalius. Vesalius never thought that he would be pushed from the bottom of the quagmire to such a glorious place by fate. What surprised him even more was that he was not panicked or found it difficult to accept. He didn't even think about it. He didn't learn how to manage and rule a place at all. No, it shouldn't be said that he had the best teacher by his side. He shook hands with the Duke of Mortimer. He didn't forget it, but the hatred and love faded together in time. He could take revenge on this mortal, but it also meant that he had to give up the power he had never even thought about. Like the Mancini family, using power to satisfy personal desires is undoubtedly the most foolish. What he saw around Louis XIV, Viceroy couldn't wait to replicate the island of Gaela that had been almost abandoned after the riot. Wizards and mortals should have peace and abundance, and continue to evolve to the best life. He embraced such ambitions. Everything in the past was still there, but it was very far away from him, even his wife and daughter. The same was true for the mortal boy of noble and humble birth. Viceroy thought that the princess was right. As long as he had talent and ambition, decades later, he would look back and find out what a correct decision the princess made him make. What do you think will happen to him in the future? Louis asked, squatting beside the crystal ball. Please don't talk to me in this posture, Your Majesty. It was too vulgar. Vesalius suppressed the adjective that followed. Your Highness is an intelligent and wise lady. She is like a gorgeous sword, although cold, but can make people sober, he said. Not all compliments. If his wife was also someone like the eldest princess, maybe his fate would be rewritten again. Mr. Savoy was just impulsive. He was still a child. He didn't know what the long time would always take away, and what it would bring. Louis stood up and continued, I must say that although little Eugene is a little gloomy, he does have outstanding talents. Marshal Vauban, Count Soissons, and even Count Henri, son of the great Condé, have praised me for his beast-like instinct in battle. Battle or war. He hasn't experienced war yet, Louis said, but I'm just going to let him try. Next, don't let him stay in Versailles to suffer. Count Soissons received the king's will and two people at the same time. One was his nominal eldest son, Eugene, and the other was a Bourbon, that is, the grandson of the Duke of Vendôme and the son of the king's half-brother-in-law. When he saw these two people, Count Soissons sighed. The full name of the Duke of Vendôme is Louis Joseph de Bourbon. There are too many Louises in this article, so let's call him Joseph. He formed an extremely strong contrast with the dejected little Eugene. The 23-year-old young man was infinitely close to the Duke of Orleans in terms of dress, infinitely close to the Count of D'Artagnan in terms of glibness, and infinitely close to the Prince of Conti or Mr. Molière in terms of romantic affairs. But the best thing is that he didn't have many bad habits from the nobles. Maybe it was because he served in the army before going to the academy, and he was also very hard-working. But why did the king think of sending him to Lorraine? Count Soissons thought that before the establishment of the military academy, the knowledge on the battlefield could only be passed down from the elders to the younger generations. He didn't mind taking little Eugene with him, but he didn't quite understand why the Duke of Vendôme was clearly in Dunkirk, so his grandson Joseph was placed in the army heading to Lorraine. However, this was not something he could interfere with, nor could the Duke of Vendôme. Of course, this old and strong Bourbon was not stupid enough to do so. He did write a letter to Count Soissons and handed him over 30 musketeers, hoping that his grandson would not have any accidents under the command of this general. If he did, he also hoped that the general would be slightly lenient when punishing him. Fortunately, Joseph was still a guy who knew the importance of things. When Count Soissons rode back to the Duke of Vendôme, he was riding a horse leisurely beside the marching team with little Eugene. This was a bit over the line, but he did accept the task of patrolling. Compared to Joseph, who had been in the army for several years, little Eugen, who was still a newcomer in the military academy, was seeing the scene of a large army marching on the road for the first time. The army here only had 3,000 people, while the king had led the army 3 times in person, with a number of soldiers of about 50,000 each time. What a shocking scene that would be! He simply couldn't imagine it, and he had almost no time to imagine it. Although patrolling was just a trivial matter to kill time for Joseph, everything he saw was new to little Eugen, who had no practical experience and only knew how to talk about war on paper. Joseph also vaguely heard about the eldest princess and his affairs. After all, love is like sneezing, which can never be covered up. However, the people in the Palace of Versailles had seen many young people who fell in love with the eldest princess at first sight, and they didn't think there was anything strange about it. They even thought it was very interesting, because the eldest princess treated little Eugen as if she were treating the little Duke of Enghien, or Alexander, the son of the Duke of Orleans, who was born in 69. As soon as he heard it, he knew that little Eugen had no chance. The eldest princess was someone he didn't even dare to provoke, and the one who taught her was not Queen Teresa, but the son King Louis XIV. Some people said that the king sent little Eugene out because he was worried that he would interfere with the upcoming marriage, but Joseph didn't think so. Even Leopold I, the Holy Roman Emperor, couldn't stop what the Sun King wanted to do, let alone little Eugene. Even if he was the grandson of the Prince of Savoy, he couldn't. Joseph was more willing to believe that this was the king's favor. It was better to keep little Eugene away from Paris and Versailles than to let him watch his beloved Mary far away. Moreover, the hard military career would grind away all unrealistic pink fantasies like rough stones. At least when little Eugene was in the tent at night, gritting his teeth and applying medicine to his thighs, he certainly couldn't think of the eldest princess. Although they would ride horses when hunting, hunting was still entertainment after all, and the intensity and time could not be compared with patrolling. Tisk, tisk, those 2 poor thighs. Joseph could certainly remind little Eugene to take protective measures, but physical pain is always easier to deal with than spiritual pain, right? He couldn't find a bandage to bind up a broken heart. Little Eugen knew nothing about his companion's sinister intentions. He had to rest for a day and then continue to perform his duties. When they finally crossed the Marne River and arrived at the edge of the Lorraine region, he finally didn't have to ride a horse with a hideous face, and then fell asleep in waves of pain. The result of galloping under the scorching sun made his skin not as white as when he was in Paris, but unexpectedly made his ordinary and even a little ugly face more harmonious. His not-so-tall body was no longer so straight on the saddle. It was difficult to correct this beautiful but not good for muscles and bones. He leaned forward slightly, and a pair of vigilant eyes scanned the surroundings, not missing any abnormality. During their march, their army had already encountered fleeing people. It was said that the Lorraine riot was initiated by some refugees who originally lived in Lorraine and Alsace, but were driven into the Holy Roman Empire by Philip, the brother of the Duke of Orleans, because of the plague. They regarded those who did not leave Lorraine as traitors, and regarded the French who migrated as enemies and thieves. Once they captured a village, they would hang all the men in it, and the women and children were drowned or burned to death after suffering all kinds of torture. It goes without saying who was behind them, but because they were originally residents of Lorraine and Alsace and knew these 2 regions very well, the governors of Alsace and Alsace were a little helpless with them for a while. They still had commanders, logistical supplies, and the latest weapons. After destroying several villages and towns, they became bolder and even dared to disguise themselves as refugees to attack the army. As for those idiots who shouted that the French should go back, Count Soissons was too lazy to say anything and executed them all. The problem was that in addition to weapons and commanders, there seemed to be wizards among these thugs. Fortunately, they also had wizards here, so they did not return empty-handed. Would you like some? Joseph rode his horse closer to little Eugen and raised a silver wine jug. We are on patrol now, said little Eugen. I thought you would like some. If you are reminding me that today is the day the eldest princess left Paris, said little Eugen, I didn't forget, but the pain made me sober. I like this kind of pain and I don't need wine. If you insist, said Joseph, is there something else you want to know? What is it? His Majesty will send the eldest princess to Mama. Little Eugen turned around in surprise. Comma, where's Mama? It is a port city on the east coast of the Øresund Strait at the mouth of the Baltic Sea. It belonged to Denmark 58 years ago. The Roskilde Treaty ceded it to Sweden along with the 4 provinces of Skåne, Blekinge, Halland and Badges at the southern tip of the Scandinavian peninsula. This is the most annoying thing for the old and new Danish kings. When France seemed to be in flames, the Danish king did not forget to take advantage of the situation. He did not have the courage to attack France, but managed to raise 14,000 people to attack Mama. However, the generals of Karl's Eye held the fortress. After 3 weeks of siege, they finally gave up because the Danish king Frederick IV could not afford more military expenses. Perhaps it was to warn Frederick IV that the Swedes decided to hold the changing ceremony in Mama after discussing with Louis XIV. We have seen this strange ceremony as early as when Queen Teresa married to France. The ceremony is usually held at the border between the two countries. There is a large tent. The Grand Princess must first take off all the clothes and jewelry produced in France in a tent, and then change into the ones brought by the Swedes. But to say that France and Sweden do not share a border, but Louis XIV believes that North Holland is already part of France, and of course it can also be regarded as the place for the ceremony. This statement, let alone the Swedes, even the Dutch dare not say anything. As for Louis XIV's decision to send his daughter to Mama, this dangerous and unethical behavior, no one dared to stop it. Even if they did, they would definitely not say no in front of the king's army. The mood of the Swedes is undoubtedly indescribable. They are of course very happy to see the French king and his army thoroughly humiliate and intimidate the Danes, but when they know that one of the 300-man, brightly armored, fully equipped cavalry companies belongs to the eldest princess and will be taken to Stockholm by her, the happy mood suddenly becomes heavy. This heaviness continued until Louis XIV built a tent for his daughter. The Swedish lady opened the door of the tent and subconsciously stepped back. The envoy cast a questioning look. The French can't be sure that there is still a team of cavalry in the tent. No, sir, the lady said softly. She was also the daughter of an earl, but what she saw was really too shocking. The French hung and spread beaver skins all over the tent, she said uneasily. Even though the Huron tribe, an ally of the French, occupied the largest and best beaver skin production area, beaver skins were still a luxury for the people of Europe. Because of law and tradition, only the king could use sable skins, bishops and dukes could use ermine skins, merchants and some low-level officials could only use sheepskins, fox skins and weasel skins, and civilians were simply not allowed to use any furs. Because beaver skins were discovered late, they were not included in the legal provisions. Because of their gorgeous color, warmth, and water resistance, they were favored by many people, so the price remained high. A judge even complained that he had to spend 1% of his income to buy beaverskin hats. This tent that could accommodate 30 or 40 people was full of shiny golden brown beaver skins, from the top of the tent to the ground, which was even more shocking than hanging gold coins all over the tent. No wonder the earl's daughter didn't dare to move forward after just one look. The feeling was almost suffocating. But for the eldest princess, she only had love and gratitude for her father in her heart. The beaver skin not only made the tent unusually warm, but also allowed her to maintain the arrogance and reserve of a princess when facing the Swedish ladies in waiting. When the maids, led by the eldest princess, opened the curtains to cover her body, the Swedish ladies in waiting, who could only barely stand firm, dared not say even a word. Compared with the embarrassment encountered by Queen Teresa, the eldest princess was like changing clothes in her room. When she finished dressing and slowly walked out of the tent, the Swedes breathed a sigh of relief. The eldest princess turned her head, and the two sides of the tent were lifted high. People bowed and took off their hats to salute, because King Louis XIV of France was standing at the other end of the tent looking at his daughter. She burst into tears and prostrated herself on the ground, saying goodbye to her father and the king for the last time. Although it was late, the extra chapter is finished. 8,000 words. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365: A little affair between the Swedes and the Lorraine Alsatians. Compared to the proud French, the Swedes certainly would not be happy about such a scene. We have said before that a marriage between the kings and their children in this era was just another form of political covenant. When the queen or the crown princess married into a completely unfamiliar country, they would never be greeted with kindness, but only suspicion, consideration and contempt. The handover ceremony at the border between the two countries was the first blow to these innocent girls. According to tradition, The eldest princess should remove all her clothes and jewelry in front of everyone, even if there were only women, not even leaving a ribbon, and then, she could not bring even a mate or a dog, and she would cross the so-called border alone, trembling, to accept the service of the noble ladies on her husband's side. When Queen Teresa married, Louis reminded the ladies in waiting who went to greet the Queen that there was no need to make such a scene. Would the King's face be glorious if the noble ladies used the Queen's figure as a pastime to pass the time after dinner and on the couch? If a king wants another king to bow his head, and a country wants another country to surrender, shouldn't the generals and ministers speak with weapons and strategies? What's the point of teasing a helpless girl? Louis XIV did not allow anyone to treat Princess Teresa with contempt, let alone let the Swedes hurt his daughter. When the Sun King stood outside the tent, perhaps only a dozen steps away from the eldest princess, no one dared to comment on the king's behavior. He even presumptuously used several daughters of dukes and princes as maids around the eldest princess. They originally only had to serve the Queen Mother and the Queen. Most of the Swedish female officials were daughters of earls or marquisates. The Swedish Queen Mother obviously intended to embarrass the new queen, but she did not expect that because of the difference in status, when in the tent, even if the French maid stepped on the borderline temporarily replaced by silk robes, and held up the curtains so heavy that they could not see what was happening inside for the eldest princess to change clothes, the Swedish female officials shrank and could not speak. There was only one duchess, who might be the so-called exclusive female official sent by the Queen Mother. A female official of this status could almost be said to control the future joys and sorrows of the new queen. She was specifically here to instruct the new queen on how to live in an unfamiliar court, but she would most likely be a jailer and executioner. The Duchess took only one step and the Grand Princess came to meet her. Although she could only be called the Grand Princess, her father was the Duke of Orleans and her uncle was Louis XIV. After the Duke of Orleans returned to Versailles, the dark things that the Duchess of Orleans had poured into her disappeared because of the Duke of Orleans' undisguised preference and appreciation. She loved her father and her uncle, and loved the Grand Princess who was like a sister to her even more. She stood in front of the Duchess. There was a difference between dukes. The Duke of Orleans was second to none in France. Everyone knew how the king indulged his brother. Some people suspected that even if the Duke of Orleans wanted to sit on the throne, he would gladly agree. Moreover, the Grand Princess was obviously protecting the Grand Princess now. As soon as the Duchess saw the Grand Princess, she was about to say something, but she was attracted by the blue diamond on her chest. Of course, the lady was not so short-sighted. She was suddenly speechless because this blue diamond once belonged to Philip IV and was later brought to Austria by his daughter as a dowry. The Archduke of Austria, the Holy Roman Emperor Leopold I, had set it on his scepter for a period of time. Her husband, as a diplomat, had also seen it and described it to her vividly after returning. You can also say that this might be another blue diamond, but the size, shape and color are not much different from what her husband described. The Duchess also heard about it because of the previous Battle of Kamenik. As the assisted party, Leopold I owed Louis XIV a large sum of money. Although he tried his best to raise and borrow money, he still fell into a situation where his income was not enough to cover his expenses. Although Louis XIV generously said that he could also use his territory to repay the debt, Leopold I seriously refused. He might have taken some jewelry to fill the hole. As to whether the diamond was sold by Leopold I and then passed into the hands of Louis XIV, or was directly given to the French as repayment of the debt, the Duchess had no way of knowing and did not want to know, as if she was afraid that others would not be able to associate the origin of the diamond. The diamond was also inlaid in the style of an eye in the Ottoman Turkish style. Ottoman Turkey was far away from Sweden, but since Louis XIV returned triumphantly after defeating the Ottoman army of 250,000, the soldiers and officers brought back a large amount of spoils and ransoms, including many jewelry and decorations. For a time, this extremely exotic and beautiful style became popular under the promotion of artists and nobles. Artists love the new and hate the old, and if the noble lady who went in and out of Versailles did not wear one or two pieces of Turkish-style jewelry on her body, it meant that she was neither respected by her husband nor favored by men, or that her husband and lover were useless and could not find her a piece of jewelry with special meaning. Among these jewels, the most common one is the devil's eye. The Ottoman Turks believed that this blue eye-shaped jewel could protect them from the devil. The French were the devil to the Turks, but this did not stop the devils from wearing them on their chests happily. This fashion soon spread from Paris and Versailles to all parts of Europe, and Sweden was no exception. The Duchess also wore a devil's eye brooch, but it was neither a trophy nor made by craftsmen in Versailles or Paris. It was just a poor imitation by Stockholm craftsmen. In fact, it was not that rough, but the Duchess couldn't help but arch her back slightly, as if this would hide the brooch on her shoulder. "Please wait a moment, madam," she said kindly, "the eldest princess will be changed soon." She spoke in Swedish. In terms of proficiency, if you close your eyes, you would think it was a noble lady from Stockholm who was speaking. The Duchess moved her lips unwillingly, as if she wanted to say something, but the eldest princess had already turned around and gave orders to the maids. She changed to French. The Duchess had learned French, but at this speed, she couldn't understand it very well. She hesitated when she didn't know what the French were going to do. She was the highest-ranking Swedish lady in waiting. She didn't speak, because the Swedish maids, who couldn't help but stiffen their bodies when they stepped on the soft and expensive beaver skins, were even more helpless. The jewels and furs on the French nobles were comparable to those of the Swedish Queen Mother, and not 1 or 2, but 12. When they took the clothes and jewels held by the Swedish maids, no one could resist. In the few minutes she hesitated, the eldest princess had changed her clothes with the help of the quick maids. This kind of handover ceremony, which seems incomprehensible to ordinary people, is a kind of destructive psychological attack analyzed by modern psychology. How many princesses fainted or cried immediately after the ceremony because they had to endure such humiliation? At this time, she didn't even have a familiar person, only the ladies and maids of her husband's country, and she had to rely on them, accept their comfort or discipline, and this emotion would always be brought to the court by her, and she would endure it until she gave birth to an heir, and even until she closed her eyes and went to see God. Louis XIV's eldest princess may be the only princess so far who did not mourn and cry in front of the farewell crowd when she left her homeland. She behaved very strong. This kind of strength cannot be said to be unique to her. There are also tenacious princesses, but absolutely no princess has a father like Louis XIV, who supports the independence of the eldest princess not only in words but also in actions, allowing her to maintain the dignity of a French princess. After bidding farewell to her father, she wore Swedish clothes and Swedish jewelry, but she always held her head high. She was very cold to the ladies in waiting headed by the Duchess, but was relatively gentle to the envoys. It was not that she had any opinion on the Duchess, but she knew from the Queen Mother and the Queen that generally speaking, the men in the delegation that came to greet the princess were mostly the king's confidants, and the ladies were mostly the Queen Mother or the wives of powerful nobles and ministers. They came with the intention of holding the new queen hostage from the beginning. For this reason, the eldest princess could not allow them to stay with her. The Duchess had taken advantage of the eldest princess's lack of familiarity with the situation in Sweden and her loneliness and helplessness to complete the task assigned by the Queen Mother, but it was only the next day when she was helping the eldest princess get up. It was still spring in Sweden at that time, and the eldest princess was only wearing soft pajamas. She asked the eldest princess to get up from the bed first, stand on the ground, and take off her pajamas so that they could put on her long underwear. This may sound innocuous to the man, but the eldest princess already knew that although it was said that she was being served to change clothes, this time could take from a few seconds to several minutes, and even if the fire in the fireplace was blazing, it would be enough to make her feel embarrassed. "I want to change clothes in bed," the eldest princess said. "I don't want to catch a cold." But this is against the rules. If there is a rule written in a book that stipulates that your queen cannot change clothes in bed, the eldest princess said, "then please show it to me." The Duchess pursed her lips. "I want to change clothes in bed," the eldest princess said politely. "This is the second time, Mom." "No, Your Highness." Then, the eldest princess glanced at everyone in the room. "Mrs. Spare, please come and serve me. I want to change clothes in bed." Mrs. Spare raised her head a little surprised. Speaking of the Swedish ladies in waiting around the Grand Princess, they may not know that just as the list of entourage was finalized, Louis XIV's spies produced a detailed intelligence report. The Grand Princess had already known their situation well during the long journey from Paris to Mama. To put it bluntly, she knew them better than their husbands, who at least didn't know how many lovers they had. The head of the ladies in waiting designated by the Queen Mother was of course the first to be affected. The Grand Princess estimated that she would not have much chance of getting along with her peacefully. She was the wife of Minister Axel Oxenstierna, who was a close confidant of Charles X and the right-hand man of the Queen Mother during her regency. But this is all about the past 20 years. When Oxenstierna was still a count, he was loyal to Gustav II, the father of Queen Christina. After the queen ascended the throne, he continued to serve her, but as time passed, his ambitions also expanded. He hoped that the queen could marry his son John, and we all know that Christina was unwilling to marry any man. She had a conflict with Oxenstierna, and Oxenstierna immediately turned to Christina's cousin. No one would think that Carl Gustav was a pure little white flower. If Christina really wanted to abdicate from the bottom of her heart, she would not have sought to be restored to the throne for many years. She even said that if Carl's I could not be a good king, she would return to Stockholm and ascend the throne again. However, this possibility has completely disappeared with Louis XIV's disappointment in her. Oxenstierna became Gustav's prime minister when he was 20 years old. He must have been a man of outstanding talent. Unfortunately, his son John was slightly inferior. Although he inherited his father's title, after Kara II ascended the throne, he gave him the title of Duke to reward Oxenstierna. He did not make many impressive achievements. Therefore, he always leaned on the Queen Mother. Perhaps it was because they stayed together for too long. Even when Carl's I came of age, the couple was not able to turn things around in time. Then, let's talk about Lady Spare, whom the eldest princess called by the Duchess. Who is this Countess Spare? Her husband had a cousin, Albus Spare. Her name was well known, but unfortunately she didn't have a good reputation. She was once a maid of Queen Christina, and had a lesbian affair with the queen. The eldest princess also knew something that others didn't know. She had once testified at a closed hearing that the queen liked to wear men's clothes and regarded herself as a man. This proved from one side that Christina was likely to refuse marriage for life and would not have an heir. She had a reason to say so. Regardless of whether the queen had such a tendency, as a maid who betrayed her master, she still stayed in the royal palace in Stockholm after Carl X ascended the throne, which explained a lot of problems. Christina did have some shortcomings as a monarch, but if there were not so many hands pushing her, she would not necessarily have fallen into an unknown monastery. As the ladies in waiting looked at her calmly, cold sweat covered Countess Spare's back. The Princess of France leaned on the pillow with her hands folded on her abdomen, looking calm. Although she should be the queen of the Swedes now, she didn't seem to think that she should abandon her original identity at all. They were about to face not only a new queen, but also the only daughter of the Sun King. Mrs. Spare thought of the conflict between the Swedish and French delegations yesterday over the 300 mercenaries accompanying the Grand Princess. It couldn't be called a conflict, because the Swedes protested a few words and the French yawned and said, "Our king and his 15,000 loyal soldiers are less than 3 miles away from here. If you think 300 people are a bit shabby, then we will ride back to Mama overnight and ask your majesty to allocate more people to escort the Grand Princess to Stockholm. It is not a problem." She stood here, but she seemed to still be able to hear the sound coming through the thick walls. These 300 mercenaries were all cavalry. Each of them was a tall and strong man. They were dressed in bright clothes and wore fur cloaks. Under the cloaks were swords and muskets. Although they were hired, they were even more disciplined than the soldiers and generals in the Swedish army. They would stand guard under the Grand Princess's bedroom every night, and the leader would meet with the Grand Princess every day to ask her if she needed anything. The eldest princess was no stranger to them either. If there was anything she wanted to do or to know, she would ask them to do it or get answers from them. To be honest, if these mercenaries were not all men, their only use would be gone. Should she continue to stand here, or should she replace the Duchess of Oxenstein as the head of the ladies-in-waiting as the Grand Princess requested? Madame Spare knew the Duchess's plan very well. The noble ladies in the court were the best at using such soft knives to kill people. Even though it was just a small matter, once it was started, the new queen would have to obey the Duchess's arrangements for everything that followed. The Duchess could also use reprimands and lessons to get back at Louis XIV for humiliating them. The Queen Mother and even most of the Swedish noble ladies would be happy to see this scene, but would the Grand Princess of the Sun King really do as they wished? The Grand Princess did not have a maid by her side now, but if she also refused, would the Grand Princess really have no choice but to let them manipulate her? Madame Spare did not think so. She asked her husband, who was also in the delegation. Count Spare chewed for a long time before saying that these 300 people were exactly the number of people who could protect the Grand Princess from escaping to France, no matter where she was. Can we send them from Stockholm? Yes. How about from the Danish army? Yes. This is the source of the eldest princess's courage. The Sun King left these 300 men behind to declare that his protection of the eldest princess would not disappear just because she became the Queen of Sweden. It was impossible to manipulate the eldest princess of France as he did with the new queen before. When she thought of this, Madame Spare boldly took a step forward and came to the front of the Duchess in the unbelievable eyes, and then turned to the maid behind her. "Send the queen's clothes up." Under the half-covered curtains and warm blankets, the eldest princess changed her clothes leisurely as she had done in the past few days, then completed her personal cleaning work and went to the prayer room, that is, the place to deal with personal needs. Most Swedes are Protestants, so she was exempted from the daily morning prayers and had meals. After the meal, the mercenary leader came to knock on the door, greeted her and asked if the eldest princess needed anything. During the whole process, the Duchess seemed to be suddenly under a spell. No one saw her and no one heard her. Finally, when Mrs. Spare left the room, the Duchess grabbed her arm. Her eyes glared out fiercely, and her originally beautiful face was distorted, you know. Mrs. Spare didn't even wait for her to say anything threatening. "I don't want to say anything. Do you know why King Louis XIV of France is still in Mama?" The Duchess paused. "Why?" She showed a contemptuous smile. "Does he really intend to break the engagement and take the Queen back to France?" "No," Mrs. Spare said with pity, "he is waiting for our king." Suddenly I felt a little uncomfortable, so I added a little less today. Chapter 366, Some Trivia about the Swedes and Lorraine-Alsace, 2. If Louis XIV had not had the crazy idea of escorting his eldest princess to Mama with 15,000 soldiers armed with live ammunition, according to tradition, Karl's I should have waited in Stockholm for the wedding delegation to send the eldest princess to the Old Palace, and then held the wedding at St. Nicholas Cathedral. But when Louis XIV appeared in Amsterdam, Karl's I argued with his mother, ministers, and members of parliament whether he should go to see the King of France. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, the latter had caused many omissions and mistakes in Karl's I's education, but also made the young Karl's I develop a somewhat withdrawn but stubborn character. He had a big quarrel with everyone. If he was still the boy who had just come of age, perhaps he would really succumb to their chattering, but Karl's I led an army of more than 10,000 people to fight against the Danes and won. He always remembered what the eldest princess had said to him. In this world, the tongue is never sharper than the sword. When he was in Paris and Versailles, he also heard a lot about the French King Louis XIV. Louis XIV had many similarities with him. Both lost their fathers at a young age and were regented by their mothers and important ministers. He could completely emulate and refer to the path that Louis XIV had taken. Queen Mother Anne of France and Bishop Mazarin loved the king more than his mother, Hedwig Eleonora of Holstein-Gottorp, and were better able to control their greed. Even so, Louis XIV appeared in front of the public only because his army defeated Viscount Turenne, and people saw their little king for the first time. With this idea in mind, after returning to Stockholm, Karl's I tried his best to build an army that belonged only to him. Needless to say, the difficulty was great. The enemies he had to face were once his most trusted relatives and friends, but he would rather borrow money from French bankers to take the first step. He succeeded. A young king with no ability and mediocre temperament was completely different from a young king who had defeated his old enemy. He finally had his own supporters in the court. Now, he still needed a powerful helper to take charge of his court and replace Queen Mother Eleonora, so that he would not be constrained by many parties. Of course, that person was only the Grand Princess Elizabeth of France. He loved her not only because of her beauty, nor because of her dowry, but also because she had received a systematic and good education, and her talents and vision were not inferior to those of the princes and dukes. She would not only be the mother of his son, but also his right-hand man and even a safe haven. Since he had such expectations, he would not treat his wife coldly or simply ignore her like other kings and princes. He carried with him the momentum of his previous victory, and rather than persuading him, he intimidated his mother and ministers, and instead of riding in a carriage, he rode day and night to Mama. He was so anxious because he had no choice. Although he did not need to welcome the bride, he needed to visit and comfort the eldest princess on the first night of her arrival in Stockholm, bringing gifts, usually expensive jewelry. If he did not do so, it would mean that he did not have much sympathy and respect for the new queen, and some people would inevitably stir up trouble again. When he rushed to Mama, the lights weren't already on. Charles I didn't know whether he should request an audience, but before his envoy set out, Louis XIV's envoy arrived. Charles I met him. Count d'Artagnan, a playboy who was always smiling but feared by many people. After he fiddled with his hat and bowed to Charles I, he asked on behalf of the king, "Do you need a rest? Or can you still hold on? If you can, come to see me in my room." This casual tone and attitude brought Charles I back to several years ago. He nodded to the count, indicating that he could hold on and would go to see the king immediately. After the count left, he hurriedly wiped his face and hair, changed his clothes, and brought his most trusted attendants to Mama Castle where the king was temporarily staying. This castle, built in the 14th century, was not very comfortable. Not long ago, a battle was fought here. Charles I was very familiar with it. He even remembered how a soldier fell from the wall and his brain burst out. But at this time, for a king, the castle was always the most suitable palace. It could accommodate enough people, had water sources, fortifications, and necessary ancillary buildings such as warehouses. As soon as he entered the door, he smelled the aroma of coffee. Swedes did not drink coffee for a long time, but after trying this refreshing drink, they could not let it go, because Sweden's location was really bad. They were located in the northernmost part of Europe. There were 8 months of sunshine for no more than 4 hours a year. The sun rose between 10 and 11 in the morning, and it sank again at 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Modern people know that natural light is closely related to people's natural rhythms, mainly the mutual regulation of sleep and digestion, and it will also affect people's emotions. People in the 17th century may not understand this, but they also know that being drowsy all day is not a good thing. Coffee can help them stay awake when they should be working, which makes it the favorite drink of the Swedes. Bontang presented a pot of black coffee, which was brewed very strong, thick and bitter according to the Swedish custom. After Charles I saluted Louis XIV, he immediately took a few sips. The hot and thick liquid flowed into his stomach, bringing a chill. "It's still so cold here," Louis XIV said. "Compared with the warm Paris and Versailles, the temperature in Sweden is really not flattering." "Yes, Your Majesty. This is Mama, the southernmost part of Sweden. Stockholm will be even colder." Louis looked at him. "Can I call you Carl?" "Yes, Your Majesty," Charles I said. This is not a public place. Although he is the King of Sweden, the person in front of him is also his half-teacher and father-in-law. "So, Carl," Louis said gently, "you know, I picked the most beautiful rose in my garden a few days ago and sent it here. I looked at this snowy land and felt worried, wondering if it could adapt to this strange country, whether it could grow roots again, spread leaves, bloom and bear fruit here. Roses are beautiful, but they are not soft flowers," said Charles I. "They have thorns and strong stems, and with me, Your Majesty, I swear to you that your rose will bloom more beautifully in Stockholm." "Elizabeth should have told you that words are the most empty and pale things," said Louis, "but it can soothe people's hearts. I'll remember your promise, Carl." He glanced at Charles I. "The night is long, why don't we chat and tell you something I want to tell you?" Louis moved his body to make himself more comfortable. He was used to Bontom bringing his furniture and bathtub wherever he went, whether it was a war or a wedding. The Versailles chairs had been wrapped in satin and lined with goose down on the cushions, backs and arms since a long time ago. The 2 chairs were particularly large. Bontom brought a blanket and gave one to each of the 2 kings. "A king must marry a princess," Louis began with this sentence. "No, not to mention the king. Even if a nobleman is willful and marries a woman of humble status, he will be deprived of his inheritance rights and even excluded from the entire court. So, I think you are also very clear that your future marriage will definitely not be based on pure love as described in legends or dramas. My situation," he continued, "is different from that of other kings. I spent my childhood in displacement and fear." "Yes," Charles I said admiringly, "you are a born great man." Although his mother and regent had their own ideas, which resulted in his lack of education, he at least grew up peacefully in the Palace of Stockholm without suffering any hardship. But Louis XIV was different. His enemies could not hide his current glory, so they laughed at his dark childhood. They said that Louis XIV's mother, Queen Anne, once made her living by pawning jewels. They said that Louis XIV had once depraved himself and mingled with refugees, and even planted potatoes himself. They said that Princess Henrietta, the current Duchess of Orleans, who had taken refuge with Louis XIV, almost died of a fever due to lack of medical care. But to a smart man like Charles I, such difficulties could instead highlight Louis XIV's extraordinary rationality and tenacity, just like a ray of light in the darkness that is most easily remembered. He was able to break free from such a dangerous and embarrassing situation and create such a considerable career. His character and courage had long surpassed those poor wretches who could only talk big. You see, I didn't arrange my marriage until I was 22 years old. As the King of France, my choices were very limited. In the end, as you know, Princess Teresa of Spain became my wife. She is the same age as me. Louis stared at the fire in the fireplace, recalling his thoughts at the time. France and Britain were once enemies, and Bourbons and Habsburgs were also enemies. We fought against each other and constantly looked for opportunities to destroy each other, but we had to intermarry because we had no choice. At that time, my ministers kept recommending beautiful ladies to me. He smiled at Charles I, who was a little embarrassed because his ministers were doing the same. I can understand them, because there is almost no possibility of peace between us and Spain and the Habsburgs. My wife is a Spanish princess. If she can get my love after she marries me, and I neglect the threat of the Habsburgs because of this love, then France will. Lanxi is about to face a catastrophe. But he turned slightly, but I also feel confused, because once Princess Teresa becomes my wife, she will be the person closest to me. My closest friends and relatives cannot reach the level of me and her. She and I have children and grow old together. I have seen how my mother spent the first half of her life in pain. She is also a princess of Spain. Do I want to let such a tragedy continue? I want to change. Louis continued. I wrote to her, hoping that she can learn French as soon as possible, and introduced her to the people and situations in the Louvre. Of course, it was very rough, because someone would definitely open my letter. I think if she still has self-esteem and thinking ability, she will understand. He looked at Carl's eye. That is, no matter what others say or do, her husband does not want her and him to be enemies. I hope so too. Carl's eye said. There is no parent who does not love his or her children, but sometimes the king is an exception. Louis said, some people say that there are three kinds of people in the world. Men are one kind, women are one kind, and kings are another kind. Charles I laughed, and Louis continued, I am not surprised at all. Philip IV will definitely teach his daughter that even after getting married, she must stand firmly on the side of Spain and remember that she is a Spanish princess, not a French queen. But how could such a thing happen? Charles, a girl becomes a man's wife, has children with him, and will eventually go to the grave together. How can the short dozen years she spent in her motherland be compared with the decades that followed? Unless one torture replaces another, one pain overcomes another. Louis said, so, on the wedding night, after everyone left our bedroom, I said to Teresa, don't worry about Spain or France, just look at me. I will respect you, protect you, and perform the duties of a husband, and you just have to repay me. Guess what Teresa answered me at that time? Can I know? Charles I asked shyly. You can see, Louis said, Elizabeth is not only my child. Teresa said that a person who is used to suffering does not mind suffering more, but if he has tasted sweetness, he will not be able to suffer in the future. Then I told her that if I broke my promise, she could retaliate against me in any way she wanted. Charles I didn't know what to say for a moment. Don't think she really won't do anything, said Louis XIV. The rage that a noble lady can burst out after being deceived is enough to burn the entire kingdom. But why did you make such a promise? Because husband and wife are one. Louis said, your marriage to Elizabeth is a covenant between France and Sweden, but at the same time, it is also a sacred contract. When you hold hands together and swear to God, you are also the descendants of Adam and Eve, not just king and queen. Although you have no blood ties, you will create a new bloodline, that is, the Palatinate-Zweibrücken, Swedish dynasty founded by Charles X, and the Bourbon. What do you want me to do? I love Elizabeth, but I need your guidance. Charles I whispered. I won't make promises to you or say something ridiculous, like the French will not want my eldest princess to influence you and make Sweden a vassal of France. Not to mention the Swedes, even you won't believe it. Carl hesitated. Yes, he confessed, I won't believe it. He and Louis XIV are both kings, and they know that any personal feelings cannot be compared with national interests. But this concern, Louis XIV said, may be further than you think. You are a king, and there is a problem, that is, you are destined to be enemies with your ministers and princes. Your father, Charles X, has deliberately begun to collect the royal property and territory that have flowed from Gustav I and Queen Christina. At that time, in order to consolidate their rule, they unscrupulously ennobled nobles and rewarded fiefs. How much is the income of the Swedish royal family now? 1/3 of the period of Gustav I, or even less. You have been systematically building and expanding the standing army, building warships, and promoting middle and low-level officials. This is good, but those people, you know who I mean, they probably won't surrender. How many members of parliament do you think are willing to obey your orders? Your every move is under their prying eyes, Karl. Only a few kings die of natural causes, and most kings die either at the hands of villains or traitors. And the worst part is, your mother, the Queen Mother, has never agreed with you. Your Prime Minister, the Duke of Oxfordshire, has a close relationship with her, and the nobles in the court and the palace will only prefer them who are willing to abide by the old rules rather than you. Who else around you can make you trust unconditionally? Only your wife? Louis continued quickly. I am willing to make a promise to my queen. At first it was just out of pity. I thought my wife should be respected by me, but later, I found out how much strength and help a wife with loyalty and love can bring to her husband. Karl, although I am the Sun King and the master of France now, if one day I lose everything, then there will only be Teresa standing by my side, because we swore together before God that her glory only came from me, not from her father. When people see her, they will only say that she is the wife of the King of France and the mother of the King of France, but they will not say that she is the Princess of Spain. Just like Elizabeth. Karl murmured. Just like Elizabeth, Louis said, the difficulties you will face are no less than what I did before. Although I don't want to admit it, Elizabeth will soon be your wife. I hope you can be like me and Teresa, helping each other instead of hating each other as they expect, because, he leaned forward and threw a piece of firewood into the fireplace, for the nobles, the king may be their real enemy. The queen, with the power of her mother's family, can be a help or a hindrance to the king. What do you think they will choose? I choose to be like you and Queen Teresa. King Charles I may have had some fear about marriage and the queen at the beginning, but now he is no longer hesitant. As for France and Sweden, Louis took the coffee and took a sip. Now I want to speak to you as a king, sir. Since Henry IV, France has been seeking a natural border, that is, the Brittany Peninsula in the west is limited to the United Kingdom, the Rhone Valley and the Marseilles to Laon line in the east are the endpoints, and the Pyrenees Mountains separate Spain, the Alps in the east block Italy and Switzerland, and the Jura Mountains, the Black Forest Mountains, and the Rhine Valley in the northeast cut France and the Holy Roman Empire. Not only have you done it, said Charles I, you've gone a step further. This is what all Europeans worry about, except the French, Louis said without disguising. Have you ever thought that I would get all of Europe? Don't you want to? There was an empire before, it was called Rome, Louis said, spinning his coffee cup boringly. You haven't thoroughly understood your country yet, or more accurately, mastered it, so you can't understand. Conquering and ruling are two completely different things, For a rational person, only what he can control truly belongs to him. I admit that I have ambitions, but perhaps not more inflated than Henry IV. He looked at Charles I, but it is possible that I would like to see how beavers build their nests. It was really hard to believe that a man who conquered Flanders and the Netherlands in one go and added 1/3 of the new territory to France would say this. Charles I murmured to himself for a while, but after communicating with the eldest princess, he began to take the initiative to ask to learn. Ancient Roman history is a compulsory course for all monarchs, and of course he had learned about it. The territory of the ancient Roman Empire once spanned Europe and Asia. For such a behemoth, the emperor's will, except for the earliest Octavian, might not even leave Rome. Almost all territories were divided and ruled by local governors. The same is true for the current Ottoman Turkey, otherwise Leopold I would not have so easily believed that the governor of Bosnia would sell Bosnia to Austria. What about you? Louis asked. Tell me, what did you see? Charles I lowered his head and thought for a moment. I think in my life, he replied with a sigh, perhaps the greatest achievement is the re-establishment of the Kalmar Union. What Charles I was talking about was the Scandinavian Union formed at the Kalmar Conference in 1397, which was hosted by Queen Margaret of Denmark. The three kingdoms of Norway, Sweden and Denmark jointly supported a ruler, Queen Margaret. This alliance lasted until 1523, when the Swedish noble Gustav Vasa declared Sweden's independence. Speaking of which, Charles I's Swedish throne was inherited from the Vasa dynasty. This approach was undoubtedly a guest-host reversal, but if Sweden could have only one voice like Louis XIV did, such a goal would not be impossible to achieve. However, after clarifying this point, Charles I also understood what Louis XIV meant. All he could see was Scandinavia. During the Louis XIV period, France would at least not expand its influence to the north. They would not have the possibility of being hostile to each other for decades. Then, even for Sweden and his own ambitions, he would stand on the same side as his wife. I would rather say it's for love. Charles I raised his hands and said with a frown, "Well, that thing is useless." Louis said, just as the conversation between the king and the other king came to an end, a person suffering from love was trudging through the mud. After Louis XIV took power, he began to build roads and bridges. Lorraine, as the first new territory to be incorporated into France, was also a major producer of glass, porcelain, steel and wood. Therefore, it had wide roads and bridges from a very early time. The army that suppressed the rebellion could have followed them all the way into Lorraine, but the Lorraine thugs were not fools. They destroyed a bridge and the road was interrupted. Count Soissons looked at the map and determined that there was another bridge downstream, about 1 or 2 leagues away from here, so he decided to go there. Lorraine has a lot of rain in spring, and the river water is turbid and turbulent. The path that hunters and villagers walked on was the so-called animal path, which was narrow, small, wet and slippery. The vines dragged their arms and feet. When it was dark, it started to rain again. Referring to the map and the guide's memory, they came to a small village with only 200 or 300 people. This village didn't even have a name at first. It was the priests who surveyed the map who gave it a name, Mona, which means small. The head of Mona village was actually a relative of the guide, although he was a little far away. The head of the village was tall, but as soon as he entered the room, he kept hunching his back, as if he was carrying a heavy stone. He looked at people from under his thick and macy eyebrows, and was full of fear and panic like the villagers they had seen. His huge hands tightly grasped the decent silk smock, as if someone would snatch it away if he didn't do so. Count Soissons just asked casually. They had stayed in other villages along the way, and the Lorraine people had a similar attitude towards them. After all, they could not be considered French. "How many rooms are there here?" he asked. After getting a vague number, the count frowned. It seemed that only officers could live in the house, but the soldiers also had tents. "Find them a suitable place," he said. The village chief pointed them to a place. It was a huge protruding rock, surprisingly flat. It was said that the villagers were drying wheat there, and there was enough space for the soldiers to stay there. Joseph and little Eugene, as officers, could stay in the village, but Count Soissons required them to see that all the soldiers had fallen asleep before leaving. Some of the army's new tents were captured from the Battle of Kamnik, but after being confiscated, they were refurbished, dewormed, and painted with waterproof paint. Each tent could accommodate 10 people. The soldiers were able to complete this work quickly and skillfully, but even so, they were delayed until it was completely dark. When they returned to the village in their cloaks, drank a large glass of hot wine with pepper, and prepared to go to sleep, it was only 3 or 4 hours before dawn. Perhaps because he was too tired, little Eugen couldn't sleep. He lay on the bed, looking at the darkness in front of him, calculating where the princess had arrived. Then he heard someone push open the door and walk in. The additional update is completed, 7,000 words. Less than 8,000, because it is not too interrupted. Happy holidays. Chapter 367, Some Trivia about the Swedes and Lorraine Alsace, 3. Along with this man came the candlelight. Wizards and scholars made a lot of strange things from asphalt, paraffin being one of them, because its shape at a certain stage was very similar to ointment or beeswax, so some scholars thought whether it could be used to make candles. This successful product earned the scholar and his wizard assistant a set of precious glass test vessels and a bonus of 1,000 livres, and they were also allowed to enter the Palace of Versailles to meet the king. Louis XIV was never stingy with his scholars and wizards, and they became more and more bold, discovering and inventing more and more things, many of which immediately became the best tools for Louis XIV to accumulate money. Since paraffin was extracted and produced on a large scale, the price of candles has dropped rapidly, and the behavior of nobles showing off their wealth by drinking and feasting all night has gradually become history. After all, merchants with a little wealth can light 4 or 6 candles in the room. Because of the factories and laboratories opened by the king in Lorraine, even the common people were considered wealthy, so it was not too strange to have a candle, but little Eugen smelled a strange fragrance, which indicated that this candle was not an ordinary paraffin candle, but a spermaceti candle, which was made from the wax of the whale's head wax. When it was lit, it could stimulate love. It was held by a young woman. Her hair and skin were a little wet, but not because of the rain. She must have just bathed and applied ointment, soaking her face, chest and arms with water and oil, swollen and elastic, looking at them, making people want to reach out and touch them. When she walked along, many people did so. She put the candle on the small table by the windowsill and walked towards little Eugen, with a trace of imperceptible regret in her eyes. "I will serve you, sir," she said bluntly. Little Eugen sat up and looked at her. She paused for a while, knelt down against the bedpost, then grabbed little Eugen's hand and placed it on the pile of soft things. "How is it?" she asked teasingly. "Not so good," said little Eugen. "I stopped using a wet nurse 10 years ago." The woman spitted softly in the dark. "Little child," she said, not very angry. She stood up, rearranged her clothes, took the candle, and walked out. Little Eugen lay back on the bed in silence. In addition to the damp smell in the room, there was also a layer of perfumed ointment. This perfume was different from the one he smelled in Paris and Versailles. The ladies in Versailles had long been accustomed to rose and jasmine perfumes, and people here were still using myrrh and sandalwood powder to make perfumes. Wait, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. If a spermaceti candle could be stolen goods bought by prostitutes from somewhere, no prostitute would apply such expensive perfume. Although spermaceti candles were expensive, if they were only lit for a short period of time, they would not cause them too much damage. The perfumed ointment had to be so strong that they had to apply enough. So, maybe it wasn't so bad to grow up surrounded by noble ladies in the Palace of Versailles. Little Eugen quickly estimated how many gold coins the prostitute had wiped off her body. It was not enough for her to spend the night, while she got out of bed, dressed neatly, and put on her weapons. Because the residents of the village did not build multi-story apartment buildings like the Parisians, their houses were still like before, more like a huge warehouse, and then separated by wooden boards. Such a large room also had a hall and a kitchen, which meant that there would not be many rooms, so the officers were dispersed. Little Eugene hesitated, because he didn't know whether Joseph, who lived with him, had already indulged in the gentleness of the land, but he heard a soft sound of yam. He clenched his short-handled musket and turned around, and saw Joseph standing behind him. He looked at Joseph, and Joseph made a gesture. From the door that was not closed yet, little Eugene saw a woman lying on the bed with a big cut in her throat and blood soaked the sheets. Joseph stepped back and pulled the sheets for her, not because of the last mercy and kindness, but to prevent others from noticing something wrong at a glance. Little Eugen suppressed the uneasiness in his chest and followed the woman with Joseph. She looked like an ordinary prostitute. Not surprisingly, they watched her walk straight to the village chief's house, where she and a man had a few whispered arguments, like children or something. Joseph nudged little Eugen with his elbow, revealing a playful expression. At this moment, they heard a suppressed shout. In the dark blue sky and silver-white rain, several black shadows swayed, and one shadow collapsed and never rose again. Two of these shadows separated and went to the place where little Eugen and Joseph were staying temporarily. They remembered the family that seemed dull and didn't even dare to raise their heads. There were 3 young men in this family. Joseph glanced at little Eugen, and the 2 of them raised their pistols in tacit understanding. Gunshots rang out. 3 or 4 of the dark shadows wandering around the village chief's house were knocked down, and the 2 who were coming towards little Eugene were the first to be hit. They fell to the ground, not dead yet, but wailing in pain. The sound of gunfire and shouting, which could no longer be covered by the sound of rain, was like the beginning of a piece of music, and then a wave of riots broke out from all parts of the village. Little Eugene and Joseph were in the dark, without saying a word. As grandsons of the Duke of Vendôme and descendants of the Prince of Savoy, their weapons and equipment have always been the best. They also had the rapid-fire pistols that King Ludwig I of Poland used when he fought against the Ottoman Grand Vizier, and they had more than one. They ran to the Count of Soissons' room, and when they met him, several thugs had already fallen in the place they passed. The rebels' intentions and plans could not be said to be entirely wrong. Since the 12th century, whenever there was a war, prostitutes and famous girls would follow the army in large numbers, and sometimes their number would even exceed that of customers. When there was no war, soldiers and officers were also happy to enjoy their comfort. But the prostitutes I met were so skilled, Joseph said with a smile. I wouldn't be surprised to meet such girls in the Bois de Boulogne, but what kind of place is this? Besides carpenters, they are ironworkers or hunters. Are they here to do charity? He turned to little Eugene and said, "You should kill that woman, otherwise we can be more relaxed." Count Soissons patted little Eugene on the shoulder. Unlike Joseph, little Eugene, who had been immersed in Versailles for many years, did not have the idea of taking human life lightly like those descendants of nobles with fiefs. The Duke of Vendôme was never a good man, because he did not like his indecisive son. This grandson was brought up by him and raised by him. It was not surprising that he had such an idea. The Count did not know which idea was right, but he had to say that he felt comforted when he saw that little Eugene and his mother did not have much imagination. Our army doctors are very strict about what we eat. They can't find a chance to put drugs in the food and drink, so they can only use prostitutes to paralyze us, Count Soissons said. The losses were reported quickly. There were a total of 32 officers staying in the village, including them, and their guards, about 100 people in total. Fortunately, except for an officer who was too brave and ran into an angry bull and was almost trampled into a pancake, everyone else only suffered some minor injuries. The village chief knelt on the ground, his already hunched back bent even more. His hands were tied behind his back, so he could only raise his head to plead. Of course, in his words, he and the villagers were innocent. They were just coerced by the mob. "You can leave at any time, but sir," he shouted, "we can't leave here. They said they want to retaliate against us, kill our children, and sell our women. They are real soldiers, that's right, sir. They are strong lions just like you, and we are just a group of lambs. How dare we go against their will?" Joseph, who was standing aside, heard it, lowered his head and sneered, "You didn't act like a group of lambs when you stabbed that prostitute to death. I don't think you love your village that much either." Count Soissons said, "You prepared wine with aconite and datura, but because our doctor knew that all food and drinks had to be checked, you didn't dare to take it out, so you threw out those women. But they said they were invited here several days ago, and you were waiting for us. And the wood, grease, paraffin and felt." Joseph kicked the seemingly inconspicuous barrels and wooden boxes in the corner of the house. "You want to wait until we fall asleep, then set the house on fire and burn us, the prostitutes and the house together." But they were far more alert than the mob imagined. The village chief was silent for a while. "They gave us some money," he said dejectedly. Little Eugen was also among the audience, and he did not interrupt without authorization, mainly because his heart was still pounding, his eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and his originally mediocre face looked more serious and mature. He always felt that there was something he had not thought of. When the soldiers poured the gold coins they had searched out onto the table, he suddenly felt cold all over, and he thought of what he had missed. Soldiers. They brought thousands of soldiers. They were stationed on the rocky ground only a few hundred feet away from the village, in a commanding position. Once they saw the village on fire, they would come to reinforce immediately. In such a dark night and rainy day, it was absolutely impossible for human feet to outrun horses, even if they started tracking at dawn the next day. He jumped up from his chair. "Soldiers! Our soldiers!" As soon as he shouted, Count Soissons immediately discovered this huge loophole. As soon as he stood up, he saw the village chief, who had been acting very cowardly and incompetent, suddenly jump up from the ground, his mouth wide open, his dirty teeth almost biting little Eugen's throat. If little Eugen hadn't pulled out his dagger in time, the dagger would have crossed the village chief's face and almost split it in two. Joseph rushed out from the side, kicked the village chief and knocked him over. The village chief wailed, "You killed me, Belle, Maya, my daughter, my mother, my child, my child." Joseph kicked him again. "I don't care who you killed, tell me what you want to do. Go. Go to hell, French." The village chief shouted hatefully, "You brought the plague. You dared to leave us. I will kill you." "Go ask others," Joseph said. "This man has too many typos." "Don't bother," said little Eugen. "They can't tamper with the food, and they can't have a regular army, so they can only use the existing terrain." When he said this, he shook his head slightly, because he remembered his mother. When the Countess of Soissons set out to return to Paris, she was passing through a canyon. Rain, night, everything is so familiar. "I know what they are going to do." Little Eugen shouted, "Let us soldiers get down from that rock immediately." Fortunately, the rain was no longer as heavy as it was in the first half of the night. The soldiers were awakened from their sleep. Count Soissons didn't even want the tent. They quickly moved from the rock to the woods below. Torches were lit one by one, illuminating faces who were confused. They rubbed their cheeks and looked for the enemy in confusion. "What's wrong?" they asked. When there were still 100 or 200 people on the rock, they suddenly felt a strange tremor under their feet, as if a giant was about to wake up. There were also crazy shouts from their companions in the woods, but before they could understand the meaning, their bodies could not control themselves and tilted to one side. A soldier watched the scenery in front of him change rapidly. He was obviously not sitting on a horse, nor in the carriage, but moving at a very fast speed. Everyone around him staggered and fell, desperately trying to grab something to stabilize his body. He heard the whistling sound of the wind, and suddenly he understood, it was not them who were moving, but the ground beneath their feet that was moving. They, along with the mountain, fell directly into the deep valley. There were a total of 98 lives, and even the wizards could not save them. Their bodies were incomplete. Facing the bloodstains and unnatural bumps on the white linen, Count Soissons turned to look at the village chief. "You are also prepared, right?" This rocky land was like a protruding tongue, which was not uncommon in the mountains. The place where it connected to the mountain was sometimes very solid and sometimes very fragile. I don't know if the people in the village got gunpowder or its lifespan had really reached the end. It was set up as a murder trap. The villagers supported a huge piece of wood under the rock, but like some stone bolts on the city gate, the lower end of this wood was sharpened and it would fall down as long as it was hit. Without the supporting rock, plus the extra weight, it would collapse as before. Even if all the soldiers could not be killed, the thugs would have a chance to escape. There is no need to say more about what happened next. The dead soldiers turned into ashes in the flames. They would not be happy to stay in this strange and hostile place. The priests who accompanied the army gave the last sacraments to the dead. May they ascend to heaven soon and sit side by side with angels and saints. As for the villagers, in order to paralyze the French, some women and children were left behind. Count Soissons stared at the children for a while. There were no babies among them. Most of the children were already able to remember things. He looked around. This village was located by the river, but there were no boats. But even if there were, the children would not know how to sail a boat. At that time, all technical trades were passed down from father to son, and from son to grandson. Not to mention sailing a boat, even if there was a special messenger to deliver a letter, it was not something that anyone could do casually. He brought out the guide, the village chief, and the men who participated in the riot and executed them for treason. That is, they were hanged after their limbs were cut off. In the blood and wailing, all the villagers and prostitutes, except the children, were hanged on the trees one by one. Their children bit their fingers numbly and watched them kick their feet. The priest wrote their crimes on the wooden board and hung the board on the necks of the dead, which was also a warning and threat. For these children, it depends on whether God is willing to forgive you. Count Soissons said that this village is very small and hidden. If there is no map and guide, they may not be able to find it. It depends on the situation. They have little communication with the outside world. Those prostitutes and wine and other good things are all brought by those guys with ulterior motives. But after torture and interrogation of several people, they went to the agreed place, and it was already empty. It seems that these villagers are just chess pieces that they use and discard. Without adults, boats, or horses, it was not easy for these children, who were only in their early teens, to walk to the next village on their own. This time was different from hundreds of years later. Only the army led by the Count of Soissons could travel long distances in the wilderness. There were wild beasts in the forest, turbulent water in the river, and people. People were sometimes more dangerous than the former two. Of course, they could continue to stay here, but since the villagers had decided to abandon their village, why should the French pity them? The Count of Soissons glanced at the children and nodded. Then some soldiers rode out and set the houses on fire. They continued to walk downstream and soon left the charred village and the pairs of resentful eyes behind. This was the price that every powerful country had to pay. However, the Count of Soissons became more careful. Fortunately, the closer they got to their destination, the more they could clearly feel that the air was no longer so tense or weird. The villagers were either attentive or alert, but they all showed the meaning of "although I don't like you, I am still willing to flatter or deal with you." Because the closer it is to Kingstown, a town that developed rapidly because of the glass industry, the governor who managed it named it Kingstown without much consideration, the more people will benefit and be protected there, said Joseph. Little Eugen looked silently at the town whose shadow could already be seen faintly. It was called a town, but it was more like a new city. It was hidden between the mountains, with tall chimneys standing taller than the city walls. It was said that the population there had exceeded 5,000. The food, entertainment and daily necessities of 5,000 people were enough to support the industries of the surrounding villages and towns, not to mention that they also needed people nearby to do some odd and long jobs for them. But some people here were expelled or died because of that incident. Are you talking about the great rebellion that the Duke of Orleans encountered in Lorraine? Joseph said. He was the grandson of the Duke of Vendôme. The Duke of Vendôme would certainly tell him about it in detail. After all, if nothing unexpected happens, Joseph, as a member of the Bourbon family and a person with a close bloodline to the king, may also be sent to the newly occupied territories or colonies to serve as governor, so he may know more than the Duchess of Montpensier and other noble ladies. The plague was certainly not brought by the Duke of Orleans. Do you think I'm a fool? Little Eugene glared at him. Lorraine was not conquered by military force, but was sold to Louis XIV by the Duke of Lorraine at that time. The Duke of Orleans did not need to use such means to weaken the power of the locals. They should have been self-defeating. The plague was directed at the Duke of Orleans, and he was the victim. But there are always people who believe these nonsense, Joseph said, and the Duke of Orleans was the first person to discover that something was wrong and took timely measures. He and his soldiers were able to return to Paris safely because he was willing to believe in medicine and science. Don't those people believe it? They believed that the Duke of Orleans had a holy relic that could protect him from the plague, so they gathered in front of his castle. They were the sinners who brought the plague to innocent and healthy people, but at that time they only thought that the prince was cursing them, which made the plague worse. But, Joseph gestured in a big circle, there were probably tens of thousands of people gathered together at that time. They drank water, bathed and defecated in a stream, ate in a pot, and slept on a blanket. How could the plague not spread? Maybe someone would warn them and dissuade them, but they believed wholeheartedly that as long as they had the holy relic, even a person who was about to rot could come back to life in an instant. Some people say that the Duke of Orleans later drove these people into the Holy Roman Empire to retaliate against them. This is really a bit embarrassing, Joseph said, holding his face. On the one hand, he swears that the French brought the plague, and on the other hand, he says that the Duke's behavior is revenge. Only the victims can say that it is revenge. There are many people who curse him. Little Eugene remembered that when he was still on his mother's knee, he also heard Leopold I curse the Duke of Orleans. At that time, he didn't know who it was. At that time, the plague swept several cities. Although it was still some distance away from Austria, the Elector of Saxony had a dispute with Leopold I for a long time because of this. Of course, he was not completely innocent. Without the permission of the Elector, how could the plague suddenly break out in Lorraine inexplicably? Lorraine is not a port city, nor a central area. Because it is mountainous and forested, the population is not dense. It is too unreasonable for the sudden outbreak of the epidemic. So what are you thinking about? Are you thinking that the Duke of Orleans shouldn't do this? Joseph asked. He was not angry. Compared to him, little Eugene was a first-timer on the battlefield. He had been raised in the court, Soissons and Versailles before. The prince was very gentle, so it was not surprising that he would feel compassion for the hatred that had lasted for 20 years. No, said little Eugene, if it were me, I would do the same. These people infected with the plague will only spread the plague further if they continue to stay in Lorraine. The tax agreed upon by the king and the Duke of Lorraine is fixed. Even if Lorraine becomes a dead land, the king will still give the Duke of Lorraine that amount every year. If Lorraine does not pay enough taxes, the royal family may be dragged down by this huge number. It is hard to say what will happen in the end. Maybe when the Duke of Lorraine's brother fights back, our army will be unable to resist at all. In the end it will be all in vain. Moreover, said little Eugene, they hate the wrong people. He paused, but maybe they don't care whether their hatred is correct or not. As long as they resist the French, they can get money, just like the people here. He looked around. They rely on the French to live, so they won't smash their own plates. That's right, said Joseph. That's it, my good sir. The dead can never be better than the living. Update completed. Chapter 368, Unexpected Little Eugen. Even Louis XIV was a little surprised when he saw the latest battle report. When deciding on the candidates to pacify the rebels, Louis XIV did not use the powerful weapons in his hands, and even recalled Viscount Turenne to fight against Versailles. This contemptuous attitude was a far cry from the two Fronde rebellions he encountered when he was still a teenager. However, His enemies had to admit that the waves and undercurrents they had created during Louis XIV's expedition had already shown signs of exhaustion when the king defeated the Ottoman Turks. Although European monarchs have always been happy to attack each other, in fact, the tradition of holy war that has continued for hundreds of years is still firmly rooted in people's hearts. Even the last emperor of Constantinople, Constantine I, there are still people who believe that angels turned him into a marble statue and buried him in an unknown place. When the time designated by God comes, he will jump out of the soil, wielding a sword, wearing a purple robe, and leading Christians to re-enter the Golden Gate and retake Constantinople. This is still a loser, while Louis XIV is an out-and-out winner. If Louis XIV was panic-stricken inside, his enemies would be proud, but unfortunately Louis XIV did not take them seriously at all. Why did the new territories conquered by European monarchs always spark a wave of resistance? This was related to their stubborn feudal ideas. The king was also a great feudal lord. If the territory was only obtained through inheritance and marriage, they might be more tolerant, but for the territory obtained through war, they would always mistakenly continue to treat the people there as enemies. Would you be warm and kind to your enemies? Of course not, so they always treated the new territories with endless exploitation and extortion. If someone was dissatisfied, they would kill him. But Louis XIV had considered it from the very beginning. Since he first bought Lorraine with a large sum of money and then conquered Flanders and the Netherlands with all his national strength, he did not intend to give them any surname other than Bourbon after 50 or 100 years. He did not treat those unruly people as French, nor did he treat them as slaves. In fact, whether it was Flanders, the Netherlands, or Lorraine, as long as the people there were willing to accept the rule of Louis XIV, even if the taxation was 3 times that of the French, the money they accumulated would be enough for them to live on. Of course, if they still had any complaints, then Louis XIV would not force them to continue to be his subjects. Judging from the secret letter sent by Lorraine Alsace, Count Soissons was indeed a down-to-earth person who could use ruthless means when necessary, just as he promised to the king and behaved in normal times. The numbers in the secret letter were his report to the king. He was not as talented as Viscount Tyrone or General Vauban, but he was indeed steady and reliable. However, he probably did not expect that the first person to shine in suppressing the Lorraine rebellion was not himself, nor Louis Joseph de Bourbon, who had been in the army for several years and had a grandfather who was a veteran, but little Eugen of Savoy. This boy, who had barely reached adulthood, seemed to be born to appear on the battlefield. If the conspiracy in the village was discovered by 2 teenagers, it was a bit unexpected. Then his direct confrontation with the mercenaries in Austria and Saxony was a miracle among accidents. The report of the spy was mostly learned from the captives and villagers, with a bit of scattered and exaggerated, so the report of Count Soissons was in the usual straightforward style of a soldier. Count Soissons said that when Eugene the Younger led a patrol of 10 people that day and patrolled a field outside the king's town, they were unexpectedly attacked by a group of refugees. They easily defeated and captured them, but one of the captives caught Eugene's attention. When he fell, he cursed in Austrian. Because he had long known that Austrians had bribed, guided and used Lorraine Alsatians to start riots, this sentence made Eugene the Younger instantly return to the past. At that time, he was sitting on the knees of his mother or Leopold I. This curse, which was similar to slang, made him feel very familiar. After they carefully examined this person, they found that his hands, feet, facial skin and teeth were indeed not like those of a refugee. He should be an Austrian mercenary. At the beginning, he was still lying and begging, trying to escape death with this clumsy method, perhaps because he saw that the leader of this patrol was actually a child. Do you know how Mr. Eugene the Younger used a quick method to get a confession? Count Soissons wrote in the letter that he said the Austrian would die the same way as the Crimean tatars at Kamenik. Seeing this, Louis XIV couldn't help but smile. Before the Battle of Kamenik, the Crown Prince Louis also unexpectedly encountered a group of refugees and Crimean tatars who were scouting for military intelligence for the Ottomans. They intended to attack the Crown Prince. Louis was not a bloodthirsty and cruel person, but when he was among a group of wild beasts, he would be despised if he didn't touch blood. So at his instruction, the Polish tatars who defected to him used the method of the former Grand Duke of Wallachia, Vlad II, to impale the captives alive on wooden stakes, just like roasting lambs, from bottom to top, through the whole body. But that would take a lot of time. Louis XIV murmured. Of course, Eugen didn't waste so much time. If he did, there would be no great victory. He directly raised a musket with the wooden handle buried in the soil and the bayonet erected. Sure enough, such terrible torture made the Austrian sell his companion without hesitation. He was chased by a giant bear that had just awakened and was unfortunately separated from his team. Their team had 1,500 people and was heading to Kingstown. The former residents of this place knew a road that the French didn't know, but if he asked him, he couldn't tell where the road was. Eugen fulfilled his promise and gave him a quick death. He immediately flew back to the Count of Soissons. The Count of Soissons was not afraid of fighting with those Austrians. Moreover, Kingstown was called a town, but it was actually a new city with walls, fortresses, and fortifications. It was almost impossible to take down 1,500 people unless they were caught by surprise. But young Eugene was not content to hold his ground. Although the Austrian did not know where the road was, he and Joseph searched the map for a long time and estimated that there might be 3 or 4 places that might be secret passages known to the Lorraine people. However, Count Soissons did not allow them to leave the Kingstown because according to previous estimates, the army should be not far from them. If the exploration team happened to run into them head-on, they might not have a chance of being captured. But young Eugene had other ideas. The Sun King had always been tolerant of his soldiers. In the army, the soldiers could eat meat 3 days a week, eggs and milk on the other 2 days, and fish on one day and the fasting day. So their eyes would not be as blurred as those of ordinary people at night. They asked the Count of Soissons' personal attendant, and the elderly attendant had also fought for the Austrians. In his recollection, most of the Austrian mercenaries still found it difficult to see at night. But they didn't know whether they were pure mercenaries or mixed with some Austrian officers. It had been some time since Leopold I followed Louis XIV's example to establish his own standing army, and he certainly would not be stingy with his officers. Joseph discussed with little Eugene, which was later asked by Count Soissons, and they felt that these people should be more mercenaries. After all, Louis XIV had just rescued Leopold I. If the French caught the Austrians doing such a despicable and shameless thing, Leopold I and the Roman Catholic Church as an intermediary would not look good, not to mention that other allies would also be worried. Count Soissons had only 3 daughters and his youngest son was still in swaddling clothes. He did not have many opportunities to deal with such young people. Even if he did, he would never dare to pretend to obey him in secret, which made him neglect it. He rejected little Eugene and Joseph, and turned around to do the pre-war arrangements with satisfaction. Who knew that as soon as he left his sight, the 2 big boys slipped out with several servants. Perhaps fate had really blessed these 2 daring children. They had really found a secret passage. It couldn't be called a secret passage. It was a narrow valley unknown to the French. It was like a ripped shirt. From the exit, it looked like a huge date pit. It was surprisingly close to Kingstown. It was too late to consider whether the people in the neighboring villages knew about this secret passage. Outside the valley was a slightly undulating dense forest. Outside the dense forest was a wide, artificially cultivated flat land with low protective walls and bunkers. Behind them was the wall of Kingstown. Little Eugen could no longer be said to be bold, but rather fearless. He handed the horse to Joseph and began to climb up with only his servants. In the deep blue night, he climbed up and down the cracks of the rocks like a lonely goat. He almost fell off the cliff several times. The servants who were still frightened said so. Sometimes, even the faint light of the sky disappeared. They were like walking in a nightmare. Fortunately, they finally reached a high point, from which they could see a few lights. The mercenary leader who was entrusted with an important task by Leopold I was no ordinary person. Don't forget that Marshal Schomberg was also an Austrian and a mercenary leader. The leader restricted his soldiers to use torches and bonfires to illuminate, warm, and drive away wild animals. More than 1,000 people sat and lay together in a very disciplined manner, with only slight snoring and conversation. Little Eugen saw that there were carriages in their team. Although he couldn't check the depth of the ruts, he guessed that it should be artillery. The walls of Kingstown were designed by General Vauban and built with cement and heavy stone bricks, but it was still an industrial town after all, not a real military fortress, and its walls might not be able to withstand artillery bombardment. Little Eugen might have an idea at this time. When he and Joseph returned to Kingstown, they were undoubtedly reprimanded by Count Soissons. According to military law, they still had to accept punishment, but little Eugen proposed an idea that frightened him. Eugene's idea was the same as before. He was not willing to stay inside the city wall and wait for the enemy to attack. They were so close to the enemy, and the enemy had not expected that they had noticed it, so they should make good use of this advantage. Eugene's original idea was to lead the army to ambush, but now he had a good idea. The valley was narrow and high, because the peaks on both sides tilted towards the middle, so it was difficult for people below to look up and see the situation above. Count Savasoun wrote, "At that time, I asked him what his plan was, and he said, 'Isn't there a lot of black oil in the glass factory?' Louis XIV certainly knew black oil. Black oil is also a kind of oil extracted from coal by wizards. Its output is not high, but it can have a higher and more stable temperature than coal, and the glass burned is also purer. Now the palaces of kings and princes, not limited to France, do not have large and bright glass windows and glass dressing mirrors, but they will be secretly laughed at for a long time. This is also one of Louis XIV's important incomes. It is not surprising that the thugs thought of destroying this place at the first time. But the low output is also for coal and steel. There are at least 2,000 pounds of coal tar in stock. Little Eugen doesn't need too many people. In the army of Count Soissons, there are many grenadiers who can easily carry 50 pounds of weight. They use leather bags filled with water to fill coal tar, followed little Eugen and Joseph, and climbed the nameless mountain in the dark. It is said that little Eugen tied the mouths of each soldier with cloth before they set off, so that even if they fell, they would not wail. They didn't even need to climb to the top. It was almost 4 o'clock, and everything around them was no longer gray, black, or white, but faded tempera paintings. But as long as they reached the right spot, Eugene had already marked it with a broken branch, then the next task was easy. The grenadiers silently swung their water bags and threw them from the protruding rocks to the bottom of the valley. Someone discovered them, but it was too late. The inward sloping mountain wall meant that it was difficult for people at the bottom of the valley to climb up. After dropping their water bags, several grenadiers took off their grenades. The grenade exploded in the crowd, and flames, iron fragments, and bullets flew in all directions, igniting the coal tar. Although there was not much vegetation on the mountain wall, the valley bottom must be overgrown with vines and lush vegetation. The flames swept the entire valley. In the thick smoke and fire, it was difficult for the mercenaries to obey the leader's command. They either ran back or rushed forward, trampling on each other, and the wailing and cursing sounds were like coming from hell. I will start adding more tomorrow. Chapter 369. A family with a daughter. When people in later generations write biographies of Prince Eugene de Savoy, they usually encounter several problems. Either they cannot get a definite answer, or they are likely to be considered by Prince Eugene's admirers as intentionally slandering or mocking this outstanding and great military strategist. There are two most criticized issues. One is that although Prince Eugene had outstanding military achievements and was generously granted the title of prince by Louis XIV even after giving up his eldest son's inheritance rights, he did not have a publicly recognized marriage, lover, or children until he was 80 years old. There was even a time when people doubted whether Louis XIV intended to avoid having a leader with too high prestige in his court and army, but it turned out that Louis XIV had promised him more than once that no matter what kind of woman Prince Eugene wanted to marry, as long as she was of innocent or not so innocent, as long as he was willing, His Majesty the King was willing to confer her the title so that she could be with Prince Eugene openly and legally. But such a suggestion was undoubtedly rejected by Prince Eugene. His personal attendant, the king's personal attendant Bonhomme, and the Duchess of Montpensier and other courtiers mentioned in their autobiographies and biographies about Versailles that the prince seemed to have never fallen in love with anyone. Even if a noble lady was willing to throw the flower of love to him, he would only step back indifferently and let the delicate petals fall to his feet. He had no children. In the end, he returned and gifted his title and territory, as well as most of his assets to his best friend, the later King Louis XIV of France. Some fragmentary, commemorative medals, jewelry, and reliquary boxes were given to several friends. Most of them were related to the Bourbon royal family. After all, he stayed in the Palace of Versailles from the age of 9 to 14, and grew up with princes and princesses. Hundreds of years later, people in Italy, the Netherlands, or the National Museum of Spain can see the gifts given to friends by this world-famous marshal. There should have been such a treasure in the Royal Museum of Sweden, a reliquary given by Prince Eugen to the then Queen of Sweden, the Grand Princess Elizabeth of France, which contained a lock of hair said to be from St. Nicholas. People have no way of knowing whether it was the reliquary, because when the Queen of Sweden, the Queen Mother, died, several things were buried with her, including a portrait of her husband, her children's milk teeth, Her father Louis XIV's handwritten letters, mainly letters congratulating the birth of the children, and this reliquary. It's not that no one has speculated whether there was a simple and painful emotional story between the two, but except for the few years in the Palace of Versailles, since Prince Eugen entered the army and the Grand Princess Elizabeth married into the Swedish royal family, they have never met again. Except for the last reliquary, they have no traces of any letters or messengers communicating on their behalf. There is another thing that an officer of the Count of Soissons occasionally mentioned to his relatives and friends. He said that Prince Eugene's first battle was not on the War of the Grand Alliance in 1682 as people thought, but in the first year or even the first month when he joined the French army as a young man who had just come of age. It was a battle with rebellious mobs in the King's Town in Lorraine. The reason why people questioned the authenticity of this war was entirely because there was no record of this battle. During this period, there were indeed some sporadic rebellions in Lorraine-Alsace, but they were harmless. The proud Sun King even gathered all his generals and marshals in the Palace of Versailles to drink and sing all night to celebrate France's victory over the Ottomans, and only sent the first batch of students who barely graduated from the Royal Military Academy to crush those poor scum. Because of the strict requirements and audits of the military system, regulations and written records by the Sun King, Mr. Colbert and the Marquis of Louvois, people in later generations did find Prince Eugene's name on some documents. Of course, he was not a prince at that time. There were also the Duke of Vendôme, Louis Joseph de Bourbon, and the commander-in-chief, Count Soissons, who was Prince Eugene's father. According to the time on paper, Prince Eugene was only 14 years old at the time. Although he could be called an adult at this age, he was still some time away from being able to speak, and this was his first time leaving Paris and Versailles. Scholars unanimously believe that in this battle, Prince Eugene should have been an observer. Count Soissons would not have allowed him to command the army or go to war. The records seem to prove this, but the content written by the officer's relatives caused an uproar. Because in this record, this officer, he was the captain of the Grenadiers, clearly pointed out that when Prince Eugene, who was then Mr. Eugene the Younger, the grandson of Prince Eugene and the Duke of Vendôme, discovered a group of about 1,500 Austrian mercenaries resting in a valley less than 1,000 feet away from the King's Town where they were, it was Mr. Eugene the Younger who refused Count Soissons' order to retreat to the King's Town and insisted on taking the initiative to advance and attack the enemy. His method was to collect all the coal tar in the glass factory, put it in water bags, and he and 200 or 300 brave grenadiers carried them to the cliffs on both sides of the valley. Then threw it down from the top and set it on fire. Coal tar is a viscous liquid that is very easy to burn. It was early spring, and there were more dry branches and leaves in the valley than new buds. The narrow valley floor immediately caught fire. The officer described it to his family like this: our soldiers were waiting at both ends of the valley. Those who rushed out were killed, and those who stayed in the valley, he didn't know how to describe it. He only knew that when the fire died down and the smoke was blown away by the wind, when they walked in, his feet were still burned by the ground even through the thick soles of cowhide boots. Those who were burned to death merged with the grass and trees, and it was impossible to see what the black piles were. The air was filled with a strange choking smell. They were followed by a priest who threw holy water into the air, and the holy water immediately turned into a small steam when it touched the ground. He and other soldiers followed orders to open those things. He didn't think there were any living people inside. The whole canyon was black. One of his friends found a body. It exploded after being opened. The hot debris inside splashed all over his head and face. They almost went crazy. After they finished these things, some soldiers brought in those who had managed to rush out of the valley but still couldn't escape death. Their bodies were also burned to twisted and charred. Such a terrible thing made everyone involved just want to forget it as soon as possible, and Count Soissons also hoped that they could keep their mouths shut. The officer only mentioned it to his relatives occasionally after drinking when he retired for 30 years and was about to meet God. War has always been the cruelest. As people say, death may be just a number, but such death, for the people at that time, was not upright, moral or even romantic enough. Yes, this is the French. This made Prince Eugene's admirers furious, because Prince Eugene had always been known as a gentleman on the battlefield during his 50-year military career. He was willing to respect not only his friends but also his enemies, and never resorted to unnecessary harm and killing. It was really shocking that when he was only 14 years old, he burned more than 1,000 people to death in a narrow valley without hesitation. The objections they raised were not groundless. First, The relative of the officer was also the recorder of this tragedy. Fortunately and unfortunately, he was not an ordinary person. He was a famous writer. Before hearing about this incident, he had already written several good works that made people cry. In the process of recording, he certainly could not be as observant and rational as a pure recorder. He even wrote from the perspective of the officer. In this way, while greatly enhancing the appeal of this record, it also greatly reduced its authenticity and credibility. Second, there are no relevant records of this incident in Versailles, Paris and Lorraine. Some people went to the local area to look for the canyon where 1,500 people were buried, but nothing was found. After the rebellion in Lorraine was assessed, Louis XIV decided to expand the glass and steel industry. So with Kingstown as the center, the French used gunpowder to flatten the surrounding rocks for several miles. It had long been turned into a solid city. 3. Hundreds of years later, some people still tried to find evidence to prove that this incident really happened. They used metal detectors and other things that ordinary people could not understand at all. Because in the record, no one took away the weapons or ornaments, money bags, and artillery mentioned by the officers. Even if the canyon was intentionally buried, these things must still exist. They found nothing. It was natural to find nothing, because after reading the secret letter and the war report of the Count of Soissons, Louis XIV decided to suppress this matter. A king or a duke could pierce 200 pagans in Camnac, but the little Eugen now could not bear the weight of burning 1,500 people. He did not want such a reputation to follow a 14-year-old child, and he also vaguely felt that the behavior of little Eugen was related to the fact that those soldiers were from Austria. Several years ago, he was sure that little Eugen had not forgotten what happened before he was 3 years old. He knew that he was not the biological son of the Count of Soissons, and his biological father was Leopold I, the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, and the eldest Princess Elizabeth. The king ordered the Count of Soissons to move the wreckage and the artillery to another place, bury the valley, build towns and factories, and transplant fast-growing plants. In just 10 or 20 years, people would not recognize the original appearance of the place, let alone 50 years. He did this out of pity for little Eugene and some admiration. The Count of Soissons did not write in the letter, but asked a wizard's raven to pass on a message. He was worried that little Eugene's character was affected by the Habsburg blood in his body. Louis thought so. It might not be Leopold I who led little Eugene astray, but him. When he fought against the Ottoman Turks, he used similar traps, but with gunpowder. The traps were set in the castle, and the results were much more prominent than the 1,500 people of little Eugene. That was 10,000 people. Eugene the Younger rejected the Count of Soissons' proposal and adopted this seemingly cruel method, but it could maximize the protection of his own strength. In fact, in the battle that could not be called a battle, only a dozen French soldiers were injured. But it was difficult to convince the stubborn old nobles and generals like the Count of Soissons, so Louis XIV did not explain more. Anyway, his will would always be obeyed. But that was all later. When the king was reading the letter, Prince Conti was coming to see the king with a distinguished guest. Prince Conti had been quiet for a long time after his brother suddenly became King Louis I of Poland. But seeing that Louis XIV was not angry and was even happy to see the Bourbon bloodline extend to the eastern part of Europe, as a distant relative and half-brother-in-law of the Sun King, his wife was also a Mancini, he became arrogant again. Seeing the king smiling, he bowed and asked briskly, "My Majesty, is there any good news?" "It's not very good news," Louis XIV said. "The children have won a small victory in Lorraine. There are always some people who overestimate their own abilities, like jumping clowns," Prince Conti complimented, like singing poetry, "but they don't know that they are useless except making people laugh." Louis XIV nodded gently. "You are right, they are just some villains," he said, "but do you have anything to tell me?" "There's a guest," said Prince Conti. "He hopes to come here to pay his respects to you." He should not be an ordinary guest, because Prince Conti took him directly to the outside of the king's room. There were many dukes and marquises waiting to see the king outside Versailles, and the time they had to wait ranged from 1 day to a month. "But you still have to tell me, who is he?" "Someone who hopes to become your in-law." Prince Conti glanced around the room, and when he saw Bonhomme, he paused, but the butler told him with a calm expression that he would not leave. He only obeyed the king's orders. Prince Conti had to cough twice softly. "Your Majesty," he said, "it is another king who wants to see you." Before he said the second sentence, Louis XIV was still thinking about who his next of kin would be. The eldest princess was already the Queen of Sweden, the Duke of Colonna was already the son-in-law of Cosimo III, and the next was the marriage between the Crown Prince Louis and the Portuguese princess. When Prince Conti finished speaking, he guessed it immediately, but he couldn't help but be a little bit unbelieving. "You mean?" "Yes, that's the one, Your Majesty," Prince Conti said. Carlos II used to be the nightmare of the Grand Princess. Now it seems that it is not that Louis XIV is mean. The wizard's potion can cure his epilepsy, but it can't make him handsome. Even Merlin couldn't do it at the beginning, otherwise the lady he pursued would not have locked him in a stone without hesitation. His face condensed the poison of the Habsburgs' long-term inbreeding. Seeing him, Louis XIV would become more pious. He had to thank God. He had more than half of the Habsburg blood in his body. His wife was also a Habsburg woman. Their children can have beautiful faces and dignified bodies, except for the miracle created by God. There is no other reason to say, people like Carlos II can comfort those who study genetics in later generations. Carlos II was born in 61. He once comforted Philip IV, because Philip IV was already 56 years old at that time. He had 4 older brothers, all of whom died for various reasons. His arrival made the whole of Spain fall into carnival, but unfortunately this joy did not last long. People soon discovered that the child was weak and dull by nature, and there was no difference between him and a demented fool. When he could come of age, the Queen Mother and the Archbishop of Toledo, who still held a glimmer of hope, fell into despair. A king who could not have offspring could be said to be born derelict. Why was Queen Christina of Sweden abdicated? It was because someone testified that she was a woman who could not sleep with a man. If she was not the queen, she might be burned to death instead of being exiled. The same was true for Carlos II. Although as a man, he could struggle until he was 50 or 60 years old, before that, he could put all the blame on the queen, before admitting that he was a useless trash. But even without the instigation of Duke Don Juan, if he had not made a woman pregnant at the age of 14 or 20, the princes and nobles would definitely be dissatisfied, and they would even look outside to find another heir to the throne. The king serves the kingdom, and this is not just talk. By then, not only will Carlos II not be able to become a king, he will even be like those princesses, used as goods and bargaining chips in political transactions, not to mention power. Even marriage, life and death, or reputation cannot be controlled by himself. Perhaps Carlos II, who is confused by chronic illness and has not received education, will not suffer such pain. But now, he is standing in front of Louis XIV, which means that he has taken the first step, and he also has supporters in Spain, otherwise he cannot appear in front of the King of France. Carlos II stood in front of Louis XIV. His body was between a teenager and a young man, but his mind was still like that of a child, but not an ordinary child. He was a child who had been bruised by conspiracy and oppression. He was like a rough beast because his heart had become particularly sharp. Louis thought, if we talk about the talent of being a king, he had it, Leopold I had it, and Charles I had it. There is no doubt that Carlos II in front of him also had it, but Carlos II was better than Charles I. Although Charles I's mother and regent were greedy, they at least would not regard a child as a puppet that could be manipulated and abandoned at will. But before Carlos II became healthy, his ministers, mother, and illegitimate brother all did this. Louis XIV didn't know if he could understand what happened before. He hoped that Carlos II would not understand because it was too sad. Carlos II was also looking at Louis XIV. Louis XIV sat on the throne, while he stood at the bottom of the steps. Their eyes were exactly level, but they were two cruelly contrasting faces. We don't need to say much about Louis XIV's appearance now. Carlos II inherited a huge chin from the Habsburgs, but it was so serious that his entire face tilted to one side, making him look like a mudman who had been hit crooked. His eyelids kept trembling, and his eyes were as cloudy as those of a 70-year-old man. His hair had almost fallen out a long time ago. Although he was wearing a wig now, you could still see the clues from his forehead and temples. In addition, when Louis greeted him, he said it 3 times in a row, and the last time he had to raise his voice to the point of being almost rude so that Carlos II could hear it. Although Louis XIV's expression did not change, Carlos' heart continued to fall. Why did he take the risk and come to Versailles alone? Because the Archbishop of Toledo told him that although King Louis XIV of France was an arrogant man who did not fear God, as a king he had rich personal emotions. Even if these emotions did not affect the country and politics, They could play a big role in his weighing of the pros and cons. When he married Princess Teresa of Spain, he constantly used letters to guide the princess on how to adapt to the French court. He sought Naples for his illegitimate son, but before that, he brought the future wife of the Duke of Colonna to Paris in the same way he solved his troublesome wife for Cosimo III. When he chose the eldest daughter of King Pedro II of Portugal as the crown princess for Crown Prince Louis the Younger, he also specifically requested that the crown prince should have the right to exchange letters with his future wife. Not to mention how the Swedish ladies and nobles complained endlessly about his almost arrogant attitude when he sent the eldest Princess Elizabeth to Sweden to get married. He was an impeccable monarch, but when he was being a good king, he was also trying to balance the scales of family affection and power. The only choice for the Spaniards now seems to be the daughter of the Duke of Orleans, also known as the Grand Princess. But as everyone knows, the father of this Grand Princess is the most trusted brother of Louis XIV. People say that the king is willing to share even the throne with the Duke of Orleans, and it is not groundless. The Archbishop of Toledo even told Carlos II clearly that the ministers of Versailles were willing to conclude a marriage contract with Spain, even though he was a poor guy who was so sick that he couldn't even get out of bed and might die at any time. But the document proving his infertility was placed in front of them by the King of France. He used this to convince them to reject Spain's marriage request. After all, a marriage without cohabitation is not protected by God and the law and can be declared invalid at any time. Before leaving, Carlos II had already made a maid pregnant, proving his ability to be a husband and a father. However, these things could convince the French ministers, but not necessarily the French king. After the great victory over the Ottoman Turks, Louis XIV's status in the hearts of the French and even some foreigners was close to that of St. Louis. Few people refuted his words now. On the one hand, Spain was very willing to form an alliance with France, which was in its heyday, and on the other hand, it was troubled by the threat brought by this huge beast of France. The various forces in the courts of Toledo and Madrid were intricate and complicated, and what they sought was never the same. However, there were only two people that Carlos II was willing to trust, the Archbishop of Toledo and Juan Patino. Their ambition was to temporarily maintain closeness with France while secretly communicating with the Habsburgs of Austria. For this reason, the Archbishop of Toledo took the initiative to undertake the task of appeasing Leopold I, while Patino and Carlos II had to try to gain the trust of Louis XIV. It was not easy to gain the trust of such a king. Carlos II's request for an audience was the best compliment. Otherwise, when they were at Camp Leopold I's ministers and Louis XIV's ministers would not have to haggle over how to arrange the meeting place. But from Carlos II's point of view, Louis XIV's attitude towards him was very normal, as if he had met a young nobleman, not the King of Spain. He was neither surprised nor pleased. Carlos II secretly clenched his fists. In terms of appearance and figure, he was destined to lose points. The King of France probably would not believe that the Habsburgs in Spain would truly become his ally, but he had to try to convince Louis XIV. Spain and he could even make some concessions. Of course, no concessions would be the best. But in this case, it depends on whether he can use his emotions to influence the Sun King. He didn't know what Louis XIV was worried about now. Frederick, the eldest son of the Elector of Brandenburg Prussia, happened to arrive in Versailles yesterday. The additional chapter will be added at about 11:30 to 12 o'clock, and will be added to this chapter. You readers can read it in the evening. I have to go out tomorrow, so the first update will be advanced, and will be updated at 12 o'clock noon. Chapter 370 The Great Princess Scherfield. Louis XIV could swear to God and the Virgin Mary that he absolutely treated Carlos II seriously, just like he treated Charles I of Sweden, but the problem was that when they first met, the problems exposed by Carlos II were not very big, but after talking for a while, a sensitive person like Louis could detect all kinds of strangeness in Carlos II. This feeling was difficult to explain. Carlos II's words and deeds reminded him of those lifelike horror puppets, which were extremely similar to humans, but always a little bit different. Even if he behaved very respectfully and amiably, it would still make Louis feel that he would peel off the ugly skin on his body at any time to reveal his bloody essence. He was not without thinking ability, but lacked self. From his conversation, Louis could hear the shadows of many people, ministers, bishops and a distinguished lady. Some answers seemed to be memorized, but it was these memorized answers that made the French ministers ecstatic. Perhaps some people still remember that although they knew that Carlos was old, ugly, Disabled and a puppet, there was still a strong demand in France for the Grand Princess to enter into a marriage contract with him. After all, Spain was a huge camel. Even though it had lost the glory of a powerful country as early as the time of Philip IV, its foundation should not be underestimated. In terms of bloodline, the Habsburg blood in Louis XIV was better than the Bourbon blood. France and Spain had been married for some time. In addition, if the Grand Princess and Carlos II could be engaged, the French would undoubtedly slap Leopold I in the face. It can be said that for France, this marriage has all benefits and no harm. Spain is more willing to give up some important interests, that is, the instructors, soldiers and ships that the Navy urgently needs. But for Louis, he was not optimistic about this marriage. Spain and France had been married for a long time, but more often, it was another arm of Austrian Habsburg to restrain France. His crown prince Louis' wife was the eldest princess of Portugal. What Spain could give, Portugal could also give. After all, the overlords of the sea at that time were these two. In addition, as far as he knew, Carlos II's current situation was not stable. No one knew what kind of monster the Black Wizard's potion would create. His wizard confessed to him that if the wizard's potions could be so magical, the wizards would not have to hide in the so-called underworld to avoid the church's siege. Specifically, you can refer to Protestantism. Why did those princes protect Martin Luther, the head of the Protestant church? Because he was good-looking? No, no, no. It's because Protestantism can be a dagger that the royal power stabs the church. This is a war. Relatively speaking, if wizards can really resurrect the dead, cure stubborn diseases, and turn a demented disabled person into a healthy person, the current church would have ceased to exist long ago. Carlos II made Louis XIV feel like a deformed monster stitched together by many hands, but he could make women pregnant and give birth to children, which made Louis XIV's biggest trump card useless. For the ministers, what's the problem with being ugly, eccentric, and dull? As long as the Bourbon bloodline can be preserved in Spain, they hope that Carlos II is a fool. As long as the princess can give birth to the heir of Spain, when the queen mother dies, she will be the woman with the highest status in the court. She can hold her husband and children hostage to make decisions on Spanish politics. Isn't it a good deal for France? The Sun King rarely felt tired. He asked Bonhomme to take this distinguished guest down to rest. Versailles Palace has always had 3 reserved suites, which are prepared to entertain such uninvited guests. Also, let the Duke of Orleans come to see me. I want to have dinner with him. Louis XIV said. Louis planned to tell his brother about this matter during dinner, but as the head of the secret agents in the court, the Duke of Orleans could not have been unaware of this matter. He took note of Prince Conti, but he was a little helpless. After all, for someone like Prince Conti, a marriage is based on status and power for the man and dowry for the woman. What does it have to do with appearance and figure? To put it bluntly, once the curtain is released, even a donkey can endure it. In history, there are many young kings who married ugly, fat and old wives, or princesses in their prime who married people who could be their grandfathers. Although Carlos II is ugly, he has noble blood and a huge empire. To be able to become the Queen of Spain, to be honest, it would be something that many noble ladies dream of. Some people even say that if Carlos II did not have such a defect, he should have married the eldest princess instead of the eldest princess. The upset Duke of Orleans was considering when to find an excuse to beat up Prince Conti, when he received the king's order to have dinner with him. It was common for the prince's brother to have dinner with the king, but today the king would definitely discuss this matter with him. The Duke of Orleans knew that not only he was unwilling to get married, but Louis was also unwilling. It all depended on how they could convince the ministers. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon. When there was no banquet, the king would have dinner at 6 p.m., not 9 or 10 p.m. The Duke of Orleans had little time left. He sorted out the work in his hands and prepared to leave for the king's suite with the heart of an old worried father. But before he could see the Grand Canal outside the window, he heard a fierce noise and the sound of metal knocking. The Duke, who was passing by the battlefield, immediately ran to the window and looked out. He immediately saw his daughter, who was guarded by several young men and facing a group of Spaniards. Although according to written language, Carlos II came to Versailles alone, but even when Charles II was wandering around Europe as the Duke of Cornwall, he was still surrounded by a large group of servants. When Louis XIV was forced to flee Paris during the Fronde Rebellion, he was also surrounded by a large number of people. As the King of Spain, Carlos II was also surrounded by attendants and servants. Most of these attendants and servants, like the servants of the nobles, lived in the buildings under the Palace of Versailles, which had almost become the Acropolis of Versailles. They left every night and entered the palace to serve their masters in the morning, but there were also some attendants who had the right to live with their masters in the suites of Versailles for a long time. Among them were José Patiño, Juan Patiño's nephew, and Alberoni, a disciple of the Archbishop of Toledo. The two of them could be said to have grown up with Carlos II and were deeply trusted by this moody king. Now, one of them stood in front of Carlos II, and the other stood between the two groups. They both looked anxious, but didn't know what to do. Since the eldest princess got married, the eldest princess, Marie, the daughter of the Duke of Orleans, has been the most prestigious lady of the same age. She and the eldest princess are the two pearls on the French crown. After the eldest princess left, her brilliance became more and more eye-catching. In the court of Versailles, there are countless bees and butterflies chasing the eldest princess. Although the eldest princess is likely to marry outside, who doesn't want to try? She is a noble lady who is not a princess in name but has the power of a princess. The eldest princess has also gotten used to it. There are always countless people around her with various purposes, but there are only a handful of people who can confide in her except the eldest princess. Her maids and queens, like the servants around the king, need to be judged by their background and status. The only exception may be Eva. This young lady was born in a humble family, but because she made great contributions in the previous Dunkirk rebellion, she was summoned by Louis XIV. Perhaps it was because some of her characteristics impressed the king, and the king made an exception and let her be the maid of the eldest princess. This inevitably caused some waves, but Louis XIV had been in power for 20 years, invincible on the battlefield and adept in politics. As he said, he could be willful now. The Queen Mother didn't care at all. When the Queen was asked, she said that there was a totter with her son, so the whispers gradually disappeared. The root of the conflict was this Lady Eva. The Spanish dress has been subconsciously moving closer to the French style since a few years ago, especially after Louis XIV scholars and craftsmen developed the latest dyes. The bright colors that the old-school Spaniards called frivolous gradually occupied the entire court, but this undisclosed visit seemed to be to declare the Spanish identity. Starting from Carlos II, his attendants all wore traditional black coats with shoulder straps. Although they also used wigs and lace on their shirts, they were not French at a glance. Such a group of people stood out in Versailles, especially their king, Carlos II, who even made some of the ladies who were caught off guard pale, which made Carlos II's followers very angry. Although they should understand that they were used to seeing their king's face, the ladies of Versailles usually admired the Bourbon royal family members as scenery. As nobles and knights, they could not attack women, but their anger accumulated. Although Eva also received the necessary education from maids, she was still very different from the ladies who were immersed in Versailles day and night. For example, those ladies who suddenly lost their color when they saw Carlos II were panicked, but they could immediately guess the identity of the visitor and retreat to salute. On the other hand, Eva, who met the Spaniards head-on, did not think that such people were scary. Don't forget that her uncles and fathers were also privateer ship owners. Many of them were injured by fire, swords or venom in battle. Their faces might be more ferocious than Carlos II, but she didn't know whether to salute or not. She had never seen such people before. Maybe she hesitated for only a few seconds, but the Spaniards, who could no longer suppress their anger, still broke out. They did not embarrass the lady, but asked to challenge her brother or husband to duel if she was unwilling to apologize to the King of Spain. Eva's husband had been executed for a long time. If possible, Eva would be willing to call him out of the coffin to apologize to the Spaniards, but then, the princess hurried over when she heard that her maid was detained by the Spaniards. Carlos II might never forget this wonderful scene in his life. It was dusk, and hundreds of marble and bronze sculptures stood around him. Transparent water splashed from the water bottles, bows and arrows in the hands of the sculptures, and even from their mouths and chests, reflecting countless bright and tiny light spots in the gauze-like golden light. Among the light spots, a girl in a milky white dress walked towards him surrounded by a group of boys and girls. Her face was surrounded by a holy and soft light. There was no jewel comb or hairpin on her long golden brown hair, only the newly bloomed gardenia and green leaves. Her neck and wrists were decorated with ivory and pearls, but even these two were eclipsed by her white skin. She came to Carlos II and knelt down. Carlos II could hardly hear what she said, but even the singing of angels could not be more beautiful than it. His eyes were moist. Since he recovered, he had been surrounded by maids of good age, but none of them could be like this. He could not describe it. He did not have enough time to learn poetry, but he wanted to recite a poem. He was eager and passionate. He stared at the princess. His heart seemed to melt in the last afterglow. José Patino was also looking at the princess. His uncle supported the king to change the marriage contract and choose the Princess of France as his wife. One of his reasons was very important, that is, the Princess of France was already 15 years old and could have children as soon as she got married. Leopold I's daughter was 7 or 8 years younger than the princess. It would take at least 5 or 6 years for her to have children. Although Juan Patino did not say the last word, the clever José Patino also thought of it. Maybe Carlos II's situation was not as optimistic as people thought. He couldn't wait for Leopold I's daughter Antonia. Not long ago, José also met the princess with his uncle, Antonia of Habsburg. She had a typical Habsburg face, which was completely incomparable to the French princess. She was short and had a weak voice. The 8-year-old child looked like she was only 6 years old. It was hard to say if there would be any changes in 4 years, or 6 years later. In addition, the wizard they brought with them also said that Princess Antonia's vitality was not as strong as Carlos II's now. It was hard to say whether they could have children together. As for the eldest princess, after the initial throbbing, José immediately began to covertly observe the princess's chest and buttocks. This kind of observation would be considered obscene and harassment by people hundreds of years later, but at this time, especially when José was equivalent to half an envoy, this behavior was quite reasonable. In later novels and movies, people would be surprised and incomprehensible when they saw a queen directly asking a 13-year-old girl whether the potential prince's wife had her period. But in the 17th century, usually kings and princes would not go to another country in person to visit their future wives, and vice versa. All they knew about their husband, wife, was from portraits and the reports from envoys, which would generally be a very long letter. If these people want to describe a king or a prince, they will describe whether he is tall, whether his shoulders are broad, whether his voice is rough or elegant, whether his nose is big enough. People at that time believed that people with big noses had stronger needs. If the other party is an adult, they will ask his lover or the famous lady he often visits some more private questions. If they want to observe a princess or a princess, like José, they will look at her figure, far more than her face, because whether a queen or a princess can give birth is far more important than whether she has a beautiful face. They would savor her walking posture, peek under her dense skirt to see if she had a plump buttocks, whether her chest was big enough to bear a baby or more, and they would even bribe her maids and let doctors sniff her private parts to determine whether she was ready to be a mother. Don't laugh, everyone, and don't condemn. In the 17th century, the true meaning of marriage was still for the reproduction of mankind as God said, which was far above love or politics. This is why, once the man or the woman was determined to be infertile, no matter what the reason, their engagement was invalid. Moreover, in a marriage, even if the engagement had been concluded, as long as there had been no sexual intercourse, it could still be dissolved. Louis XIV declared his engagement with his first wife invalid for this reason, even though Jeanne of France cried and shouted that they had slept together 3 times a night. Well, it's better not to continue this topic, but José, a 13-year-old boy, did look at the princess with a serious and correct attitude. When the princess turned her head, the unpleasant sight disappeared immediately. "I am Carlos II, King of Spain, Princess," Carlos II said. He controlled his shaking hands, took off his hat, and bowed to the princess. He had never been so happy before. He meant that his epilepsy had been cured, otherwise he would have fallen ill and rolled on the ground with foam at the mouth. "I didn't expect to see you so soon, Your Highness. This is such a blessing and joyful thing, just like a dove landing in front of Saint Isidore, the patron saint of Madrid, bringing him the light of beauty and wisdom." The princess was a little surprised, perhaps because the impression of Carlos II on her had fallen to the bottom. Although his overly direct praise he seemed vulgar and rude in the Palace of Versailles, but he did look very different from the idiot who could not even walk on his own legs. "I am honored by your words," because she knew that the maid Eva was intercepted by the Spaniards. She was prepared and could look directly at Carlos II calmly. "But your majesty, please allow me to repeat what I said before. Eva is my maid. She has been in Versailles for more than a month. She cannot recognize everyone here. I apologize to you for her recklessness and ignorance. She clasped her hands. "Your Majesty, if you are willing to accept it, please give her back to me." "Of course." Carlos II answered without thinking, and he was about to say something else, but he heard a sneer. "Wait." The man walked past the princess and stood between her and Carlos II. "Perhaps we should thank you for your tolerance, Your Majesty the King of Spain," the young man said with his arms folded, head held high, and a smile. "But your servant said before that you would only release this innocent lady if Ms. Eva's husband, brother or father came to apologize to you or accept your invitation to a duel." "Who are you?" Jose asked. "I am Ferdinando de' Medici," the young man said. "My father is Cosimo III. Cosimo III, Grand Duke of Tuscany." The Duchy of Tuscany was not a powerful existence, but the position was crucial. Jose made a quick judgment. "Looking at your age, you are not the father of this lady, so are you her husband?" "No." Ferdinand shook his head. "Then are you her brother?" "No." Ferdinand dragged his voice and said slowly. "Then in what capacity do you speak for this lady?" "As a lover." Ferdinand said shamelessly. He winked at Eva, and Eva glared at him. "You know," she was going to tell these Spaniards with practical actions just now that she didn't need a brother, father or husband. She could duel with them, anyone. If she was the kind of ordinary girl who is powerless, she would have gone to see God when the knife came. She also saw the young men behind the princess. Although public duels were not allowed in Paris since the time of Louis XIV, such dry rules could not hinder the young men who were full of vigor and vitality. They carried swords and muskets with them, and they were not for decoration. But the first one to come out was Ferdinand, which was beyond her expectation. However, she didn't think Ferdinand was interested in her at all. Ferdinand was like other boys. There was no one else in his eyes except the princess, let alone her. She was not belittling herself, but Jean Bart said when he saw her off that whether in Paris or Versailles, even if you want to be a lover, it depends on identity and status. Eva's thoughts were also the thoughts of the others present. Carlos II looked at Ferdinand, then at the other young men. Of course he would feel jealous. Although he was now a healthy man, he was not really perfect. He could see it from the maids who shared the bed with him. They tried not to look at him, his face, his crooked shoulders, his sunken chest, his thin legs. They were eager for jewels and rewards every morning. But at the same time, a confidence surged from Carlos II's chest. He remembered what the Archbishop of Toledo and Mr. Patino had said to him. He was the King of Spain. His Majesty the King of Spain is destined to be one of the greatest men in the world. Those handsome, strong, and intelligent men and women will prostrate themselves for the crown on his head. He does not need to care about them. He is born high and mighty. His favor can make any noble or their wives, sisters, and daughters happy. The power in his hands is better than a pair of healthy legs. The gold and silver flowing through his hands are more dazzling than fair skin. The jewels of the palaces in Madrid and Toledo are enough to illuminate his eyes, and remove those things that will fade with the passage of time. Any intelligent woman will choose him instead of other men. So, do you want to apologize for her? He heard himself asking. No, Your Majesty, Ferdinand said, I choose a duel. What followed was the scene that the Duke of Orleans saw. Before the Duke of Orleans' servant slowly, the Duke suspected that he did it on purpose, ran to their location and loudly conveyed the Duke's order, asking everyone to stop. 4 or 5 Spaniards had fallen. It was Ferdinand who came out first, but his companions would not let him have the upper hand, so the one-on-one duel became a 5-on-5 duel. The Spaniard might still have the chance to win in a one-on-one duel, but 5-on-5, these young men, from Frederick of Brandenburg, Anvo, the son of the Touter leader, to Ferdinand of Tuscany, were all auditors of the Royal Military Academy of France. The king had sent teachers to instruct them, and the first thing they learned was cooperation, because when it came to individual combat, they had continuous and complete courses and experienced instructors since childhood. The Spaniards suffered because they still adopted the tactic of rushing in together and then choosing their opponents and defeating them individually. The shameless French, they said so, but they quickly dispersed and killed an enemy in the blink of an eye. The advantage of numbers quickly overwhelmed the advantage of strength and skills. You don't need to read on to know the outcome. Although the Spaniards kept scolding, there should be no help from others in a one-on-one duel, but in a 5-on-5 duel, friends can cooperate with each other. Count D'Artagnan and his friends participated in such a multi-person duel. He watched the whole scene and even whistled happily. Fortunately, there were wizards. Except for a poor guy who was pierced through the throat by Ferdinand and had no chance of recovery, the other few Spaniards who fell down escaped death by chance. It was just that Carlos II's face was not very good, but they were in Versailles, not in Toledo or Madrid, and they were the first to provoke, so the Spaniards had nothing to say. Eva looked at Ferdinand. She didn't know if it was her illusion, but the man who was stabbed to death by Ferdinand right at the beginning was the first one who jumped out and scolded her and kept grabbing her. Chapter 371, a small episode. 300 years later, people can see a teaching stick in the History Exhibition Hall of Versailles. It is made of ash wood, with black silk wrapped around the handle. There is no decoration other than that. It is completely different from other exhibits in the exhibition hall. If it is not placed in a constant temperature and moisturizing glass cabinet, some people may think it is a tool that the tour guide put in the corner. Undoubtedly, it aroused the curiosity of many people. People who don't understand why such a thing is so preciously preserved can't help but look at the explanation board next to it. After a few minutes, almost all of them will have a smile of understanding on their faces, especially those parents with many children. It is indeed just an ordinary ash wood teaching stick. The key is that it has been used to whip the buttocks of several distinguished people. When the Duke of Orleans ran down, the situation was under control. The defeated Spaniards were of course furious, but as Ferdinand said, this was Versailles, not Madrid or Toledo. The Duke of Orleans promised to give them a reply, and they could not force the French to pay the price immediately. They were not completely on the side of justice. Carlos II's servants had also made a fuss before, and at any time, a group of men should be respectful and tolerant of a young lady. Carlos II was still a little absent-minded when he returned to the room. His mind was full of what the Archbishop of Toledo and Padano had instilled in him. He could not think for himself much. In order to make him have the dignity that a king should have as soon as possible, the Archbishop used some despicable means that were hard to praise, which made him not care about those servants at all. Among the servants, only Alberoni and Jose Padano could be regarded as human beings by him. He went straight back to his bedroom and began to concentrate on searching in his bag. What kind of gift should he give to the princess? The two servants who relied on Father Albert and Padano had already taken on the responsibility of comforting the other Spanish servants. Padano severely reprimanded the young men who were unwilling to give in, because in the multi-person duel, the French did not use any despicable or shameless means. Their companions died and 4 were injured because they underestimated the enemy. In addition, they should remember that their mission was not to fight with the French, but to bring back a noble and wealthy bride for their king. Of course, now they have to add beauty and health. Father Albert said that he would pray for the dead colleague. Fortunately, the French would never allow a second death to appear, and the wounds left by the rapier would not make them disabled. This was their misfortune, but it could also be used as a bargaining chip in negotiations. Anyway, they were injured and lost their lives in the Palace of Versailles. They spent a lot of time and finally sent away the indignant Spanish companions. These people were not qualified to have a room in the Palace of Versailles. Do you think the King of France will make concessions at the negotiation table because of this? Padano asked. Father Albert was a few years older than him and was the designated successor of the Archbishop of Toledo. He still had some respect for this clergyman. I hope we can have the chance to negotiate. Father Albert said, France is no longer the France of 20 years ago. Your Majesty is the King of Spain, Padano said. Perhaps the biggest problem is here. Father Albert remembered what the Archbishop of Toledo said to him. He was deeply worried and only hoped that this secret would not be leaked out like the previous one, referring to the infertility of Carlos II before receiving treatment from the Black Wizard. For Louis XIV, Spain did not have to be obtained through the marriage between Carlos II and the Grand Princess, or in other words, it would be most beneficial for France without this marriage. Now they can only pray that the nobles and ministers of France can send the Grand Princess to the Spanish altar for the interests of the country and themselves, just like last time. Let's not talk about the wishful thinking of the Spaniards. Louis XIV did not hesitate as Padano and Father Albert expected. If Juan Padano was here instead of Jose Padano, he would not have believed the Duke of Orleans so easily. There are many things that will never be answered if they are not answered immediately. The Duke of Orleans has the power to make judgments and decisions immediately, but he did not, which means that he does not care about this matter at all. Under the leadership of the Duke of Orleans, the group of teenagers walked into the king's reception room with their heads held high. as if they had made some merits instead of making any mistakes. Louis XIV leaned against the desk, flipping through a document seemingly carelessly. After the Duke of Orleans saluted him and whispered to him about what had just happened, he looked at them and smiled. "Mary," he called the eldest princess' name, "take your maids back to your room first." The eldest princess knelt down and bowed. She had a sense of something was wrong. When she turned around, she took the opportunity to cast a warning look at Frederick, asking the boys to be more cautious. God knows what the eldest son and heir of the Elector of Brandenburg Prussia was thinking. He returned a wink to the eldest princess. The eldest princess rolled her eyes to the sky, and it seemed that she could only leave it to fate. "I know what you did just now," Louis XIV said, and the boys withdrew their eyes from those moving figures and looked at the ground respectfully. "Please forgive our recklessness, Your Majesty," Frederick stepped forward and said, but at that time, Louis waved his hand. "I know what kind of people those Spaniards are," he said lightly. "No, I am not blaming you. Why should I blame you, whether you are the King of France or the uncle of the Grand Princess? And me, as a father, I should thank you." The Duke of Orleans also said with a smile, "Your ideas coincide with mine. I have always wanted to beat these Spaniards up, maybe many times." "You are a good father," Ferdinand said. He thought, perhaps all the fathers of the Bourbon royal family care about their children in this way. "I can only say that I will do my best to make my children happy." The Duke of Orleans looked at them. In addition to Carlos II, there were two strong competitors here. One was the eldest son of the Grand Duke of Tuscany, and the other was the eldest son of the Elector of Brandenburg. But for those greedy nobles, Tuscany and Brandenburg could never be compared with Spain. As for whether Carlos II was ugly, whether there was any inside story for his sudden recovery, and how complicated and dangerous the situation in Spain was, these were not considered by them. Princesses who marry into foreign countries always suffer, and sometimes they are in danger of their lives. People are accustomed to this. "So," said Louis XIV, "not only will we not punish you, we will also reward you, good gentlemen." The first time Louis XIV officially gave out rewards, the recipients were Viscount Turenne and General Schomberg. At that time, he was short of money and could only reward them with his own accessories. The current Sun King certainly would not have such concerns. The 7 boys, Frederick, Ferdinand, Anver and several young officers, including the 8-year-old Duke of Enghien, he loudly cheered for others during the duel. Each of them received a gilded short-handled musket, and 10 gold louis that the king used to reward brave soldiers in battle. The front of these gold louis was not the king's head, but the side profile of the Roman god of war Mars holding a spear. This made the boys, who were a little uneasy at first, excited and proud. Just as they blushed with excitement and couldn't put down the king's reward, the Duke of Orleans coughed softly a few times to draw their attention back. "Well, in this case," he said, "the matter has come to an end here. Next," he said, "everyone, I think Her Majesty the Queen may want to talk to you." When Anne and others were still a little confused, Frederick and Ferdinand's expressions suddenly changed. This involves an ancient tradition. Since the Middle Ages, princes and even kings would send their sons to the castles of their lords. Yes, a king could also be a vassal of another king, to receive orthodox education on how to become a knight. In addition to martial arts, the education of these boys in etiquette, music and art was entrusted to the hostess of the castle. Ferdinand and Frederick, Duke Anvo and Duke Enghien Jr., and those young officers, their fathers were all generals and ministers of Louis XIV, or vassals, and were all students of the Royal Military Academy, and had their own rooms in the Palace of Versailles. That is to say, they were all protected by Louis XIV and Queen Teresa, and had to accept their teachings. From the perspective of a soldier and a king, the king and the Duke of Orleans would only applaud their behavior, but from the perspective of the Queen, as masters and half-masters, it was a great disrespect to fight against guests, and they should be punished. Frederick finally understood what the eldest princess meant by the glance she gave him before she left, but it was too late. The king and the Duke of Orleans had already walked out of the room quickly, and the Queen walked in with a helpless smile, holding an ash stick. "All right," she waved the whip, listening with satisfaction to the whizzing sound it made in the air. "Boys," she said, "take off your pants and lift your buttocks up. This whip collected by the sometimes very bad Mr. Bonhomme has been used to spank 2 kings, a Grand Duke and a Duke, and these 4 people are also famous in history, but at this time they don't know how many people will come to admire the whip that has spanked 4 buttocks. Queen Teresa is not a strong man, and rarely punishes servants and maids, but it seems that all mothers have experience in how to spank their children. She treated everyone fairly, ensuring that they would feel terribly painful but not suffer any real harm except their young and fragile hearts. Almost no one knew about this incident. The only reply the Spaniards received was that the perpetrators were indeed punished, but there was nothing they could do. Their king, Carlos II, did not want the princess to think he was too aggressive, and the man who killed a Spaniard was the son of the Grand Duke of Tuscany, not French, which made the entanglement even more difficult to sort out. That night, poor Ferdinand slowly moved back to his room. He felt like he had mistakenly sat on a pot of burning charcoal. Fortunately, their room was not far from the king's suite. A wizard and a doctor were waiting for the young lord in his room. He drank the potion. "I still feel pain," he muttered. "This potion is just to ensure that you don't have a fever." The wizard said clearly, "It's not for pain relief." "Don't you have pain relief potion?" Ferdinand asked. The wizard grinned. "No. Ferdinand was about to faint. In order to ensure that his swollen buttocks would not become more painful and hot due to friction with the blanket, his servants made him lie naked on the bed, which means that he was only wearing a shirt now. "Eva." "It's me." Eva sat beside his bed and looked at him in the dark blue light of the sky, as if looking at some rare animal. "I thought you were just joking or being polite." "Why do you think so?" Ferdinand said. "You are beautiful." "I am just the daughter of a privateer captain," Eva said. "I once had a husband and children." "Love can't see these, love can only see you," Ferdinand said. After a long silence, he heard the other party laugh. "You are right," Eva said gently, "it's just love." She stretched out her hand. The next day, Louis XIV specially asked Mr. Bonhomme to go and see the children. They all recovered well, but Ferdinand's injury worsened for some reason. It's too late today, so there is no more update. I will continue tomorrow. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372: The Balance in People's Hearts. When the princess heard the maid say that Eva had walked out of Lord Ferdinand's room in the morning, she was a little bit unconvinced. Eva was a beautiful girl, but her beauty was like her birthplace, with an indelible roughness and barbarity. The people of Versailles looked down on even the Parisians, and the Parisians despised all the outsiders. A woman from a small fishing village became the maid of the princess under the king's praise, and was compared with the daughters of the earl and the viscount. How could they be willing? However, although Eva always said self-deprecatingly that she was a silly girl who regarded love as her life, she was strong since she was a child and lived like a boy. With the indulgence of her father and uncle, she could use a sword and a musket, recite the Bible in Latin, and calculate addition, subtraction, multiplication and division within 100. Don't laugh. When Louis XIV had not yet popularized primary education schools throughout France, such an education level was not something that everyone could see. The interesting thing is that most of her elders were pirates and stolen goods dealers who could not see the light of day. Their knowledge was much better than that of the petty nobles that people often see. They did not say, "What is the use of a daughter of a privateer ship owner learning these things?" Nor did they say that a girl should not play with knives and guns and receive the teachings of priests together with boys. The biggest failure of Jack was that he said that he had abandoned his noble surname and innate status. He always remembered that he was the son of a British naval commander and a descendant of the nobility. In order to gain the trust of the Dunkirkers, he married Eva, but he did not understand her desires. He regarded her as a decoration. If he was willing to ask more questions, or even be a little curious about the dagger and musket that Eva put in the box, he would not treat his wife so roughly. "I thought you would be angry." The princess raised her hand and asked the maids to tie the ribbons on her sleeves, while asking curiously. Although they were all girls like flowers and birds, the class between them was very distinct. For example, the lady who helped her put on the long underwear was definitely the one with the highest status in the room, and the one who tied the ribbons was of another status. Although Eva was her maid, she could only hand over a comb at most. Ferdinand was the eldest son of the Grand Duke of Tuscany, and the destined future Grand Duke. His status was completely worthy of the noble ladies to bet on him to see who would come out on top first. Although unmarried women would definitely be excluded from such competitions, the princess also had ladies serving her. When she said this, A lady smiled with her hands covering her lips. Of course, the infighting and scheming among the ladies were no less intense than what their husbands did in the court, but since there were no stupid people in Versailles, they would of course weigh the pros and cons, unlike what people imagined, for an abrupt outsider, from the upstart suddenly promoted by the king to the queen who merited, they would find that the people in the court were not as harsh and vicious as the legend said, but this was not out of kindness, but because they were savoring the novelty brought by the former. After all, there was no need to say how boring these people who did not need to rely on their own labor to survive were, so before the novelty wore off, they would hardly be subjected to any explicit attacks. Eva happened to be at this stage, and her courage, how she escaped from the pursuit of the British, how she sent her husband to the gallows, and how she accidentally lost her unborn baby, had long been spread in Versailles, and her straightforward character, which was rarely seen among the people of Versailles, her light brown skin, thick black hair, and big, shining eyes, also won her a lot of points. Although the people of Versailles admired snow-white skin, this was only for the nobility. People like Eva, who had a clear identity, would be laughable if they wanted to cover up their origins by putting on makeup. She did not have a strong competitive spirit or ambition to win a husband for herself in the court. Instead, she was like a tourist who came to visit. A lady said this, and the maids nodded one after another. Jealousy and slander also require energy and time. Why should they be angry about an outsider who might leave Versailles in a few days? Moreover, it was not any of them who won the chase, so they were quite satisfied. Moreover, Eva was at least a Frenchman. I just thought. The eldest princess sighed. The king has this idea, said the lady who commented on Eva as a tourist, but this lady doesn't seem to have this idea. This is also a reason. Even if a criminal is favored by the Sun King, he can get rid of all the charges, rise to prominence, and have unlimited glory. Just look at Lady Milady. Eva is also a lady, and her future is even more unpredictable. After all, their king has always been free to choose the royal wife. That's because I have tried marriage once. Eva said to the eldest princess, I have fantasized about the sweetness of love and marriage, but, you know, it's like a child, when she eats what she has been thinking about, she is disappointed to find that it is not so good. That's because you unfortunately met a shameless spy. The eldest princess said. Not entirely. Eva tapped the ground with her toes. I chose him because I wanted to try a life different from that of my mother, grandmother and even great-grandmother. Their husbands were all privateer ship owners. They would leave home for several months, even 1 or 2 years, or even several years. When they didn't come back, it was as if they were dead. When they came back, in my impression, they came with wet, salty clothes and a lingering smell of blood. That was all they had. So, she continued, when I saw Jack, of course, I knew he was an Englishman and that he had left the army and made a living by raising sheep and tending fields near our village. He looked like a farmer at the time, and I thought, maybe I could be a farmer's wife, because the boys around me were either sailors or soldiers. I'm trying to understand, said the eldest princess, are you saying that you don't really love him? How is it possible? Even if he is a farmer, there are many farmers around Dunkirk, and he is an Englishman, Eva said with a smile. I married him with a passionate heart. He told me that he hoped to have a peaceful second half of his life, have many children with me, and be buried in the land of Dunkirk. I believed it at that time. The eldest princess held her hand, and Eva looked at her. Thank you, she said, but don't comfort me. Look into my eyes, Your Highness. When he wanted to kill me, my anger exceeded my love for him. When I knew he was a spy, my hatred for him exceeded the nature of a mother. She took the eldest princess's hand and placed it on her lower abdomen, her eyes shining. He thought that using the noble name and property would allow me to keep the child, but he was wrong. The child of my enemy is also my enemy. How could I let him grow up eating my blood? Even if it violates church law, I will do the same. To cut off everything related to him, the pain and hatred bred in love may not be able to do it, but the disgust bred from my blood and family can do it. Her father, grandfather, and many people around her were captains and crew members of privateer ships. On the sea, privateers are pirate ships, and as the ancestors of pirates, the British and the French have always been mortal enemies. If Jack was just a retired soldier of the new model army, just a farmer, Eva would not be so determined, but because he shouted out his identity, his child would not be able to continue to live. But that is also your child. The eldest princess couldn't help asking. Because it is my child, Your Highness. The child is the mother's property, Eva said coldly. She also knew that the eldest princess might have a marriage contract with the King of Spain. As a Dunkirk, she did not agree with it, but there were too many things involved. She was not a smart person, but she was not stupid either. She knew that these things were not within her reach. Moreover, she couldn't help but say, if I keep the child, I will never let him know his life experience or have any connection with his father. The child should belong to the mother because he was separated from our bodies. She approached the eldest princess. To this noble lady who had always cared and loved her, Eva felt that she could say a few more words. Any man can be the father of a child, but their mother will always be us. After saying this, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She could feel the eldest princess's hands clenched. But here, I still ask the Virgin Mary to bless us, Your Highness. I hope we can still retain the power to make a choice. May the Virgin Mary bless us, said the eldest princess. If, Eva suddenly moved closer, almost to the point of being rude, and leaned over to the princess's ear and said, if things really develop in a way we don't want to see, Your Highness, I am willing to leave France with you. The princess' eyes widened. The princess wanted to thank Eva for comforting her. She even thought that if she really wanted to marry to Spain, a country that was hostile to France, she might really take Eva with her. Eva was a warrior. Other ladies might not know this, but she knew it. What she didn't tell Eva was that she wasn't really afraid. A few years ago, when she heard that she was going to be married to Carlos II, a disabled fool who was dying, she was like a sacrifice being sent to the altar, only knowing how to shed tears and tremble, and she had no idea what to do. If her father and uncle hadn't discovered this and asked her to take classes with the eldest princess, it's better to say that they were injecting politicians' poison into the pure buds than taking classes. In fact, if the teachers who taught them had the opportunity to marry into other royal families, they would probably be ecstatic, because the queen and the crown princess might be the outsiders closest to the pinnacle of power. If it were someone else, unless they met a tolerant king like Louis XIV, their beliefs, background and connections would be enough for them to manage well for a decade. Just like an ignorant child who would just cry and run away when encountering a wolf, a strong hunter would be delighted when seeing a wolf. The current princess is not afraid of the mission she will face in the future. She may be married to Carlos II. Carlos II's ugliness and deformity are still there and have not disappeared, but for her now, this is no longer an important matter. She even understood what Eva meant. This brave, or even vicious lady was willing to go to Spain with her as her maid. It was obvious that she wanted to be Judith's maid. Note 1. She even hinted to the princess that if things really reached a point where they could not be reversed, the princess could follow the example of the former French princess, the wife of King Edward II of England. Note 2. And commit regicide. Thinking of this, the princess was horrified and wanted to laugh. If she really wanted to marry to Spain, perhaps Eva would be the best choice compared to the noble ladies around her who were impeccable in manners and conversation. There will be additional chapters in this chapter today. Please note that the additional chapters are in this chapter, and the additional time is about 8 to 9 p.m. Because there have been relatives coming over these 2 days and we have to entertain them, the update time is a bit unstable. Sorry, but I promised to add 25 chapters this month, so there will definitely be 25 chapters. I will never let you down. I remind you again that the extra chapter is not a new chapter, but the extra chapter is after the previous one. Note 1. Judith was a Jewish noblewoman. When the Assyrian army surrounded the Jewish city of Bethulia, she bravely sneaked into the enemy camp, lured the Assyrian general Holofernes, got him drunk and beheaded him, and finally saved her city and people. In the painter's pen, the maid around Judith often occupies a very important position. She is Judith's indispensable helper, and has the same supreme courage and perseverance as Judith. In the Easter egg chapter, I posted an oil painting with Judith as the theme. If you are interested, you can go and have a look. This is my favorite oil painting. Note 2. The she-wolf of France, Princess Isabella, the wife of King Edward II of England. Because Edward II was a little gay and even allowed his mistress to tease and hurt his son with Isabella, Isabella and her lover, yes, she also had one, forced the emperor to abdicate and seize power. A few months later, Edward II was killed in prison. Well, there is one thing I have to say. In folklore, this king who loved men more than women and the country was killed by being pierced with a red-hot iron rod. The author has already described the piercing punishment before. It is said that the residents nearby heard the miserable howling. Chapter 373, Dowry of 1,000,000 livres. I'm putting up my flag, everyone. It seems that I can't make any promises in the future. I just said a few hours ago that there would be 25 extra chapters this month and I would never cancel them. But I was dragged to the hospital by 120 ambulance at night. The friend who asked me why there was no extra chapter at 8 o'clock in the morning when I said there would be extra chapters at 8 or 9 o'clock. I'm sorry, I was rolling around in bed at 8 or 9 o'clock that night. Poor fish. It was actually recommended I won't update the last chapter because the interval is too long and I'm afraid some readers won't see it. In the old Louvre, everyone had their own position. The king was like this, and so was a humble servant. Louis XIV once complained that there were 3 people responsible for the fireplace in his room, 1 to inform the butler that the king needed to light the fireplace, 1 to carry charcoal, and 1 to light the fireplace. If the person who lit the fireplace was asked to talk to the butler, it would be quite inappropriate and would make the person who is responsible for reporting to the butler feel insulted. Moreover, if Louis XIV did not change, then decades later, his granddaughter's wife would also be thirsty from evening to morning because she couldn't find someone to pour her a glass of water. Louis XIV certainly would not allow such a stupid thing to happen in Versailles. He built Versailles to control those ambitious nobles, to paralyze them with delicious food, strong liquor, comfortable beds and unparalleled scenery, to consume their energy, empty their wallets and muddle their minds with all-night balls, increasingly luxurious clothes and jewelry, gambling, hunting and beauties who bring love instead of concentrating them and restraining the king in turn. Therefore, although the strict and clear class is still maintained in the Palace of Versailles, those complicated rules as dense as silk threads will never restrict the king. On the contrary, the king has all the privileges, and he can also give privileges to anyone he favors. It can be said that the more he likes and favors someone, the more he can say and do what he wants, just like his brother Philip, the Duke of Orleans, and the Bourbon children. Lady Eva was obviously a person who was out of tune with the magnificent Palace of Versailles. If it wasn't for the king's will, she would not have had any dealings with the princess. The princess had initially taken care of her and protected her. She had never thought that this lady, who had only received a little favor from her, would be willing to go to Spain with her. Her background was criticized by some ministers, but it was precisely because of this background that she was more decisive and resolute than other noble ladies around the princess. When she mentioned this marriage, she did not lament or show pity, but was like a hunter, eager to try a ferocious beast that would bring huge benefits. Her words aroused the princess's ambition, so that when she heard that her father, the Duke of Orleans, was visiting late at night, she did not feel panic, but instead a fire rose in her heart. The Duke of Orleans had indeed not expected to see such a daughter. The eldest princess wore a soft crimson velvet robe over her nightgown. Her long hair, which looked like a layer of golden gauze, fell to her knees in the candlelight. Her face was rosy, as if she had drunk wine or had just ridden a horse. Her eyes sparkled, reminding the Duke of Orleans of one of his bravest soldiers. Everyone knew that King Carlos II of Spain had come to Versailles with his attendants. There were many people who supported this marriage. It was common for the king and the Duke of Orleans to discuss political affairs during dinner. Therefore, the maids thought that the Duke of Orleans was here to make a judgment. And the result should be as people guessed. It would be difficult for Louis XIV to refuse this marriage. After all, it was Spain. The eldest princess knelt down to the Duke of Orleans and said, "Father." She said. "I have something to tell you," said the Duke of Orleans. "That must be something very important," said the princess. "Tell me, father, I'm looking forward to it, just like a ship looking forward to the wind and waves." "Sit down first," said the Duke of Orleans. They moved to the fireplace and the Duke realized that the princess was only wearing slippers without socks. He glared at his daughter reproachfully. "Put your feet on my knees," he said. Today the Duke was wearing a thick but soft jacquard satin coat. The princess did not refuse her father's kindness, and her feet were soon hidden in her father's warm arms. The Duke of Orleans put his hands on it. "It's like a pair of little doves," he said. "I still remember that when you were still in your cradle, your feet were not as long as my thumb." The eldest princess looked at her father tenderly. "I have grown up, father. Although I don't want to, I will always leave you." The Duke of Orleans was silent for a while. He stared at the candlelight, like a wizard, trying to predict the future from it. "You have seen Carlos II, right?" "Yes, father." "What do you think of him?" "He is not as terrible as people say," said the eldest princess. I have been to the medical school in Blois, and I have seen people with smallpox and leprosy. He is not the most terrifying. But you don't need to marry a smallpox or leper. The Duke of Orleans said. He is like most men in this world. He has advantages that cannot be concealed, and also has shortcomings that cannot be ignored. The eldest princess said, I saw the determination in his eyes. Like your majesty, he is also a king. In this respect alone, he is better than many people. But your uncle and I, our majesty, do not intend to agree to this marriage. The Duke of Orleans said, besides our love for you, child, his majesty will not be happy to see you have children if you marry to Spain. Even after hearing such a terrible thing, the eldest princess was not moved. I remember Mr. Colbert told us about the marriage contract between your majesty and Queen Teresa. According to the results of the negotiations, Queen Teresa should bring a dowry of 500,000 livres to France, but in fact, this dowry has been delayed from the time of Philip IV to the present, and Spain does not seem to be able to pay the debt. His Majesty has not mentioned this matter so far. He should intend to use this to veto the statement of renunciation of the right to inherit the throne signed by Queen Teresa when she left Spain. The Duke of Orleans nodded. Her Majesty the Queen is pregnant. The child is likely to be a boy. If it is a boy, then he is most likely to inherit the throne of Spain. In other words, if I marry Carlos II, it would be more trouble than it's worth, the eldest princess said. Even if I marry him, the Spanish Habsburgs will not stand on the side of France, and you will feel pain for me. She paused, but there must be many ministers in the court who support this marriage. Although Louis XIV's attempt is not impossible, the operation is much more troublesome and complicated than a marriage, and there may even be a war. If the eldest princess marries Carlos II and has a son, the Bourbon bloodline can still gain a foothold in Spain. So we have to change their minds. Change their minds. The eldest princess said, it's difficult. Not very difficult. The Duke of Orleans gathered his daughter's feet. You know, in this world, what people do, what ideas they hold, and even what they believe in the final analysis, there is only one word, that is interest. He continued, I have discussed with your majesty, and we want to increase your dowry to 1 million livres and add a fiefdom in Frisia, which is close to Gelderland. The eldest princess was really surprised. Although some people had estimated that the eldest princess's dowry would be more than 800,000 livres, what kind of concept is 1 million livres? When Queen Teresa married Louis XIV, her dowry was only 500,000 livres, and the Spaniards have not paid this dowry until now. The amount that Louis XIV paid to buy Lorraine from the Duke of Lorraine was also 1 million livres. The King of Denmark hoped that his daughter could become the crown princess, and the chip he gave was also 1 million livres, even in order to deceive and force the Habsburg of the Holy Roman Empire, that is, Leopold I, to remain neutral when France attacked Flanders, which belonged to Spain. In that ridiculous scam, the sale price of Bosnia was also 1 million livres, and the debt owed by Leopold I in the previous major battle was only 1.5 million livres. Just kidding. If Leopold I had a son who could marry the eldest princess, he would not have to worry about Louis XIV coming to collect the debt. With this million livres, said the Duke of Orleans, many people will be tempted. It is easy to break up the alliance of the ministers. The eldest princess is as beautiful as the first rose blooming in the morning, but a large part of her charm also comes from the extremely generous dowry and the fact that her husband will definitely be a person favored by the king and the Duke of Orleans. There is also a fiefdom in Frisia, which is close to Gelderland. The eldest princess is no longer the girl who was so scared that she could only cry when she heard that she was going to marry a deformed monster a few years ago. When the Duke said this, she immediately understood the intentions of His Majesty the King and her father. Do you intend to propose the power over Gelderland in the subsequent marriage negotiations? If things really come to that point, said the Duke of Orleans, then we will have no choice but to change our original plan. But for a princess from a foreign country, a generous dowry does not mean anything. We will ask Spain to give you Gelderland as a gift, and then you will marry into the Habsburg Spanish royal family with part of the territories of Gelderland and Frisia. Just like Queen Eleanor, murmured the eldest princess. Just like Queen Eleanor, said the Duke of Orleans, Eleanor of Aquitaine. The queen had been married twice. Her territory, the Duchy of Aquitaine, was rich and vast, and it was also the dowry she brought into the French royal family first and then into the British royal family. In the biography, she was a noble and charming woman, but this reserve and arrogance, she was not very polite to her ex-husband Louis VI, and her later husband Henry II also respected her very much? It was because she was also the Duchess of Aquitaine that gave her confidence. "You will be canonized as the Duchess of Gelderland," said the Duke of Orleans. The princess raised her head, tears flashing. "Your Majesty, there is no need to do this." Louis XIV divided the Netherlands because France at that time urgently needed to digest the two huge preys of Flanders and the Netherlands, and had no extra energy to face the covetous Holy Roman Empire in Britain. But it was impossible to say that Louis XIV would give up his ambitions for the Netherlands. But Gelderland would be a talisman for the Grand Duchess, because if she had children, her territory would certainly be inherited by her children, but if she died without children, her territory should be inherited by someone closest to her, that is, someone from the Bourbon family, possibly her younger brother. If the Spaniards did not want to see Gelderland fall into the hands of the Bourbon, they had to treat the new bride with caution. Of course, it is more likely that the Spaniards will not agree to this request. The Duke of Orleans said, "Then everything will be solved." "Father," the eldest princess stretched out her hand to the Duke, and when the Duke leaned forward, she whispered in his ear, "Frederick left me a letter." She held her father's hand. "He went back to Brandenburg, but not to escape, nor to avoid. He swore to me that he would destroy this marriage even if it would anger his father." The Duke of Orleans certainly knew that Frederick had left suddenly, and that he had left a letter for the eldest princess. He even knew the content of the letter, but he was not stupid enough to say it out loud. He smiled happily as the eldest princess expected. "He loves you." "Yes, he loves me." The eldest princess took back her hands in a pair of warm feet. "Sometimes I should be thankful that there is such a test, which is good for both him and me." She remembered what Mr. Colbert said, "People will pay special attention to things that cost them a lot, no matter whether the thing is really valuable or not. On the other hand, if they get it easily, even if it is a rare treasure in the world, they will not care too much. Even if they lose it, they will just sigh." As the eldest son of the Elector of Brandenburg, Prussia, Frederick is undoubtedly a child of destiny. Even if Versailles has dampened his spirit, he is still a proud boy. When he is with the eldest princess, his aura that he is the only one is no different from Carlos II. He is indeed the most likely candidate for the eldest princess's husband. But as soon as Carlos II appeared, this distinguished gentleman panicked. He could barely maintain his manners and demeanor in front of the Spaniards, but when he came to say goodbye to the princess tonight, his face was pale, his hands were cold, and his eyes were full of anger and anxiety. "I just hope he doesn't really quarrel with the Elector," the princess said. "I don't think so." The Duke of Orleans also felt a little happy. After all, no father-in-law would like his son-in-law too much. He was quite happy to see that arrogant fool suffer. This marriage is also what the Grand Duke of Brandenburg expected, especially after they raised the dowry. Chapter 374, Father and Son in Berlin Palace, 2 chapters combined into one. When Frederick returned to Brandenburg's Berlin Palace, his father, the Elector, was standing in front of the largest and most complete wall of the conference room, looking at the map of Europe. It was not the kind of map drawn by the monks before, which was more like a religious painting than an accurate geographical description. Instead, it was a map drawn by wizards in Prussia with the help of raven eyes. This map was usually hidden behind a curtain, and the Elector rarely pulled it up to avoid arousing people's doubts, because as long as people saw it, they knew that this map was not something that ordinary people could do. When Frederick saw it, he couldn't help but slow down his pace. He and his father stared at the map together. Unlike the previous obscure drawings, this map accurately outlined the current territory of Brandenburg, Prussia. From the map, Brandenburg, Prussia was like a flying long ribbon, with Brandenburg at the bottom left, East Prussia at the top right, East Pomerania in the middle, and Poland surrounded by the Ruben. The Hohenzollern family of Brandenburg, Prussia can even be called a new noble among most families with a long heritage. First of all, the Hohenzollern family was not canonized as counts until the 11th century, when their surname was still Sorin. Later, because of their loyalty to the Hohenstaufen family and the Habsburg family, they were fortunate to be appointed as the new elector after the original Duchy of Brandenburg became extinct. Frederick's grandfather obtained Prussia through marriage and merged the two places into one. After Frederick's father ascended the throne, he worked hard and was cautious, and finally managed Brandenburg, which was known as the sand bottle of Europe, referring to poverty, and the chaotic Prussia, into the prosperous state it is today. That's why people call him Elector, which is a word full of praise. This map was like a bucket of cold water mixed with ice cubes poured directly on Frederick, and his feverish mind suddenly sobered up. The elector knew that it was his son who walked into the room, but he said nothing. He just stood there with his hands behind his back, looking at the map. After several minutes, he turned around and looked at Frederick. Frederick was over 20 years old, a strong and handsome young man. When he left Berlin, he still had a light beard on his lips, but now he had cleaned it off. It was well known that King Louis XIV of France did not like people around him to have beards because beards could easily hide dirt. Frederick's coat was even the uniform of the French Royal Military Academy, with a royal blue background, white buttons and a golden belt, and boots that could be pulled up to the knees. This outfit made Frederick look energetic and handsome, and the elector could not help but sigh. "Do you want to rest? Or do you want to talk to me now?" the father asked his son. Frederick obviously grabbed the chair beside him. He was a little confused at first, but then he suddenly became calmer than before. "I will talk to you now. I'll have someone bring some wine," said the elector. They moved to the fireplace together, just like the Duke of Orleans and the Grand Duchess. Brandenburg was colder than Versailles. The flames in the fireplace cast a golden red light, making the whole room seem to be soaked in gold and blood. Frederick first took a big sip of heated Baden wine. Baden wine is also wine. Because Baden is in the southernmost part of Brandenburg, Prussia, the alcohol content of wine is also higher than that of wine produced in other regions. After taking this sip, his body immediately warmed up. The considerate servant also brought white sausage, yellow mustard and calf liver soup. He picked up the sausage, peeled it, dipped it in yellow mustard, and swallowed it in big mouthfuls. He also drank a large bowl of soup. The elector waited quietly for him to finish eating and drinking, watched him rinse his mouth with wine, and then signaled him that he could start talking. "I heard that King Carlos II of Spain has come to Versailles," said the elector. "Yes," said Frederick, "I saw him. It is said that his physical condition has improved greatly," said the elector. "Is it true from what you saw?" Frederick was silent for a while. He can walk freely, ride a horse, and hunt. One of his maids is said to be pregnant. His mind seems to be clear and he can speak to us in French. The elector stared at him for a while and smiled with relief. "I am very happy that you did not humiliate a king casually because of your personal desires." As his heir, Frederick must remain calm. Whether a king is ugly, old, or deformed, no one cares. What Frederick said is what people care about. His body looks quite healthy, he can control his emotions and thoughts, and he can make a woman pregnant. This is enough. "But you are stronger, more handsome and more knowledgeable than him," the elector said bluntly, "and the Grand Princess loves you more, which is why you are here in front of me." "Yes, father," said Frederick, "I'm here to seek an opportunity." "I'm seeking an opportunity for you and your descendants," said the elector. He had never concealed his thoughts from Frederick. "You may be a king, or your son may be a king, but if Leopold I's anger towards us is aroused, Hohenzollern may have to wait another 100 years. Father, the Grand Princess's dowry is 1,000,000 livres, plus a fief in Friedland." The elector pursed his lips in surprise. As mentioned before, Brandenburg has always been the sand bottle of Europe. In order to revitalize the economy of the principality, the elector has spent a lot of thought and even imitated the King of France to use wizards. But even wizards cannot create something out of nothing. They need at least one direction. What makes the elector more excited is a fiefdom in Friedland. Friesland is located above North Holland, facing the Wadden Sea, and surrounded by a chain of islands. Although he still doesn't know where the dowry of the Grand Princess is, the elector can't help but feel unstable. What he has been striving for is to expand an outlet for Brandenburg Prussia, instead of being stuck in Europe like now. Even if there is no port in the Grand Princess's territory, Friedland is much better than Brandenburg, which is 108,000 miles away from the sea. And if he becomes a relative of the King of France, it should not be a problem to rent a port in North Holland or elsewhere. Now he can only swim in the Ulster Lake if he wants to train the navy. The elector's fingers tightened involuntarily, but he also knew that Leopold I hated Louis XIV to death, not because there was any unsolvable grudge between them. It was pure jealousy, which many people could see. After all, they were of similar age, had similar wealth, and were brothers-in-law. Damn brothers-in-law. Leopold I claimed to be a natural talent and was determined to become a real emperor, but he was always one step behind Louis XIV, not only in marriage, but also in heirs. Moreover, according to some secrets known by the elector, Louis XIV had played a trick on Leopold I once, probably on the issue of Flanders. After all, If he had not had secret negotiations with Leopold I, how could Leopold I stand idly by when France attacked Flanders and the Spaniards were defeated? The great battle not long ago directly stimulated Leopold I. After all, he had to ask for help from his old enemy and owed a huge debt. He even mortgaged the Queen's jewels to repay the debt. It was enough to make Leopold I replace the devil with the name of Louis XIV. If Brandenburg Prussia moved closer to Louis XIV, Leopold I would certainly regard the Hohenzollern family as enemies and rebels, whether for personal or public reasons. Then, the plan of the Elector to upgrade the Duchy of Prussia to a kingdom would be delayed until who knows when. But this must be recognized by the Holy Roman Emperor, and the King of France can't help in this regard, unless Leopold I was suddenly called by God to heaven the next day, and the emperor elected by the electors was Louis XIV. Forget it, you can tell with your toes that it's impossible. The princes of the Holy Roman Empire are now jealous and fearful of France. They chose Louis XIV as emperor, and Louis XIV dared to make this emperor worthy of the name. Not to mention others, even the elector would not vote for that guy. But Frederick held the cup and said hesitantly, "What if His Majesty the Emperor is also happy to see this result?" What? The elector had guessed a little, but he also wanted to see if Frederick could think to that step. "Why do you think His Majesty the Emperor will be willing for us to marry Louis XIV? "There are several reasons." Frederick licked his lips. "First of all, Father, the eldest princess is the daughter of the Duke of Orleans and has such a generous dowry. It is unlikely that she will be married to a Frenchman. This is a waste. So," he looked at his father's face, "she will eventually marry a powerful king or a grand duke, but the eldest princess has already married King Charles I of Sweden, and the crown princess is a princess of Portugal. There are not many choices for the Sun King and the Duke of Orleans. Not many, but not none. Savoy, Parma." The elector gave two examples casually. "Yes, but if so, the King of France will also get help. In this case, what is the difference between us and them? The difference is that for Prussia to be promoted from a duchy to a kingdom, it needs the recognition of Leopold I, but he will definitely want the Grand Duchess to become a Grand Duchess rather than a queen. But on the other hand, if the Grand Duchess did not become my wife, then her greatest possibility would be to become the Queen of Spain." Frederick spread his hands. "Father, from what I have seen, the Duke of Orleans and Louis XIV dote on her, and France is determined to win Spain. Once she marries to Spain," he said with some difficulty, "she will get pregnant as quickly as possible. Carlos II seems healthy, but no one knows how long he can live. As the Queen Mother, the Grand Duchess will inevitably be regent on behalf of her son. She will definitely lean towards France, rather than Austria or other countries. By then, Habsburg will have lost Spain. The Spaniards will not allow her to do that," said the elector. "Orange." Frederick said only one word, but the elector immediately understood, because when William I of Orange left only one posthumous son, William III, there was a lot of competition around William III. First, the Dutch, then Brandenburg. The elector's wife was the daughter of William I, and then the British. Why did they surround a child who knew nothing? Wasn't it because he was almost equivalent to the Netherlands? Presumably the French would do the same. If Spain was still the Spain in its heyday, the Spaniards could certainly reject the French without fear, but when Philip IV was king, Spain was so weak that it could not afford the dowry of Queen Teresa of 500,000 livres. After Carlos II ascended the throne, Philip IV's illegitimate son, Duke Don Juan, since he could not inherit the throne, he certainly would not cherish the country much, and he imposed heavy taxes and excluded dissidents everywhere. If you want to do something for Spain, you have to surrender to an illegitimate child like Juan Patino with humiliation. Not to mention the Queen Mother of Spain, who couldn't even handle Duke Don Juan and was even expelled. If the ministers in the court hadn't seen Louis XIV's bold behavior and decided to go all out and ask the Black Wizard to treat the king, and therefore needed someone to restrain Duke Don Juan, she wouldn't know where she would be. "You almost convinced me." The elector took a sip of the wine, which was cold, but still warm in his stomach. "I'm not sure either. It depends on whether Leopold I is willing to continue holding on to his hatred and jealousy, or is willing to get Spain in a few years. He may want everything," said the elector. "He may be willing to see the Grand Princess marry you and then reject our request. Then tell him that as long as the marriage is successful, we are willing to give out half of the Grand Princess's dowry as a reward." Frederick said, "He owes Louis XIV 1.5 million livres." The elector rubbed the wine glass repeatedly. "I don't know if we should take this risk. After all, the Holy Roman Empire and Spain have a marriage contract first. Frederick said, Antonia, the Grand Princess of the Holy Roman Empire, is 8 years old, and she is only a few years away from adulthood. If the marriage between Spain and France is destroyed, it will be difficult for Carlos II to find another suitable princess or princess. In this way, maybe a few years later, will Louis XIV be willing? This question touched the key point. I have seen how Louis XIV gets along with his children in Versailles, how he trusts his brother, and how the Duke of Orleans regards his daughter as a treasure. Frederick affirmed, they will find other ways to solve this matter. Sacrificing the Grand Princess is not the only way. Let me think about it. Don't take too long, father, Frederick said. I don't want to rush you, but if this matter is finally resolved by the French, no matter what decision they make, the Grand Princess, the Duke of Orleans and even Louis XIV will be very disappointed in me. I will think carefully about it. The elector said. In fact, he was much more decisive than his son imagined. When Frederick was still anxious and unable to sleep, a young envoy rushed out of the Berlin palace on horseback. He was carrying a handwritten letter from the elector. In the letter, the elector was extremely humble and full of flattery, while also trying his best to explain the power of the elector. Just as Frederick said, Leopold I had to make a choice, Spain or a momentary impulse. To be honest, if Spain really married France, France would benefit. After all, the Bourbon bloodline still remained in Spain, and the Grand Princess was more likely to act as regent on behalf of her sick husband or young child. So although the elector's tone was humble, he did not come to ask for forgiveness, but to ask for a reward. He said that he was willing to solve this problem for Leopold I. If the Grand Princess eventually became the wife of his son, then the marriage between Grand Princess Antonia and Carlos II would not change, and Spain would still belong to the Habsburgs. However, to compete with Carlos II, the identity of an heir to duchy was not enough. Therefore, he came to ask the emperor for recognition and allow the Duchy of Prussia to be promoted to a kingdom. Therefore, he was willing to pay 600,000 livres as compensation. Leopold I would definitely be furious and shout after reading the letter, but the elector felt that if he calmed down, he would only carefully weigh the pros and cons and finally make a wise choice. The elector's guess was correct. After reading the letter, Leopold I immediately put the elector's envoy into prison and vowed to hang the Hohenzollern rebels with him. However, the young and brave envoy was released before he had even eaten his third meal in prison. After being secretly summoned for the second time, he returned to the Berlin palace safely and brought back the news that Frederick and the elector had been waiting for. Duke Don Juan, the illegitimate son of Philip IV, was already a man in his 40s, but the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and mouth matched his charm as a playboy, just like the bad wine at the bottom of a barrel, which had a special charm because of its turbidity. He was not married and did not seem to want to get married. He had been the regent of Carlos II for 10 years. And during these 10 years he was famous in Europe for his incompetence and greed. Spain's already shaky politics and economy were manipulated by the regent and could no longer stop the downward trend, and were about to slide into the abyss. So, a group of ministers led by Juan Patino and the Archbishop of Toledo, with their remaining conscience and loyalty, contacted the expelled Queen Mother Maria, and almost frantically hired black wizards to try to get their King Carlos II out of his chronic illness and madness. To be precise, what they originally expected was just a body that could allow women to give birth to children. After all, no one would think that Carlos II would be as healthy and strong as an ordinary person. But what made some people ecstatic, and others angry and frustrated, was that Carlos II not only recovered physically, but also mentally. Although he was as dull and ignorant as a baby at the beginning, people soon discovered that he had a strong learning ability, as if God had sent an angel to infuse wisdom into his head. He seemed to be able to become a king. After all, not every king was as wise and alert as the Sun King. Only Duke Don Juan didn't think so. He always felt that there were countless incongruities with Carlos II, but he also knew that if he said so, others would only laugh at him, thinking that he was unwilling to let the healthy king take away his power, especially the Queen Mother and the Archbishop of Toledo. Just wait and see. He murmured. He had just learned that the king had been secretly sent to Versailles to seek a marriage with a daughter of the Duke of Orleans. Of course, the niece of the King of France was more valuable than the daughter of Leopold I. After all, a marriage between the Habsburgs was a waste, and the eldest Princess Antonia was too young. Ever since the king was proven to be able to sleep with women, they could not wait for the king to have a legitimate heir, Duke Don Juan did not think this would be a simple matter, but this incident exposed a problem, that is, his authority was no longer as solid as before, and that group of people deceived him together. He was invited to go hunting and returned to Madrid more than 10 days later. At that time, the king was no longer in the palace. "They are all against me," he said bitterly, and pulled the bell rope, asking the servant to bring a glass of wine. Who knew that as soon as he pulled the bell, the servant came in hurriedly. He thought that the servant and he were in sync, but he saw the servant empty-handed and with a pale face said, "Sir, the Queen Mother's servant said that you should go to the Aranjuez palace immediately." Duke Don Juan was stunned, and then he immediately understood, is she going to give birth? The Aranjuez palace is about 100 miles away from Madrid. It is where the maid who was fortunate enough to be pregnant with Carlos II's child and the Queen Mother are temporarily living. Duke Don Juan speculated maliciously that Juan Patino also felt ashamed. After all, this maid was his relative, but before the king got married, the royal wife could not appear in public, and this maid could only move to a place where people could not see her with her belly. But this was the king's child after all. Just like Don Juan, his birth needed to be proved by credible witnesses. Duke Don Juan had no choice but to rush to the Aranjuez palace overnight. He rushed through the corridors and countless rooms under the guidance of his servants. When it became darker and hotter, he knew he was almost there. The rooms outside were crowded with men and women. People saluted him, but the Duke ignored them and walked straight inside. As soon as he entered, he saw the woman in labor, with two blue-black feet exposed. A priest was applying oil to the woman's head. Her lips were trembling, and her face looked like it was covered with lead powder. Before the Duke could say anything, her head dropped and she died. What followed was a mess. The Queen Mother ordered the midwife to cut open the woman's belly and take out the child. The Duke didn't know whether the midwife listened to her. Anyway, he saw the baby a few minutes later and knew the reason why the woman had a difficult delivery. The baby had two heads. Chapter 375 The Dust Settles. In history books, except for events like Eleanor of Aquitaine that deserve special mention, most marriages only have a few lines of text, especially for princesses and queens, who are often only recorded as someone's daughter, someone's wife, someone's mother, and no one cares about them. But since the time of Louis XIV, the noble ladies of the Bourbon family have been qualified to open another page, although people at that time were always very wary of foreign queens. But after the analysis of scholars, Louis XIV and the Duke of Orleans were obviously not the kind of people who didn't care about their children. It can be said that whether it was the crown prince, the eldest princess or the eldest princess, and the son of the duke later, their marriages were arranged extremely safely and favorably, and the favor here was not only for France or their fathers. If you want to pick one of them, people will probably mention the lucky Mary, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Orleans and the eldest princess of Versailles. The reason why she was lucky was that she almost agreed to marriage with King Carlos II of Spain twice, but both failed. Once Leopold I of the Holy Roman Empire was willing to intervene, things would become simple. Because of the marriage contract between Spain and the Holy Roman Empire, if Leopold I was unwilling to give in, the Roman Church would still support the previous marriage contract, unless the Spaniards could prove that the Holy Roman Emperor's Grand Princess Antonia was infertile, which the Spaniards certainly could not produce. Moreover, Leopold I did not give the Spanish Habsburgs another chance. He asked his wizards to prepare some magic potions to adjust the development time of Grand Princess Antonia forward. After the Grand Princess of Versailles heard about this, a chill rushed from her feet to her heart. She had a loving father and a benevolent uncle, and she could not imagine such a thing at all. In this era, girls from noble families, as long as they did not enter the monastery, with sufficient food and enough activities, would generally mature at the age of 12 to 13. But this was a common thing for Leopold I and the pro-Austrian faction in Madrid. They had even begun to mediate, hoping to advance the marriage of Carlos II. Leopold I had already made such an attitude. Although the Spaniards coveted the dowry of the princess, they had to give up. The Duke of Orleans also vaguely knew from the king that Carlos II's first son died at birth, and the situation might be worse than they imagined. The fact that the Spaniards kept it a secret almost proved this. Just look at the Duke of Harlequin and the Duke of Montreal. Even if he was an illegitimate child, a celebratory banquet would be held after the birth of the king's son, and several grand masses should be held for children who died stillborn. However, it was as if everyone in the courts of Madrid or Toledo were dead, without any reaction. At this time, Louis XIV and his brother did not know that because the king's maid gave birth to a devil, Juan Patino, who originally stood with the king and believed that he should marry the daughter of the Duke of Orleans of France, Archbishop of Toledo, and the Queen Mother all changed their previous ideas. France's request was to cede Friesland to France, and then France would return it to Spain in the form of a dowry. But if the princess died of dystocia a few days after her marriage, or gave birth to a deformed monster, Louis XIV would definitely ask the Roman Church to declare the marriage invalid. Would Friesland be given to France in vain? But Antonia, the Grand Princess of the Holy Roman Empire, was another matter. She was not favored by Leopold I, and she was also a Habsburg. Even for the Habsburgs, she would remain silent, or they could ask her to remain silent. "It's the Grand Princess of France, huh?" Duke Don Juan said with a smile. "Look at Queen Elizabeth of Sweden." His gloating made Queen Mother Maria glare at him fiercely, but she could do nothing about it. After all, Duke Don Juan was right. Although Louis XIV's Grand Princess Elizabeth could not bring anything from France except herself during the ceremony, her French maid and entourage immediately rushed to Stockholm after the ceremony. In addition to the army that came with the marriage, Huguenots also migrated to Sweden one after another this year. All of this was in the marriage negotiations. It was agreed in the judgment that even Charles I could not raise any objections. These actions certainly aroused the disgust of the Swedes, but as Louis XIV saw, it was useless for a foreign queen to please the nobles of her husband's family. A sentence of "you are French" could destroy all your efforts, so, unlike Eleanor of Aquitaine, she had only 2 daughters in her 15-year marriage with Louis VI, but perhaps to people's surprise, this queen not only blatantly interfered in state affairs, but also took the lead in filing for divorce when she was found to have an ambiguous relationship with Duke Raymond. Eleanor of Aquitaine has always been Eleanor of Aquitaine, but no one in their courts dared to shout she is a foreigner, whether it was Louis VI before or Henry II, who was 10 years younger than her. On the contrary, this woman has always maintained her independence in military, territory and politics, and no one dared to underestimate her easily. Compared with the princesses and queens who followed, Eleanor of Aquitaine lived a much happier life. Even though she fell out with Henry II after giving birth to her 8th child, she was able to spend the next few decades in her own court and territory, surrounded by passionate and beautiful young men, until she died at the age of 83. This was also the path that Louis XIV wanted to build for the daughters of the Bourbon family. Needless to say, this was the case. Although the Swedes complained about their new queen, they could not refuse her dowry, rich assets, a port south of Groningen, new weapons and troops, and tens of thousands of Huguenots. The entire Scandinavia now has only 2 million people. It is too cold and desolate here. If it were not for the promise and order of Louis XIV and the Grand Princess, even the Huguenots would rather migrate to Britain or the Protestant principalities in the Holy Roman Empire. According to the original plan, 10,000 Huguenots would migrate to Sweden every year, mainly to cities around Stockholm, and such migration would last for 3 to 5 years depending on the situation. In an era when agriculture, fisheries, industry, and even wars required population, people were originally a precious asset. The Huguenots who were willing to leave the warmth of France were almost the most stubborn and aggressive group of people. Their departure from France also saved Louis XIV a lot of worry. As for the Grand Princess, now the Queen of Sweden, she announced her conversion to Protestantism the day after she arrived in Stockholm. Without the barriers of religion, the Huguenots and the Grand Princess only had one common identity, that is, French. The Huguenots wanted to gain a foothold, multiply, and strengthen themselves on that cold land. Except for Queen Elizabeth, no one could rely on them. They could only have one master. The eldest princess, no, we should call her the Queen of Sweden from now on. Her letter to Louis XIV also stated this. The leaders of the Huguenots had just come to see her a few days ago, as well as King Charles I, who was full of confidence and care for these believers, because almost all of them had been shipbuilders, and these people had migrated from Marseilles and Nantes, and the ambitious young king was of course overjoyed, but he might not have noticed that there were a few more girls from Huguenot families among the maids around the queen. But even if he knew, he would not care too much. But these were the queen's contacts with the Huguenots. Now the number of Huguenots is still small. And when the number gradually poses a threat to the local Scandinavians and conflicts arise, then it will be time for Queen Elizabeth to show her strength. Louis XIV sighed when he saw Elizabeth clearly wrote that she had to try to give birth to Charles I's heir in these 5 years, but he could do nothing about it. After all, this period was a good time to give birth. In a few years, they might start fighting again. A marriage without an heir was unstable. Even if she and Charles I had feelings for each other, if they had a son, even if Charles I died on the battlefield, the alliance between Sweden and France would still be stable and unshakable. Elizabeth also congratulated the Grand Princess in the letter, because if there was nothing wrong, the Grand Princess's future husband should be Frederick of Brandenburg, Prussia. It was not only Leopold I who was ruthless, but also the humble but tough elector. In order to find a good marriage for his son, this elector, who had become extremely bold when necessary, also imitated Louis XIV and borrowed a large sum of money from merchants. He raised 500,000 livres for Leopold I and another 300,000 livres to bribe the princes and the church, so that the Duchy of Prussia became the Kingdom of Prussia in one fell swoop. When Frederick came to Versailles again, he was the Crown Prince of Prussia instead of the son of a prince. This behavior was really reckless and dangerous. After all, Louis XIV had not made any promises to him. If Louis XIV thought that the Bourbon bloodline should be integrated into the Spanish royal family 10 years earlier, then he and his descendants would have to bear heavy debts that might not be repaid in 100 years. If other countries intended to take advantage of the fire, then the Kingdom of Prussia might be the shortest-lived kingdom so far. Not only that, once the lineage was cut off, which was very likely, of course, then the results of the hundreds of years of struggle of the Hohenzollern ancestors would be destroyed. Frederick was still a somewhat naive boy when he left Paris, and he was already a mature man when he came back. He even suppressed his concern and love for the eldest princess and went to see the king first. He was full of trepidation until the king asked him to have dinner together. His heart suddenly fell to the ground. When there was no banquet, the king would only have dinner with the closest people, his relatives and the most valued ministers. Frederick had not even graduated from the military academy, so of course he could not serve the king, so there was only one choice left. He sat face to face with the eldest princess, separated by the fragrant greenhouse flowers and gold and silver utensils, and the young couple smiled. Louis XIV and the Duke of Orleans looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The howling sounded clear even if it was separated by several rooms. Now Don Juan should be thankful that they did not bring Carlos II directly back to Madrid, but to the Aranjuez Palace far away from Madrid. This palace is located on the Tagus River and is a summer palace. Because it was unfortunately hit by a fire before, the surrounding houses were demolished, and the Spaniards did not need to know that their king would bark like a mad dog. The smile on his lips undoubtedly hurt the heart of Queen Mother Maria. She stared at him viciously, and then turned to the black wizard who was mixing the potion. "Didn't you say that he would be like an ordinary person in the future? Isn't it?" A tall and thin black wizard said calmly, "Listen to this cry, how loud and full of energy. Could your majesty shout like this before?" Archbishop Toledo couldn't help but curse, but this didn't affect these black wizards at all. They were experts in cursing. They exchanged glances in the smoke. In fact, if there was really a miraculous elixir, they would have used it on themselves long ago, and would not use it on Carlos II. Otherwise? Wait until these mortals cross the river and then burn the bridge? "So what's the matter with the baby?" Patino asked in a deep voice. His niece should have had a good marriage that she was satisfied with. He made her a maid and bedmaid of Carlos II out of selfishness. He didn't expect the consequences to be so tragic. He should be thankful that she went to heaven, otherwise she would have gone crazy seeing that he gave birth to such a monster. "Your Majesty's birth was not done by any of us," one of the black wizards said. "To trace the root, it still has to be the Habsburg bloodline." Queen Mother Maria yelled in anger, but no one listened to her. "Is there any way to make the queen give birth to a healthy child?" Patino asked. Now that Leopold I was in the way, they could not cancel the previous engagement, and the queen could only be Antonia of Habsburg. The black wizards could not help but shake their heads in tut. "This is your fault," the queen mother shouted. "Originally, my child could have lived for many more years. It's hard to say, blind, deaf, epileptic and demented," the tall and thin black wizard said contemptuously. "You always have to pay a price for what you want. Everyone, you want a healthy king, which means he is destined to not spend half his life like a waste. Then how can Spain have a healthy and long-lived heir?" Patino interrupted the black wizard and asked. The black wizard curled his mouth slightly. "Do you know who was the last person to make such a wish?" "Who?" "Henry VIII. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.